The three champions arrived at their destination with a hard thump as their bums connected with the ground. As they rose, both boys noticed Fleur rubbing her rear from the hard landing, and Harry managed to raise an eyebrow at Cedric. Fleur noticed what they were doing and let out a small chuckle. "Like what you see, gentlemen," Harry grinned and replied, "What's not to like about you in leather pants?" Cedric just nodded as they began to take in their surroundings. The sight before their wide eyes sent shivers up their spines as they took in the eerie graveyard. Harry looked up and saw the large tomb which had Riddle carved into it and said, "Oh, this can't be good." Fleur asked, "What's wrong? Is this part of the task?" "Definitely not part of the task. That tombstone is marked with the name of Voldemort's family," Cedric said hopefully. "Maybe the pedestal will take us back." They all touched it at the same time and didn't feel the familiar tug behind the navel. Harry looked at his two companions and said, Guys, keep your wands out and be ready for anything. Better yet, you guys should apparate back to Hogwarts now and I'll get Dobby to come get me." Fleur stated, "We will leave when he comes for you. We will not leave you alone." Harry heard a noise and motioned for them to be quiet. He quickly crept to where he could get a better view of their surrounding area, and what he saw did not please him in the least. When he came back, he said, "There's a group of people coming. We've got to get out of here now. Dobby, I need you." It took a minute, but Dobby finally popped in. When he arrived, Harry said, "I need you to get us out of here now. I think we're in some kind of trap set by Voldemort. Can you take us?" Dobby, "Sorry, Master Harry, but Dobby fought through wards to get here. Dobby can maybe take one at a time." "Okay, Dobby, it's not your fault. I want you to take Fleur first." "Fleur, when you get there, tell them what's going on." She started to protest, but Harry nodded to Dobby, who grabbed her hand and popped away. When Dobby and Fleur arrived at the entrance to the maze, the crowd started cheering, and the judges started announcing her as the winner even though it was obvious the cup was not in her hand. She took one look at the judges and thought Harry was right, and they were useless. She turned and ran straight for her family as she knew that Harry did not trust any of them. With Fleur safely back at Hogwarts, Dobby disappeared once more. Fleur arrived at her family and was gasping out, "Pedestal, portkey, Harry." Cedric caught in Voldemort's trap. "Graveyard, name," said Riddle. The rest of the group were sitting around the Delacours, and once she had gotten her breath back, Fleur was able to give them a better picture of what had happened and what the two missing young men were facing. Megan sat there in shock as she thought over everything she heard. The tournament had been dangerous enough for Harry and the other champions without Voldemort adding to it by a factor of 10. She sat there and silently prayed that Harry and Cedric would return as tears slowly ran down her face. Amos asked, "Were they hurt? Do you know where they are?" "No, not when I left, but Harry said someone was coming. All I know is that it was an old graveyard. Beyond that, I have no idea. They'll look out for each other. Dobby will bring them back and everything will be fine," Reginald said as he was trying to convince himself as well as the others. Albus Dumbledore approached the families to try and find out what happened. "Miss Delacour, may I ask what is going on?" She turned to him to answer, but her father spoke up instead. "Headmaster, the three champions were portkeyed to a graveyard in an unknown location. Against her wishes, Mr. Potter ordered his elf to bring her back here to raise a warning. May I ask if you know who did this?" What he got instead of a calm answer was Megan jumping up and getting right in his face. "Riddle has him all thanks to you. He would have never been in this position if you had done your job and protected Harry by keeping him out of this tournament in the first place. I have to ask, were you trying to get my Harry killed? I promise you that if anything happens to him, I will do everything in my power to make sure the whole world sees you for who you really are and what you have done." Dumbledore knew he wasn't as all-powerful as everyone believed. His age had robbed him of a lot of his power, and he had only been able to maintain his image through the power of the wand that had now returned to the hands of its destined family. While he had experience, he knew if this young lady employed her emotions in her casting and attacked, she would overwhelm him and cut him to pieces, so he backed away from the people who had stepped up in defense of Harry. Seeing the 5 British lords start to rise from their seats brought forward the memory of Cornelius' threat, and he would be lucky to finish out this term at Hogwarts. Albus turned and made his way to the judges' table and did what everybody else was doing, which was nothing. It was the final sign that he was now useless, as he couldn't think of a single thing to do to help in the situation. His only consolation was that if Harry Potter died, the wand and the cloak might return to the main Potter vault. Cornelius and Amelia were watching the whole scene for a minute before the minister went to the judges' table for answers, and Amelia headed straight for Fleur. Once she had got some answers, she made her way over to join Cornelius. The pieces were put together, and a plan was hatched even though Cornelius was trying to deny that such an event could be happening. Amelia finally turned on Cornelius and said, "Whether it seems impossible or not, we have to act. 3 young people were kidnapped from the tournament, and it is our job to try and get the last 2 back and investigate the matter. Master Auror Moody, front and center." Alastair limped over to her and said, "Yes, Amelia." His response to her was way too informal in a public setting, especially when she used his full title. The protocol for this situation required that he do the same. It sent a red flag up that something wasn't right here. "Auror Moody, enact Procedure 5A immediately." The man who had taught her stood there staring at her as if he needed an explanation. It was the final warning to her that something was definitely off about her long-tome friend. Her wand came out and stunned him before he could move his hand. She knew she was quick, but even at his age, Moody had always been able to beat her. She tied him up in magical ropes and pulled out her own badge. She tapped a series of points on her badge and then slipped it back into her robe. It wasn't a minute later before swooshes of portkeys were heard all over the arena. As the crowds looked on, a sea of red-robed Aurors made their presence known and took up defensive positions. Her 2 chief Aurors stepped up and asked orders, after casting a glance at the stunned Moody lying on the ground. "We have 2 boys in some type of situation. Unconfirmed reports place them in the vicinity of Voldemort. I suspect some dark ritual to resurrect the snake-faced bastard. Team 1's job is to try and locate them. Team 2 will remain on guard here until the situation is contained. Team 2 will also hold Moody in custody and not release his bindings. That is not the man who trained us." Amelia turned to Albus and said, "Headmaster, you have always had all the answers before, so I'm going to assume that this was not part of the tournament. Do you have any idea where we might find our 2 missing champions?" Her response was a blank look from Albus. "Rufus, the pedestal was a portkey. Call in anyone you need to and try and figure out where it went. I want teams 3 and 4 on alert to assist and to escort the students and spectators to the Great Hall until this has passed. Once they are inside, keep them there until you receive my order." As the Aurors were in the process of following their orders, there was a loud pop and Dobby appeared once again. At his feet was an unconscious Cedric, who was bleeding from multiple cuts all over his body, caused by shards of stone of which some were still sticking out of him. The Auror field healers responded quickly and were in the process of determining his condition when Poppy arrived, followed by his family. Poppy waved her wand to get her own diagnosis and knelt beside him and started forcing blood-replenishing potions down his throat as quickly as she could pull them out of her bag. Cecilia stayed out of the way but asked Poppy, "He's alive but barely. We'll do our best, Celia. I won't give up." One of the healers looked up after casting a diagnostic and said, "He's lost too much blood and we're going to lose him if we don't get him to St. Mungo's immediately. I know he is your charge, Madame Pomfrey, but blood replenishers will not be enough. He's going to need real magical blood to help with this. Where are his parents?" They stepped forward, but Poppy cut them off. "Their blood will work for him, but not well enough for what you want. His blood was changed at a young age." The healer asked, "Is there a better alternative close at hand?" Poppy's eyes went to Megan as she rushed to Dobby and got down on her knees in front of him. "What happened?" "Masters were taken to graveyard where bad wizards were waiting for them." Master Harry and Cedric protected each other until Master Cedric was hit. Master Harry made Dobby bring Master Cedric back. Dobby sorry mistress, but Dobby must return to Master. Dobby try to bring Master back soon. Before he could leave, Amelia asked, "Could you take someone with you? He can summon other Aurors to him to help Harry." "Dobby sorry mistress, but Dobby getting tired. Dobby maybe have enough strength to save Master Harry." Connie Hammer was thinking fast and ripped off her badge and handed it to him. "When you get there, tap the star and we'll find you. Can you do that?" Dobby nodded his head, but before he could leave, he was grabbed by Megan once again. As she knelt in front of him, she said, "Bring my Harry back to me." He nodded his head, closed his eyes, and was gone again. Poppy laid her hand on Megan's shoulder as she knelt there crying and said, "Megan, Cedric needs you right now." When he made the oath to Michael, he truly became your brother due to the magic involved. He needs your blood and strength, and you need to go to St. Mungo's with him. He won't make it if you don't. Megan looked up at her, as if being torn in half with tears running down her face. Poppy could understand what she was feeling and said, "I'll bring Harry to you as soon as he arrives." She crawled over to Cedric and laid her hand on his arm just as the healers activated a portkey and took them away. As soon as the portkey left, Poppy turned to Cecilia and Amos. "You go straight to St. Mungo's. I will be along as soon as Mr. Potter returns." As soon as Fleur was gone, Harry and Cedric were ducking and dodging to try and avoid the spells flying at them. They were battling with 6 Death Eaters that Voldemort had summoned to witness his resurrection and were doing fairly well at holding them off. Cedric seized an opportunity and cast Inficio at the man leading the attack who was moving back into position after dodging a nasty bludgeoner from Harry. The spell flying from Cedric's wand was a sickly yellow color and struck the right side of the man's mask before he knew what hit him. The Death Eater screamed out in pain before tearing the mask from his face to reveal Lucius Malfoy with a blistered and burnt face. The hood covering his head and a good portion of the long blonde hair on the right side of his face were now missing after being struck by the acid curse. Harry muttered, "Nice. I wish you'd have taught me that one." Cedric muttered back, "Thanks. I thought it would be useful on the hedges. Never thought I'd use it on a person." In his fury at being hit, Lucius attacked without abandon and soon had the 2 younger wizards entirely on defense as the rest of the dark wizards jumped in as well. The 2 less experienced wizards didn't realize until it was too late that they were being herded to a specific point, and once they were there, the Death Eaters were able to close in and dramatically reduce the effectiveness of the boys' attacks. There was a brief pause in spell fire. Sudden quiet was enough for everyone to hear a voice hiss out, "I only have need of Potter, kill the other. This has gone on long enough." All at once, flurries of green spells were launched at Cedric. Harry instinctively knew what he had to do, and his new wand came up bringing a solid wall of granite in front of Cedric in an attempt to block the spells. The Avada Kedavra curse was known as the Killing Curse, but it was also a spell of complete destruction, and even the above-average power Harry had along with the power of the wand were not enough to stop this. When he saw the incoming spells, Cedric stepped in front of Harry to protect him, but breathed a little in relief when the wall went up. The last thing they heard were the spells impacting the wall before the force of the blast was enough to shatter the granite. Cedric took the full impact of the blast from his position in front of Harry, but even with that, both young men were knocked off their feet. It took a moment for Harry's head to clear, but when it did, he saw Cedric's body lying on the ground beside him with blood pouring out of the many wounds peppering his body. When he tried to shakily get to his feet, he felt a spell hit him and his world once again went black. It went unseen by his captors as he was lying on the ground, but the wand in his hand faded from view only to be replaced by another that was more familiar to them. He didn't know how long he had been out, but Harry awoke to find himself bound to the very tombstone he arrived in front of, and was watching as 6 wizards levitated a huge cauldron to rest atop a roaring fire. Harry's eyes went to the spot where Cedric was lying. He could see the body still barely holding on by the shallow breaths it was taking. He heard a pop of apparition and looked up to see Dobby standing beside Cedric's body. He yelled, "Dobby, Cedric needs help. Take him now." The black-cloaked wizards turned at the sound and watched as the elf grabbed the body and disappeared. One broke away and came to stand in front of Harry. The oily voice of Lucius Malfoy said, "I'm so glad you have woken. It will be so much more pleasurable to watch as you observe my master resurrecting and then finally ending the legend of the boy who lived." Harry snarled out, "Couldn't do it yourself, Lucy. Now I know where Drakey Poo gets it from. He always hides behind his 2 apes or your robes. Tell me, are you going to say, 'Wait till my master hears about this'? If you do, the very tiny bit of respect I have for you will be completely shattered. You will respect your betters. Betters. How can the lord of a mere noble house preach to the future lord of a most ancient and noble house about betters? As far as you are concerned, I left better than you in the toilet this morning after I took my morning dump." Lucius was fuming, but had to back away once he heard the laughing of his master. "I find your being bested by a 4th year quite amusing, Lucius. Maybe you are not as powerful as you claim. Silence the boy and be done with it for now. We'll have a chance to catch up later." With the spells in place that bound and silenced him, Harry could only watch as the cauldron began to bubble. When it was deemed ready, Wormtail stepped up and slid a bundle into the boiling water. He watched as something was said, and Bones rose from the ground at his feet and was dropped into the cauldron. He next witnessed Peter cutting off his hand and dropping it into the cauldron as he said something else. Harry was watching as all eyes fell on him, and Peter came at him with the ritual knife in his hand. He felt the knife sink into his arm and felt the blood flowing out of him. He screamed into the silencing charm as Peter collected his blood on the knife and stepped back over to the cauldron. Once the blood dropped in, the potion inside flashed red and a cloud of steam was released. Harry watched in horror as the cauldron split in two and a very tall but pale body stepped out. The next words he heard were, "My wand, Wormtail." As soon as he was handed the wand, he waved it and robes formed around him out of the shadows of the graveyard. He stood there for a minute before saying, "Lucius, my friend, I have need of you." Lucius ran up and knelt in front of his master. Tom said, "Your arm, Lucius." When Lucius raised his arm, Tom pushed up his sleeve and pushed his wand into the wriggling snake and skull tattoo that resided there. Lucius sucked in a breath at the pain, but did not dare move in fear of the punishment he would receive if he did. Harry once again watched as black shadows appeared in the graveyard and coalesced into wizards. Tom looked around and frowned before saying, "Welcome back, my friends. 13 years it has been since we were last together. 12 years that were wasted because no one searched for me while you went back to your lives and hid your connection to me." Wormtail said, "I came for you, Master. I brought you back to your rightful place." "Yes, you did, Wormtail. You have been very helpful to me this last year, and as promised, you shall be rewarded." He stepped over and pointed his wand at the stump on the end of Peter's arm, and a blob of bronze grew out of it and formed itself into a hand. Peter knelt and said, "Thank you, Master." "Yes, so Wormtail found me and brought me back. He found others who were still loyal to the cause and brought them together, resulting in us being here now. They will be rewarded handsomely for their actions, along with my ally in Hogwarts. I must now confess my greatest mistake." He pointed at Harry. "This boy did nothing to banish me except for possessing very special blood, which I now have coursing through my veins. No, my spell was rebounded on me not by the sacrifice of his mud blood mother, but by something so much more powerful. Ancient family magic. Even in death, my superior intellect won as my shade realized what was going on and attached a piece of me to the scar on his forehead, where I have been absorbing that magic ever since. My most faithful were here to witness me retaking a body, and you are here to witness my victory over Harry Potter as I take his life, and then absorb his family magic." Tom stepped over to Harry, and as he got closer, he realized the scar was gone. "What have you done? Where is the scar and the magic behind it?" Harry just looked at him dumbly until Tom realized he was silenced. When he canceled the spell, Harry said, "I absorbed it." "Impossible. Only a truly momentous sacrifice would overpower the spell." Harry thought for a second and realized he was probably never going to walk away from this and let his marauder back out again. "Well, I knew from my research and decided that a sexual sacrifice, like one's virginity, would suffice. I had my victim all picked out but found out from a spell I cast that the person was no longer a virgin. I cast another spell and found out who had taken it out of curiosity, and let me tell you, Tom, you have some sick bastards for friends." Tom said, "What the hell are you talking about, boy?" "Oh, sorry. Well, I was going to use Draco's virgin arse as the sacrifice, but the second spell showed him already having had it taken by his father." "I knew you were a sick bastard, Lucy, but I mean your own son. If that wasn't enough, it was obvious from the spells that Draco must have enjoyed it as he has been active ever since then." "You little bastard. That's not the case and you know it. I'm merely an orphan since my parents were married, unlike Tom's here." Voldemort screamed, "How did you do it, boy?" "Oh, I sacrificed a magical core. It was easy. Now the questions are, when did I do it and have you heard from your children lately?" Harry saw the Death Eaters shuffle nervously. Voldemort yelled, "Wormtail, give him his wand. It is time to put an end to this boy." As Wormtail slapped the wand into Harry's hand, Tom said, "Now bow to your betters." Harry stood tall and said, "I am Harry James Potter, scion of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. I have no betters, and especially not some jumped-up wannabe dork lord with delusions of adequacy. Then I shall kill you and lay claim to your titles." Harry laughed. "Then you'd better be prepared for a real fight as the line forms behind Dumbledore and goes on for quite a while, I imagine." Voldemort screamed in rage, then yelled, "Avada Kedavra." Harry shouted back, "Incendio." The results were unexpected as both spells met and locked each of the wizards into a contest of wills. Magic flowed from the connection of the two wands, and a glowing magical golden dome appeared and formed over the two enemies. Tom shouted, "Don't interfere. He is mine." The Death Eaters watched as the two wizards strained and seemed to be in a magical version of tug-of-war as they tried to push the connection towards each other. Harry pushed with all his might and felt the connection moving, but it was a long and tiring battle. He was slowly winning the battle, and before long, specters started appearing out of the connection. The first was an old man who told Harry not to give in to the evil bastard. All at once, two spirits appeared and flew over to land beside Harry. In a voice he had only dreamed of, a female voice said, "You're doing great, baby. Don't give up." In a voice he had only heard in a distant, dreamed voice, a male voice said, "We're going to help you, but you have to trust us. We'll attack him, and it will give you the chance you need." Harry motioned his head towards the wizards outside the dome and said, "Yeah, but what about all them? I can't hold them all off." His mother replied, "Dobby is here and help is coming. We are very proud of you. Just follow your magic and we will see you again. We love you, Harry." "Please don't go, I need you." James said, "Just follow your magic, son, and it will always lead to us." As they flew towards Voldemort, the Elder Wand ejected into his offhand and was moving of its own accord. As soon as it was pointed in Tom's direction, Harry cast Defindo, and a bright blue cutting curse slashed against Tom's chest. It caused Tom to lose his concentration and his spell broke. The results of the sudden end to Tom's spell caused the dome to explode outward and create a backlash that threw the surrounding Death Eaters from their feet. Harry shook it off quickly, and the Elder Wand moved once more. Harry thought Critolinus Tectum, and a beam of jade light flew from the wand and impacted Peter in the chest. The effect was quick and caused a block of crystal to encase Wormtail and take him out of the fight. Just as the Death Eaters were trying to return to their feet from the effects of the blast, they were greeted with the sound of multiple apparition pops close by and the sound of running feet. They could see the red robes of the Aurors heading towards them, already throwing stunners. Many of the Death Eaters climbed to their feet as best they could and hastily apparated out, knowing that their dark marks would allow entrance and exit through the anti-transportation wards. The thought of Death Eaters had the Aurors rather jumpy, and they threw stunners at anything moving. As some headed Harry's way, he threw up a quick shield that deflected them and then turned to cast a glare at them. He looked around. He saw Dobby lying on the ground, panting hard. His lack of a core was a major disadvantage, and he had worn himself out in his attempt to help Harry. Harry knelt down and gently picked up his friend. Dobby looked up and gave Harry a weak smile. "Dobby just tired, Master Harry. Dobby had to fight Big Snake. Dobby felt badness in it like Master's scar, and Dobby killed it. Well, why don't I take care of you for a change? You did great today, Dobby. I'm proud that you are my friend." Dobby proud to have Master call Dobby friend. Dobby thinks Master needs to follow his magic now. Harry smiled. "That's the second time I heard that today. What does it mean?" Dobby replied, "Do like Dobby taught Master, and let magic takes you where magic wants you to be. So pop like an elf, but let my magic be the guiding point." Dobby just nodded, and then leaned his head against Harry's chest. As the Aurors grew closer to the site of the battle, they were greeted with several body parts lying on the ground as some of the shaken and hurried Death Eaters managed to splinch their selves and leave evidence of their presence. Connie Hammer came on the scene and noticed an arm with a familiar ring on the pudgy feminine hand. She reached down and pulled up the sleeve of the robe to reveal a dark mark halfway covered by a pink cardigan. With a slight smile, she directed her investigative team to start photographing, tagging, and bagging everything that was not natural to the environment. She then stepped over to a crystalline cube and was shocked at the individual encased within. She quickly slapped a portkey on it and sent them to a secret DMLE holding facility that was only accessible by the director and her two chief Aurors. Connie Hammer was a calm witch most of the time, but the next event had her completely rattled. She made it to the center of the battle zone and saw Harry Potter picking up his little elf friend and start talking to it. Just as she spotted him out of the corner of her eye, she caught another figure sit up from his prone position on the ground and point his wand at Harry. Her full attention was now on the man-thing in front of her, and she immediately knew who it was. Due to her shock, she barely noticed the spell that flew right past her as it made its way to the young man she was just watching. As soon as the spell had been released, the man-thing disappeared. Before she could even blink, Harry blinked out of existence just like a house elf, but not before being struck by the curse. She ran towards where he had been standing, but there was no sign of him. She looked a little further past where he had been and noticed a dead giant snake that had a place on it that looked as if there had been a fire that burned from the inside out. She marked the snake and then turned back around to give her team their instructions. She left the Aurors of Team 1 to guard the investigators as they did their job, and sent Team 3 to St. Mungo's, and anywhere else they could think of where someone might receive medical attention. The investigators continued until they were satisfied they had everything, and once the evidence was processed, a magical trunk was set out, and all the objects were placed inside. Harry was calling upon his magic and allowing it to lead him wherever it thought best when the spell impacted him and Dobby at the moment of departure. Under normal circumstances, whenever he traveled like this, be it by himself or with Dobby, the trip was calm and fluid. This time, his magic went haywire, and the trip was a twisted and panic-filled tumble through the ether. He could feel the pull of where his magic originally wanted to take him, but that sight was bypassed by a stronger pull that was the cause of all his distress. The magic inside him was building, and he could feel it reacting to things as he moved towards wherever he was being drawn. In the end, he resigned himself to the fact that his magic would protect him as he clung closely to Dobby in the attempt to not let go of him. Dobby was doing his best to not let his fear overtake him, so he clung tightly to Harry as well. Dobby understood magic and knew there was a higher purpose at this point, and held on as he took comfort in the fact that whatever happened, he would be with Harry. Connie Hammer arrived back at Hogwarts by Portkey and immediately appeared beside Amelia Bones. Amelia gave her a glance and said, "Do you have a report for me, Chief Auror Hammer?" "Yes, ma'am. Apparition and Portkey wards were in place that deposited us a short distance from the site. We made our way on foot and encountered the remains of a major battle. I ordered our people in and we attempted to stun as many of them as we could." "How many did your troops bring down?" "None, ma'am. Most of them apparated out as soon as they saw us. We have leads on some as they were not focused and splinched themselves, and the scene is being processed as we speak. We have managed to gain possession of several objects that I have placed in an ultra-secure location that will require your attention." "So you're telling me that 2 teams failed to capture anyone?" "Yes, ma'am." "What of Mr. Potter?" "He was there 1 minute, and then he just vanished with his elf, but not before being struck by an unrecognized spell." "Before you ask, the elf was too exhausted to do it as Mr. Potter was carrying him in his arms. It was my hope that he had returned here." "So you're telling me that a 15-year-old boy apparated, and not only that but did so from under anti-apparition and Portkey wards?" "Yes, ma'am. I saw him vanish. He did not turn on his heel or leave by Portkey. He merely vanished much like a house elf does." "Theories?" "Yes, ma'am, but it doesn't make sense." "It looked to me like he used house elf magic." Amelia looked at her for a minute. "It has been said that most of his time in isolation this year was spent in the company of that elf. Would an elf teach him their kind of magic?" "Not usually, boss. Mr. Potter would have to be exceptionally powerful to be able to do it, and the elf would have to have a very uncommon bond with him." "What is it you need me to come see?" "I will not answer that here, ma'am. Put out an alert for Mr. Potter." "We'll have to turn up somewhere." "Yes, ma'am, and I also need to inform you that Voldemort is indeed truly back. I saw him myself." Amelia stood there for a minute before saying, "Shit. Inform the entire department that there will be a meeting tomorrow at say 1 in the afternoon. That should give us time to finish up here. It looks like the war will be starting up again." All across England, the magical detectors used to detect underage or any other type of magic were registering off the charts. The people who were on duty in the magical detection office that night watched as there was a large amount of magic detected northward in a town called Little Hangleton that hadn't seen any activity in 50 years. They were made aware that 2 Hogwarts students were located there, and that there would be possible underage magic, as they had been kidnapped. They watched as the magical detectors calmed down for a while until there was a huge surge that burnt out every detector in the area. What sent them into a panic was when the magical detectors started burning out along a path that led straight to London and the Ministry. When Amelia made her call for the Aurors, other departments had stepped up their activities, and the secretive Department of Mysteries had recalled their whole staff. This was in part due to Amelia's summons, but it mainly had to do with what was happening in the bowels of the Ministry of Magic. The head unspeakable was alerted to irregularities in his department and was in the process of checking them out. He made his way to the death chamber that held the Veil of Death because he had been alerted that it was acting strange all day. While this may not have concerned the normal wizard, Croker knew something was up, and it was too coincidental with the happenings in northern England to be ignored. The Veil had been studied for a long time, and they still had no answer as to why it did what it did or even how it operated. Croker himself had spent much of his time as a researcher trying to figure out its secrets. The Unspeakables had access to all of the information that was the Ministry of Magic, and when the magical detectors started burning out, he had a hunch that whatever was happening would be centered on the Veil. He thought back over his years, and it was times like these that he missed his old friend JackPotr the most. Charles had a unique understanding of the Veil and never seemed to be intimidated by it. Croker found it too coincidental that his friend's grandson was somehow involved, so he entered the chamber and sat to wait for the events to unfold. It wasn't much longer before the reports were coming in that the magical detectors were burning out in London and heading straight for the Ministry. He sat and watched as the Veil started acting, for lack of a better term, more excited, and was moving and swirling in patterns that had never been seen before. Croker felt the magic in the room change, and then watched as a young man appeared as if out of thin air, but he knew it was just Charles' old cloak being pulled off. The young man stood there staring at the Veil, and what appeared to him as listening to the voices that were undecipherable on the best of days. As he looked more closely at the young man, he could see many cuts through the tears in his clothes. As he continued to watch, he saw the young man's hand had blackened as if being hit by a withering curse. Croker's eyes moved towards the young man's face, and could already see that the withering curse must have been cast by a powerful wizard as the effects had moved up his arm, and black tendrils were already showing branches moving up his neck. Harry Potter took a step towards the Veil, and Croker rose from his seat. As he moved forward, Harry started glowing with a golden aura which grew brighter the closer he came to the arch. The arch reacted to his presence, and the mist-like substance changed into what looked like water. Harry stepped up on the platform and was standing 3 feet away from the surface when Croker reacted and ran towards the young man. He saw Harry say something to the elf in his arms before stepping through the archway. He heard an audible slurp as Harry disappeared, and the surface started fading back to the calm mists that had always been present. Back at Hogwarts, the ministers had decided that the task was a bust and ordered the hedges to be removed. As soon as they disappeared, the image of Victor stuck to a cross left all the spectators in shock. As the crowd gathered around, Fleur along with her family pushed their way through the crowd and stood facing the ministers, judges, and spectators. The Bulgarian minister asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Fleur stepped forward and said, "This is repayment for what he tried to do to Harry in the second task, along with what he tried to do to me during this one." The French minister asked, "May I ask what he tried to do to you, Miss Delacour?" "As you can see by what is on his chest, the bastard put me in a body bind and then ripped my pants off. He was just about to take me to try and stake a claim on me when Harry and Cedric saw what was happening and came to my rescue." Albus asked, "May I ask why he is like this?" "It's simple. I would not allow Harry to kill him for his actions as I didn't want that on my conscience or his." Jean Delacour stepped forward. "I claim reparations for my house as it is clear Mr. Krum attempted line theft as Fleur is the heiress to my house." Cornelius said, "That is stretching the line theft clause a little too much, isn't it? After all, she is only Vila." Several people bristled at that comment, and the 5 lords who had surrounded Harry stepped forward. Lord Gringotts said, "While that may be so, I would act in a similar fashion if the same attempt had been made on my daughter. House Delacour has our full support in this matter, and we back his claim for restitution." Cornelius didn't know what to do and turned to Amelia. She stood there for a second before saying, "Since Miss Delacour is the heiress for House Delacour, ICW Statute 48C recognizes attempted rape as an attempt at line theft. Under these statutes, the injured party has a claim for restitution. The statutes also are not specific in what they may ask for in restitution, so they are well within their rights to ask for anything up to and including the life of the guilty party. As we are dealing with an international situation and all 3 countries involved are signatories, I think it is best to use these statutes." She looked at the 3 ministers, and after a few minutes, they all nodded their agreement. She turned to Jean and said, "Monsieur Delacour, the 3 ministers agree to your right of restitution, and all I ask is that I be given a pensive memory of the crime in the event we need more evidence to support your claim." Fleur said, "I find that acceptable. You may also want to have several other memories collected to back up my claim." Amelia responded, "Yes, We will obtain memories from Mr. Diggory when he recovers, as well as Mr. Potter whenever we locate him." Everyone turned to her in shock, and she realized she had let something that was not known to be public knowledge. Cornelius turned and said, "Explain that last comment." With a false sigh of resignation, Amelia explained everything she knew about the recent events to the gasps and amazement of everyone surrounding her. Her eyes briefly caught Lord Greengrass, and she sent him a little smile as he gave her a small nod as if to say, "Well played." He was well aware of the restrictions on what she could say, and she had masterly maneuvered Cornelius into asking her to reveal information that would normally be hidden. When she was done, she asked, "Monsieur de Lacquer, have you reached a decision?" "Yes, I have. I recognize Mr. Krum's importance as a symbol of his country and will not deny them of his talents. It is my hope that they would not support him, but I will not force that issue. From what my daughter and our allies have told us, this is not a singular incident, and multiple occurrences have happened that I know have resulted in at least 2 pregnancies. Whether the other incidents were rape or not I cannot say, but I feel that to prevent further occurrences, we require emasculation as restitution." Albus spoke up. "Surely, Mr. de Lacquer, you would not wish something so permanent on someone so young that may still be able to learn the error of their ways." "If it had merely been my daughter involved, I would have asked for financial restitution. But as there are several young ladies involved along with the attempted rape of my daughter, and coupled with the attempt on Harry Potter's life, during the second task for what I understand is revenge for interfering with yet another attempt, I think this is the best possible solution so that he cannot do this to another man's daughter." Albus said, "Very well. I will have Madame Pomfrey comply with your wishes." Jean said, "You will do nothing of the sort. I have the utmost respect for Madame Pomfrey and her abilities, but she is a healer, and as such should never be put in this position only to have you repair the damage once our backs are turned. No, as this was an attempt on my house, I will determine how the sentence is carried out." Albus said, "But there must be a trial." Amelia said, "Not in this case, headmaster. Once the ministers and I confirm the pensive memories, he will be allowed to proceed." "Monsieur de Lacquer, I ask that you withhold your sentence until we can obtain corroborating memories. Until then, he will have a bracelet placed on his wrist to keep him from leaving the country." Jean nodded. Albus placed and asked, "How will you do this?" Jean gave him a feral grin. Cornelius Fudge was not a happy man. He stood packing in front of the judge's table as the other 2 ministers stood close by. He finally stopped and said, "Your time here is at an end, Albus. You were all warned of the consequences should some disaster strike at this task, and in my opinion, that is exactly what has just happened. I will call for a full inquiry into your actions this year. Don't think we haven't heard of your attack on Heiress Jones. It has also been rumored that you are the cause of all the problems Mr. Potter has been facing this year. I won't stand for someone being purposely mistreated to serve your greater good. I also plan to have quite a few witnesses to your action on the stand under Veritaserum if necessary." Karkaroff said, "What about what was done to my champion? Will that act go unpunished?" Cornelius turned to the Bulgarian minister, who said, "We are of the opinion that Mr. Krum deserved whatever punishment he receives. After his attack on Mr. Potter, he should be grateful he is still alive. I don't think I or anyone else will hold Mr. Potter responsible for the justice that was visited upon Mr. Krum, and I am deeply shamed by the fact that someone we promoted as the finest our country had to offer has done such immoral and despicable things. I'm amazed that he didn't destroy the progress we have made between our 3 countries. I can assure you, Karkaroff, that you and Victor Krum will not be returning home to a hero's welcome. Mr. Krum's contract has already been voided due to morality clauses, and I have heard that the International Quidditch Association has a permanent ban on the table concerning him." McGonagall was standing close by, and Cornelius turned to her. "Where were you when all this madness was going on? Where were you when a member of your house needed you? Oh, you don't need to answer those, Minerva. You will sit the inquiry as well, and if I have my way, your positions as deputy and head of house will be stripped from you for failure in doing your sworn duties." Cornelius noticed Amelia's assistant come running out of the command post that Amelia had set up and go straight to her. Amelia's hand went up to her mouth and gestured at Cornelius before she and several other Aurors left by Portkey. He knew something was wrong and turned as the young Auror approached. "I'm sorry for interrupting your meeting, Minster Fudge, but Director Bones told me to inform you that Harry Potter just showed up at the Ministry. I'm pleased to hear that. At least we know where he is. I'm sorry, sir, but he just appeared in the dom where he walked himself and his elf through the veil in the death chamber. Cornelius paled and activated his emergency portkey that would take him straight to the Ministry. Minerva leaned forward and growled out, "This is your fault, Albus. His blood is on your hands, and I hope James and Lily personally greet you when you die. Your hands are not so clean either. Yes, but I am not so delusional as to believe I am going anywhere but hell for what I have done to that boy." In the critical ward at St. Mungo's, they had 2 beds side by side holding Cedric and Megan. As the healers were cutting off his dragon hide clothing and working to remove the shards of stone, another was pouring a steady stream of blood-replenishing potions down Megan's throat. Megan watched the whole thing as yet another healer came in the room pushing what looked like a muggle medical device. She heard one of the healers say, "Thank Merlin he had on dragon hide. There wouldn't have been enough to work with if he hadn't." The machine was placed in between Megan and Cedric, and the healer started preparing both of them for the transference of blood. Another potion was poured down Megan's throat, and her last thoughts were of Harry as she drifted off to sleep. As soon as she was out, the healers started inserting the needles needed to start the transfusion between Megan and Cedric. A week had passed since Harry Potter stepped through the veil. The Unspeakables had somebody monitoring the veil 24 hours a day, and while the veil was still acting differently, there was still no sign of Harry Potter or the elf. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office at Hogwarts patiently waiting to be summoned to the Ministry of Magic to answer for his actions this year. He hoped no one looked too deeply and discovered his manipulations concerning the young man, as there would be too many questions that Albus did not want to answer. He was probably most upset that Harry had taken certain items behind the veil with him, items that Albus desperately needed and wanted as he knew his time was running short. His control over the Potter accounts was a moot point now that the items were gone, and if he claimed them with the false will it would only draw more attention to his deeds. Albus had received a letter from Bearclaw every day since the last task, and after the first one, he had taken to ignoring them. He hoped that Bearclaw would take the fall for this, leaving him clear, but he knew that with the way his luck had run this year, it was very unlikely. Upon returning to the Ministry, Amelia was escorted to the secure holding area by Connie Hammer and was stunned at what she found. When she returned to her office, she canceled the kiss on sight order on Sirius Black and called in one of her aurors. Nymphadora Tonks entered her boss' office and stood at attention. "You called for me, ma'am." Amelia looked up and said, "Yes, Auror Tonks. I need you to contact your mother and inform her that I need to speak with her cousin at his earliest convenience. Make it clear that is not an attempt to arrest him, but to clear his name. If my information is correct, his godson left me the means to effect this, but only if he is willing to stand trial once again." Tonks looked at her cautiously and replied, "Ma'am, I have no knowledge of my mother being in contact with the escaped convict, but I will relay your message." Amelia glared at her and said, "Who do you think you are talking to? I know that Lord Black has summoned his family, and I also know there can only be one person who is Lord Black. You will leave now and deliver the message you were just given. I expect you to report back to me within a half-hour telling me this task has been done. I also expect to have a message in my hands before lunch tomorrow or all deals are off. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am." The mood in the castle was rather somber with the results of the third task. The single champion remaining in the castle refused to be awarded the Triwizard Cup and was seen mostly in the company of Cho Chang, who was an emotional wreck over the whole situation and was almost always seen crying ever since that night. In an unusual move, the Slytherin Ice Queen, Daphne Greengrass, had been sitting at the Ravenclaw table with Fleur and aiding in her attempts at comforting Cho, as well as passing on the reports her mother had been sending her about Cedric and Megan. At the leaving feast, Desert was interrupted by Lord Greengrass walking in the door holding several pieces of parchment. As he made his way to the head table, Albus rose and asked, "Lord Greengrass, may I ask your reason for being here tonight?" "Of course, Mr. Dumbledore, I have come for my daughters, Miss Moon, Miss Davis, Miss Lovegood, and finally Miss Chang. This is highly unusual. I have the written permission slips from their parents. They are going to wake Mr. Diggory and Miss Jones tomorrow morning, and we thought it would be better to have their family surrounding them as they found out the news of Mr. Potter. Girls, Call your elves and have them pack you immediately." The healers at St. Mungo's decided that the 2 sleeping teens in their care were finally ready to be woken from their magically induced sleep. All tests concluded that they were fully recovered from the ordeal, and the fact had even been verified by Madame Pomfrey at the request of the families. They slowly woke up to the comforting feeling of being surrounded by family. Kathleen was sitting there holding her daughter's hand and softly said, "Welcome back, baby." Megan muttered out, "Cedric." "He's fine, dear, and is waking up now. You did an amazing thing, and I'm proud of you." Megan gave her a small smile, and then her eyes spotted Poppy standing across the room. She started suddenly looking around the room and started panicking when she couldn't find Harry. "Where's Harry?" When nobody answered, she asked a little louder, "Where's Harry?" By this time, Cedric was sitting up with his arms around Cho. Daphne moved to Megan's side as she yelled, "Where's Harry?" Reginald moved forward. "Honestly, baby, we don't know." She cried out, "Dobby." Poppy said, "He won't answer, sweetie. I've tried." "What happened?" "We don't know much. Harry fought Voldemort, and according to the Aurors, he was fine. Evidently, Dobby exhausted himself and Harry picked him up. All we know is that they were apparating away and they were hit by a curse from Voldemort. The next time they were seen was when they appeared in the Dom and stepped through the veil of death." Tears were falling down her cheeks as she sat there thinking that she had lost her Harry. Luna sat down on her bed and pulled her into hug. "Can you still feel him?" Megan closed her eyes and could feel the connection still holding her to him and nodded her head. Luna bluntly said, "Then he is still alive somewhere. We will see him again when it is time." Harry stepped through the veil and into a swirling vortex of color. Although he found the trip just as nauseating as the other forms of magical travel, this version was at least much less rough and bumpy. In what seemed like a very short time, Harry was stepping out of the vortex and onto a stone platform. The room he entered was warmly lit and left him feeling relaxed despite the fact that he was entering the unknown. It was then he noticed the kindly-looking middle-aged man rising from a comfortable chair and smiling at him. "I have waited a long time to make your acquaintance, Harry James Potter. You seem to have me at a disadvantage as I don't know who you are." Harry thought of ejecting the Elder Wand, but it refused to slide into his hand. The man smiled. "You won't need your wand, Harry. I mean you no harm, and I am known by many names, but the one I call my own is Azriel." "Well, Azriel, can you answer how I came to be here?" He chuckled. "Yes, I can. I made it happen. I thought it best to get you away from your world for a while so that you could heal and maybe even learn a few things from several of my old friends. If that were not enough reason, then the task you have ahead of you and the challenges you face would be enough to warrant my intervention." Harry warily asked, "Maybe you could tell me more about yourself and where I am." "Ah, it is so nice to see your mother shining through." He waved his hand and another chair appeared. As Harry started towards the chair, Azriel noticed the withering curse moving up his neck and the sleeping elf in Harry's arms. That won't do." Azriel grabbed Harry's hand, and a soft glow began to appear around them both. Within a few minutes, the blackened skin was changing back into healthy-looking flesh, and all trace of the curse was receding. "Well, that was a nasty curse. I take it was a parting gift by Tom." Harry nodded, and then Azriel focused on Dobby. "What have we here?" Harry held Dobby tightly. "This is Dobby. He's one of my truest friends, and I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for him." "How so?" "He has protected me, kept me sane, held me when I cried, and healed me. I owe him everything." It's rare to hear a wizard say that about a house elf. I also sense there is more to the story. "Yes, sir, there is. There was a piece of Tom's soul in me, and he removed it at the cost of his own magical core. We are forever bound to each other as he cannot live without me, and I wouldn't want to live without my friend. May I hold him and see if I can help?" Harry backed away in protection of Dobby. "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't trust anybody with his safety." "I won't hurt him. He is family after all." Harry looked confused. "What do you mean?" Azriel chuckled. "He has bound himself to you, so is part of your family. I am family to you as well and would never hurt a member of my family. I can tell you still don't trust me yet, so..." He waved his hand and a cot appeared beside the chair he conjured. "Place him on that bed, and I will see to healing him." Harry did so, but watched closely. Azriel knelt beside Dobby and placed his hands on Dobby's chest. As he closed his eyes, a soft glow surrounded Dobby that grew brighter the longer he did this. After 15 minutes, Azriel shakily stood and made his way to his chair. Once he sat, he gestured to Harry to do the same. Harry nodded and then complied but never took his eyes off Dobby. Azriel took a deep breath and then said, I haven't done that in a long time. It takes a lot out of you. Just what did you do? I returned him that which he gave up for one of his family. His act of pure love and devotion to you earned a reward that I was more than happy to grant. I just haven't used those powers in a long time. Just who are you? Azriel chuckled. That may take a bit longer to explain. Harry scoffed. It seems as if we have the time. Yes, I think we do. Where would you like me to start? The beginning would be nice. Azriel chuckled again. You do want the long version. Okay, let me ask, how well do you know the Bible? I am familiar with it and know some of the stories. Are you aware of the story of the fallen angels? Somewhat. A group of angels descended from heaven and began to take wives. It was said that the offspring from these unions produced, for lack of a better word, titans. A fair summary. The truth is the children were giants and all manner of not-so-pleasant creatures, many of whom the Creator did not manage to completely wipe out, as these fallen angels returned and spirited their children away before the great flood destroyed almost every living creature on Earth. Once the population began to reestablish itself, the fallen angels returned with some of their children and began once again to expand their own population. The Creator recognized that to attempt to wipe out the population again would be futile, so he called upon some of his most faithful to create families of our own only this time. The children would be human and would possess a new genetic trait passed on to them by their sires. These children would go on to become the ancestors of the great magical families. Their mission in life would be to stand against evil and darkness. If that is true, where did the dark magical families come from? A good question. Over time, even the lightest of magicals became corrupted by darkness and exposure to the darker children of the fallen angels. The truth is that dark magic has always been easier with faster results, and they allowed their human greed to control them. Am I to assume that I am from your line? Azriel smiled. Yes, you are. Harry's eyes narrowed. Then if I am descended from the light, how can I be gray? Azriel smiled broadly. That is another good question, and one that your mother asked as well. The lines that sprang from me have always fought against the darkness, but they usually did it in a more practical way. You see, I am an oddity amongst the other angels, even though I obediently serve the Creator. I was tested and proven to be incorruptible, and therefore was given a special position and special powers to go along with it. And that is, I am the angel of death. Then how is it that you appear normal to me and not some skeletal figure? And how did you touch us without causing our deaths, or are we dead? Ah, that's easy. My bloodline see me as who I truly am, not the grim Reaper of legend. However, someone not in my family will definitely see the Reaper. As far as the other, as I said earlier, no one of my bloodline need fear my touch or me. So, am I to assume that I have a special connection with death? Azriel laughed. Yes, you are the last of my lines. You alone have a substantial connection to me. Then the stories of the Deathly Hallows are true. By uniting, then, I become the master of death. Azriel chuckled again. In a manner of speaking, if you think it will control me, then you are wrong, for no man will ever have the power to control me, as I only serve the Creator. The Hallows were 3 magical artifacts I gave to my children to help them in their fight against the darkness. The Master of Death title would actually refer to the reuniting of the 3 objects by one man of Peverell blood, as only a member of my bloodline can truly command them. If you look at it in a different way, by uniting them you would become the Lord or Master of House Peverell. Before taking the name Peverell, my house was known as the House of Death, so you would be the Lord or Master of the House of Death. Sadly, over time my family lines have finally succumbed to the battle against the darkness until only one member was left. So where you are concerned, the Hallows act as a family signet ring that says you are the only living lord of the family. I don't understand. And that is why you are here. You will learn to control the Hallows and use them to help you reestablish our family. Somewhere along the line, you will learn of your titles and how to use them. It will be up to you, Harry James Potter, to continue my bloodline. I know the rumors about the Hallows, but that is mainly man's arrogance speaking. No one, not even me, has power over death. Yes, man can kill each other, but true death only occurs when the Creator judges it so. The other Grey families, aren't they descended from you? No, many of those families became disillusioned with the light side's righteous view, and saw many of the light doing some of the same things the dark was doing, but in the name of purifying the world. While the dark will use anyone they can, The light's overzealousness at not trusting anyone with the same ideals as them has led to their isolation and loss of the ability to be effective in the fight against the darkness. If you get anything from our conversation, Harry, it's that the light is just as untrustworthy as the dark. They have tried to remain so pure that the darkness has been allowed to gain more ground than should be possible. It will be up to you to reunite the Grey families and fight both sides if you want your world to get better. From what I have seen, you are well on your way to doing this, and with a little more training, you will be able to accomplish this. You made an excellent choice in the future, Lady Potter, and it is a good start but may not be enough. Harry looked at him dumbfounded and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "What I mean is it is time to begin your true education." He stood and motioned for Harry to follow him. "What about Dobby? Let him rest and heal for now. He will rejoin you soon." Harry stepped over to Dobby and placed his hand on Dobby's forehead. He whispered, "Get better, my friend. I feel I will need you soon." Cedric Diggory had been awake for a few days and being held in St. Mungo's, while the healers made sure he was completely healed. It took several days before the healers would allow visitors who were not his family or girlfriend. After a knock at his door, Megan got up to answer and found Amelia Bones along with Connie Hammer standing in the hallway. "May we come in?" She gave them a hopeful nod and opened the door wider to allow them entrance. Amelia smiled and said, "It's good to see you both looking so well. We were informed that they were releasing you tomorrow and wanted to catch you before you got away." Amos stood and said, "May I ask what this is about?" "Lord Diggory, we are only here to continue our investigation into the events which occurred that night. Cedric is certainly in no trouble." Megan quietly asked, "Is there any word on Harry?" "I'm afraid not, Miss Jones." The veil has always been seen as a one-way portal, but the head unspeakable thinks that with the way it acted that night, that it may no longer be the case. We don't have any proof to back this theory, but are very hopeful this will turn out well in the end. I wish there was something more I could tell you to ease the pain you're in, but sadly I have nothing to offer. Daphne moved over and put her arms around Megan and began whispering in her ear to try and comfort her, as tears began to once again fall from Megan's dark brown eyes. Amelia turned back to Cedric and asked, "Would it be possible for you to tell us what happened in the graveyard? We have a lot of blanks that still need filling in." Cedric said, "I don't know how much I could tell you, but the Death Eaters attacked after Harry sent Fleur back. We traded curses for a while, and I managed to get a lucky shot in and hit one in the face with an acid curse." Connie said, "We've had no report of anyone being treated for that. Do you know who it was? At the time we were fighting for our lives, and I was using anything I could think of to keep them away from us until Dobby came back. Everyone had on masks until I hit that Death Eater." I saw Lucius Malfoy's face staring back at me after he took off his mask after the curse burnt through part of it. It also ate away part of his hood and some of his hair. There should be no disguising the results as it won't grow back for a while. Connie said, "I should say not. That is a potentially dark curse, Mr. Diggory." "Ma'am, Harry and I were being attacked and were fighting for our lives. I did what I had to do to keep us alive and would do it again if faced with the same thing." Amelia responded, "I'm glad you did, Cedric. The alternative is not acceptable and you were in a life and death situation. I would have done the same thing. Now is there anything else you can remember? They herded us into a trapped position, and then we heard a hissing voice say to kill me and that they only needed Harry. All of a sudden, there were AKs flying at us, and I stepped in front of Harry to protect him. I knew I was going to die, but Harry brought up a granite wall in front of us that kind of shielded us from the curse. You know, AKs are pretty damn destructive because that's where all the stone came from. That's the last thing I remember before waking up here." "Are you sure you saw Lucius Malfoy?" "Ma'am, I would know that sneering pompous get anywhere. It was definitely Lucy, as Harry calls him." Amelia chuckled. "Thank you, Cedric. If you think of anything else, have your father contact us." "I'm glad to see you doing better. I know a lot of people will be happy to hear this news." Amos said, "Amy, you do realize that by attacking my son, Lucius has earned the enmity of all our houses. When Mr. Potter returns, I'm sure he will agree with this." Amelia asked, "You expect Mr. Potter to return?" "I expect nothing less. We just have to be patient." She looked him in the eyes and said, "I hope you are right." Harry felt that he had been in the company of the Peverell brothers of legend for what must have been a year. The time was spent learning of the Hallows and their powers. It had been explained to him that the Hallows were created so that each branch would have an advantage in the fight against the darkness. The problem came about when they fell victim to their human faults, which caused them to be unworthy of the objects. Antioch's boasting of the wand saw him killed, and the wand disappearing into history. With him dying without heirs, the wand was lost to the family until it was recovered by a Potter many years later. While powerful in any wizard's hand, its true power was released when in the possession of the bloodline it was intended for. Harry and Antioch talked of the visions Harry had seen, and Antioch shared his shame as he was forced to watch the horrible things caused by the wand. It was Antioch's hope that Harry's strength of will and strong character would be enough to overcome the lure of power the wand offered. It was one of the fail-safes put into the wand that while it could do horrible things, its true power would not be felt, but by someone worthy and of their blood. Antioch taught how the wand was created for the defense of others, and never for personal gain or glory. Antioch went against everything he was taught and walked about boasting of the unbeatable wand until he was killed in his sleep. Harry learned that the wand was the secret behind the Potter's incredible wards, because its power was being used to protect others, therefore fulfilling the true purpose of the wand. This didn't mean that the wand could not be used in battle, just like any other wand, but it wouldn't truly be at its most effective strength unless the heart of the holder was in the right place. Cadmus then began teaching of the stone and all that it could do along with its true purpose. Yes, it was created as a bridge between life and death, but it was intended for the holder to meditate while holding the stone so that he could commune with family who had passed on and ask for guidance and advice. When he corrupted its purpose by dragging his wife back from the dead and subjecting her to the torment of existing on this plane, he was driven insane and caused his line to be cursed. His line ended with the Gaunts, and throughout history, everything his descendants desired would be lost to them. Wealth, power, and nobility would be forever denied them, and their lives would always end tragically, but even through it all, they would forever maintain their arrogance and superior attitudes. At the end of his lessons with Cadmus, he told Harry that he was glad that he defeated Tom and the stone finally passed to his bloodline. It was his greatest shame that his children and ancestors were punished for his mistakes. The last session was with Ignatus, and it was there that Harry learned the most about the Peverells, or at least his branch of the family. Ignatus had 2 sons. The oldest inherited the cloak when it was Ignatus' time to embrace death, and the tradition has been followed ever since. As the story of the Hallows became famous, the Peverell family faded away, and the Potter family appeared and rose to prominence. The second son chose a different name and went on to earn his own place in the legends of the magical world. Harry was taught of the cloak and its abilities, and once he was through with those lessons, all 3 Peverell brothers rejoined him to finish his training. It mostly consisted of family secrets, along with the ways of the ancient lords of the magical realm. In the end, Harry learned that the cloak, wand, and stone were once part of a staff that was carried by Azrael. The stone was the focusing crystal, and the cloak was formed from the essence derived from the heartstring and hairs of the Thistral who gave of itself to create the staff. When they were split apart, they became the objects known as the Hallows. These objects plus their blood also gave the Peverell family a strong connection to creatures that are misunderstood and associated with death. On the last day of his time with the 3 brothers, he was pulled into a hug by each of them and charged with rebuilding the family and bringing the name of Peverell back into prominence. He was also warned to learn from their mistakes and to not give in to his pride and arrogance, or he would suffer the same fate as his ancestors. At the end of the 2nd week that Harry had been missing, the incident with Harry going through the veil was finally announced in the Prophet, and those that had betrayed him realized that they would never have the opportunity to repair the damage they had done to their relationship with Harry. Every parent of a child at Hogwarts was disappointed the actions of their children this year, and were uneasy at what the loss of the last member of the Potter family could mean to their lives. In Crawley, the Granger family was having yet another discussion about Hermione's behavior. After some research, she learned that as a Muggle-born, she could not leave Hogwarts until after she had taken her owls, and was resigned to the fact that she would have to attend another year there or risk having her magic bound, and her family being obliviated of all traces and knowledge of the magical world. The Granger parents didn't see this as such a bad thing as they blamed the magical world for the corruption of their daughter. Out of everyone they had ever heard about, Harry Potter was the only honorable one amongst her friends, and she had even managed to screw that up. There was also another option that passed through Martin Granger's mind. His disgust at her behavior was so great that he even considered handing Hermione enough money to complete her education and washing his hands of her. That thought was quickly dismissed, as even with him being so disgusted with Hermione's choices, he still loved her and wanted the best for her. After a lot of thought and many discussions, Hermione made a magical vow to act in the way she was raised and never betray her honor again. She secretly hoped for the chance to fix things with Harry, but felt in her heart that she didn't deserve it and that she couldn't blame Harry for his reaction. All she could do at this point was be there to support him in whatever capacity he allowed, and that was only if he returned from behind the veil. She knew her friend and had faith that he would return. How could he not when he had always managed doing the impossible ever since she met him? Her parents finally relented on the condition that she somehow made her peace with Harry if he returned, and after next year, the topic of leaving Hogwarts would be revisited. Sirius Black was not having an easy time of things either. After his confrontation with Albus, he had set about to unite the Black family, but only met resistance. Narcissa refused to answer his owls, and when she finally did, her note was less than receptive as she simply wrote, "There is no Lord Black at present, and if you would do the world a favor by hurrying up and passing on, maybe the issue of lordship could be settled once and for all." Sirius was taken aback by her words, and since Bella was in Azkaban, he approached Andromeda. Andromeda was a kind woman but had been raised a Black and wouldn't put up with a lot of crap. She sat and listened to Sirius' offer to bring her back into the family, and then heard his plans for trying to take Dumbledore down. Her husband and daughter were also in the room, and after a quick glance at both of them, they braced for what was coming next. Andromeda said in the coldest voice possible, "Sirius, you may be the Lord Black, but I don't see the advantage in rejoining that family at the current time. As far as your feud with Dumbledore, no one in my family will be a part of it, and I have forbidden Nymphadora from joining either you or that old goat." "But Andy." "But nothing, Siri. From what I understand, Dumbledore screwed with not only Harry's life, but is more than likely the cause behind Jamie and Lil's death. You gave up Harry to Hagrid too easily and then got thrown into Azkaban, and if I were to guess, Albus had a part in that too. Then what do you do when you get out? You seek out your godson but have to be rescued by him. Not only that, but you ignore everything you were ever taught and allowed yourself to be placed under Albus' thumb. Ever since Jamie died, did you ever think of your responsibility to Harry? What did it cost you, Siri?" Sirius muttered, "Everything. You are right, Siri. It was your godson who managed to get you exonerated even if you don't deserve it. You are too weak to be Lord Black. You allowed someone to control you, and then allowed that same person to destroy your relationship with your godson. You remember him, don't you? The same boy that you swore an oath to protect above all others. No, Sirius Black, with the way you have protected Harry, there is no way I want any of my family under the protection of the current Lord Black. Your kind of protection sees lives ruined." Sirius sat there in silence for a few minutes before Andromeda once again spoke. Harry going through the veil was a horrible thing. It not only ended the Potter line, but it effectively killed the Blacks as well. The Black family will now be forever known as oath breakers for the way we failed at our charge to protect the Potter heir. I'm glad I am no longer a Black, so you can go have your little pissing contest with Albus somewhere else as long as you leave my family out of it. I could command it. Nymphadora snorted. Cousin Sirius, you can't even command a house elf. Dumbledore isolated Harry, and then I heard that you and Remus abandoned him after he pleaded to you for help. I only wish I had known, as I would have offered my help to him. Unless Harry Potter steps out of that veil, I would rather align myself with the Ministry than the two other options available. Now leave my mum be. We don't want any part of your plans." Sirius got up and apparated out of the house without another word. He appeared back in Grimmauld Place and went straight to the bar and pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey. He sat there in silence as he drank, and was only joined by Remus after he had cracked open a second bottle and was well on his way to oblivion. Remus sat back and watched as his friend kept demolishing shots of fire whiskey as he nursed his own drink. It seemed as if Sirius was having an internal monologue, and that things did not go so well in his meeting with Andromeda today. Sirius took him by surprise when he said, I've got to make it up to him. This is my fault." He was further surprised when Sirius stood and grabbed the bottle of fire whiskey before apparating away. Remus was used to Sirius theatrics and didn't really think much of it, as he thought Sirius just had another hair-brained scheme. The next few minutes passed as a blur to Sirius as he appeared at the apparition point in the Ministry. As drunk as he was, his feet still guided him into elevators and down corridors until he came to a nondescript door. Once through the door, he found himself in a spinning room that eventually stopped with a glowing door that led to what looked like a dark theater. Sirius walked down the stairs and stood in front of an archway which had mists swirling around inside of it. An unspeakable came into the chamber, only to hear Sirius alternately crying and screaming Harry's name. The last he saw of Sirius Black was when he jumped through the veil while yelling out, "I won't leave you alone in there, Harry." The second training session for Harry was starting before he knew it, even though it seemed like he had already been here for more than a year. The morning after he was finished with the Peverell brothers, Ignatius led him to a field. In the middle of the field was someone Harry recognized immediately. As Ignatius introduced them, he said, "Harry, I would like you to meet another of your ancestors. While my eldest son took up the cloak and the name Potter, my other son chose a different path and chose the name Godric Gryffindor. You will spend the next little while learning all he has to teach you. It will serve you well in the times ahead." Harry respectfully replied, "As you wish, grandfather." Godric spoke, "I have watched you for that last few years, and I think you are worthy of being my heir, but whether or not you earn the title will depend on our time together. I had no children of my own, so my legacy passed back into my father's bloodline. In our time together, I intend to teach you to be the warrior that is inside you so that you may continue our family's mission against the darkness. Don't let my father fool you, as he was a fierce warrior who stood up to fight in times of need, just as I did. Our only difference was he went back to a peaceful life of a pot maker, and I chose to teach. Part of my legacy is the ability to pass on knowledge and skills, while the other part is laying down the quill and taking up the sword." Harry said, "I would be honored to learn anything you are willing to teach me." Godric wasted no time and began teaching Harry at once, as he had so much to learn in Godric's opinion. The next year would be hard for Harry, as Godric not only challenged his mind but his body. By the end of his time there, Harry grew to 6 feet tall and his body filled out quite a bit. The muscles he built up were due to a combination of Poppy's potions, the magic of the place they were in, as well as constantly sparring and dueling with Godric. The heavy swords they used gave his arms and chest a lot of definition, and the marches and runs Godric led him on gave his legs more strength and muscle as well. Harry found it funny that their hikes were used like a classroom where Harry was tested and taught as much as Godric could throw at him. As they were talking one day, Harry said, "You know, the reputation we have been taught of you in my time only portrays you as the warrior. Never would I have guessed that you were this nerdy." Godric snorted, "Oh, the warrior scholar image is too shameful for you. I'll have you know that I was Rowena's equal in the intelligence department. I'll also have you know that Salazar may have thought himself cunning, but I maneuvered that man wherever I wanted him to be. Helga was a different matter, and you could not find a more loving and caring person in the world, but she could be vicious when she needed to be. Hence another secret you need to take away from this conversation. Always let them underestimate you unless you are on the field of battle. I have done that for years. I have watched you, young one, and know this to be true, but you have to admit you did slack off quite a bit with that weasel. I know your mental abilities were partially blocked, but you should have tried harder, and you should never relied on anyone else to do your research and dirty work." "Yes, uncle. I have since corrected that and intend to do better in the future." Godric nodded and turned the conversation in another direction. He knew his charge had learned from his mistakes and would do much better in the future. By the time he was done with Godric, he knew his role as the Gryffindor heir and was quite well versed in battle techniques. On their last day together, Godric gave him specific instructions as to how to handle matters at Hogwarts, as that was where Godric's true power was. Harry grinned as he thought about what he was going to do on the day he returned to the castle. Sirius' drunken trip through the veil was reported in the Prophet as merely the act of a coward who could not face up to the shame of his choices in life. As soon as the Malfoys heard of it, they made a trip to Gringotts in order for Draco to claim the Black Lordship. They were immediately uneasy as it was reported to them that Ragnock was handling this matter, and they would have to take the matter up with him. Lucius pushed the matter, and was soon sitting in front of the goblin leader, demanding that Draco be given his rightful inheritance. The snarling and sneering by the pureblood, Wizard just managed to infuriate the goblin leader more than he already was with the whole matter of the Potter heir being undecided. Goblin magic told him that Harry was still alive, and he already knew from his dealings with Sirius that Harry was the legitimate heir to House Black. When he informed the Malfoys of this, they claimed it was impossible and demanded that Draco be tested. Ragnock growled out, "There is only one true test of the lordship of the House of Black. You place the signet ring on your hand, and if you survive, you are Lord Black." Draco asked, "And if you aren't the Lord Black?" Ragnock gave a feral grin. "At the worst, the test will kill you. As best you become a squib. Do you still want to try it?" Ragnock could see that Draco was obviously scared, but Lucius had dollar signs and power flashing around in his head. Narcissa had the presence of mind to say, "Lucius, perhaps it would be best to wait until the will has been read. If it falls to Draco, then we will know then." She turned to Ragnock and asked, "Director Ragnock, has the date for the reading of Lord Black's will been set?" "Not as yet, Mrs. Malfoy. There are some matters that must be cleared up before that can happen. You will be notified as soon as we have set a date, as I know for a fact that you are mentioned in it." That statement seemed to appease them for the moment, and the three haughty wizards finally left the bank. Ragnock was nervous, as all signs pointed to Harry becoming the Lord Black as well. If he could not repair the damage to their business relationship, things would become bleak for their nation. If all that wasn't enough, a long dormant vault in the deepest and oldest section of Gringotts was showing the signs of becoming active once again after millennia in dormancy. Ragnock thought that it was no mere coincidence that the Peverell vault was reacting this way during the time that Harry Potter was behind the veil. Meghan was not doing very well in dealing with the disappearance of Harry. She could still feel the bond, but it was different as it couldn't seem to find its match and seemed to be always searching. Luna's words helped, but even with her comfort, Meghan remained in a depressed state. Once Cedric was released from St. Mungo's, he and Meghan spent a lot of time together commiserating with each other as he felt guilty over Harry being gone, and could not shake the thought that he did not do everything he could to help Harry. A month passed since Harry disappeared, and Daphne and Cho were constant companions to the two of them ever since they came home. They were even pushing Meghan in her studies so that she could take her owls, but without Harry, her heart just wasn't in it anymore. Daphne even used the tactic of saying Harry would be disappointed in her when he returned for not following the plan, but it had the opposite effect she intended, and Meghan dissolved into tears once again. Daphne did the only thing she could and hugged her closer. Daphne felt for the girl, but at the same time was glad that it wasn't her that Harry bonded with. Daphne always thought that Meghan was one of the strongest people she knew, and to have the Ice Queen's respect was really saying something. It was this respect she had for Meghan that allowed her to permit herself to take that first step with Harry. Daphne missed Harry just as much as the other two did, but to see Meghan broken and beaten was something she never expected. She quietly prayed every night that Harry would once again pull off a miracle and return to them, as she didn't know if Meghan would survive the loss of someone so close this time. Asriel came and picked up Harry after his time with Godric. As they were walking away, he said, "It looks as if your time with Godric has been good for you." "I feel better and stronger than I have ever felt in my life. I just hope Meghan likes the new me if she hasn't moved on already. I have been gone for a long time." Asriel chuckled. "No, child, she still waits for you. You have done well with the brothers and Godric, and they have had nothing but praise for you. I think you'll enjoy your last group of tutors more than you did the others." "I'll look forward to it then. I've really enjoyed my time here so far." They continued to walk and chat until they came upon a large manor. Asriel led him through the front doors and called out, "Hello, the house. I brought you company." They heard a person walking until a screech of Harry was screamed out and a red-headed blur attacked and pulled him into a hug. "Mum! Oh, baby, I have been waiting for this moment for so long." As they continued the embrace, they heard a "what's going on?" before both were wrapped in a pair of strong arms. Harry gurgled out, "Dad." James laughed and said, "You said it the same way before. Well, you know." They laughed and Harry saw an older couple standing close by. As soon as James noticed, he said, "Harry, I'd like you to meet my mother and father, Charles and Doria Potter." The two stepped forward and pulled him into an embrace. Doria said, "My, how you have grown. The last time I held you was before you went into hiding." Azriel smiled upon his family and started to walk away before he said, "Oh, I almost forgot." He held out his hand and motioned to someone in a cloak who moved towards the group. "I thought you would want to be reunited after all the time you have been apart." The cloaked figure stepped forward and removed his cloak to reveal a beautiful elf with glowing green eyes and long black hair. Harry looked at him for a minute before his eyes grew wide and said, "Dobby." Dobby smiled and ran to embrace his friend. As they hugged, Harry asked, "What happened to you?" "Grandfather healed me. He was able to make me better and restore my core. As I was bound to you, I somehow became a cross between a Potter and an elf." Lily stepped forward and said, "You were always a Potter, Dobby. Thank you for taking care of my son." Dobby bowed. "It was my pleasure, Mistress Lily." "It's just Lily, your family, and have been for a long time." Harry looked him over and asked Azriel, "You look like a high elf. Is that what you did?" "Yes and no. I remade him into a high elf, but not all the damage could be reversed, as well as he didn't have a core for me to work with, so he is a cross between both. He is no longer dependent on a bond, and he looks like a high elf in everything but his height." Harry asked, "So have you spent your whole time healing?" "No, Mast. Sorry, old habits. Grandfather took me to the elfin lands, and I trained with them while you were training. I plan to return there while you are here, and then rejoin you when it is time to return." "Grandfather, you said earlier that Megan was still waiting for me. I've been here for years, so how can that be?" Lily came forward and pulled him into a hug. "Time doesn't really have a lot of meaning here. You may feel like you have been gone for a long time, but back there it has been a month at the most. Your Megan has not forgotten you, and to prove it, I'll even teach you how to visit her in her dreams." Harry released a breath. "That's great, Mum. I was worried that I needed to get back, but at the same time, I didn't want to cut our time short. I've wanted this for a long time." Harry spent the next year getting to know his family. The fact that they took a lot of outings and made his instruction fun just made the time even more special. Other than learning what he needed to know about being a lord and all the family businesses, he was also instructed in just how to deal with the goblins. As they were talking one night about his studies and interests, Harry mentioned his interest in runes and curse breaking. Charles and Lily perked up, and soon a discussion was being held about how to teach him all they knew. James and Doria rolled their eyes at this, as it seemed to be Charles and Lily's favorite subject, as they had endured hours of talking on the matter. Harry said, "Megan's super smart, and Poppy says she's a lot like Mum and Grandmum, and told me to never let her go." James chuckled. "Does she go ballistic and make everyone run for cover?" Harry nodded his head as he saw Lily and Doria both glaring at James. Harry said, "We were planning on studying for our owls in runes once school was out so that we could leave Hogwarts, but I guess I messed up those plans. I guess I'm going to get yelled at when I get back." James laughed. "Just snog the heck out of her when you first see her. It always works for me." Charles muttered, "Me too." It became a full-out effort by Charles and Lily to teach him to the point where Harry could step into the true family business. He found it funny that it was going to be his mum who designed the warding while James just did the casting, but couldn't think of a better way to spend your life than with the one you loved. One day Harry asked, "Mum, if you and Dad were so good at warding and stuff, why did you ever go under Dumbledore's protection?" "I mean, I read your letter, but surely you could have done a better job of it." Lily smiled. "There is not a day that we don't regret it and grieve for what it has cost all of us. The only choice we have is to move on and make the best of it now. It helps us to know that you no longer trust that man and won't allow his influence on your life anymore." In the end, Harry stayed an extra year behind the veil to learn as much as he could, and by then, Charles guaranteed he could take his masteries in warding, runes, arithmancy, and curse breaking. Following along, that would be the normal masteries in other fields, which he was already prepared for with his time spent with his other ancestors. Lily came to him one night and led him out on the grounds of the manor. She sat in the lotus position and invited him to do the same. As he took his place in front of her, she held out her hands, which he took. "I'm going to lead you through a sleep visitation. I know you are anxious to see Megan, but I think this will help you both with the separation." "I think I'd like that. What do I do?" "You need to sink deep into a meditative trance and then focus on the bond you share. When you feel the connection, follow it until you find her. It's that easy." Harry snorted. "How come every time you say something is easy, I end up looking like a first year all over again?" Lily smiled. "That's because your mum is the most brilliant witch ever. I thought you'd learned that already." Harry snorted, "Yeah." She's modest too. They quieted down and Harry went into his trance. As soon as he sunk into it, he focused on his connection to Meghan and began following along beside it. As he walked, it wasn't long before his path disappeared into a mist. Meghan was asleep, and as usual, she was dreaming of Harry. Her usual dreams were more like nightmares where she saw Harry, but before she could get to him, he was forcefully pulled away from her, and no amount of running would allow her to catch up. Sleep offered her no comfort, as even her dreams gave no relief from the pain that was her separation from Harry. The dream she was currently having was nowhere near the norm, and she found herself sitting in a white mist. She heard footsteps, and as she stood, the mist parted as a cloaked figure walked towards her. As soon as she came into view, the figure came to a dead stop and stood there staring at her. She asked, "Who are you?" She heard the cloaked figure chuckle before he reached up and pulled the hood from over his head to reveal two glowing emerald eyes that were shining with love towards her. She couldn't believe her eyes and was running at him without even thinking. They met in an embrace and a passionate kiss that seemed to go on forever. "How is this real?" Harry said, "as real as it can be for now." "Is this all in my head?" Harry smiled. "Yes, no, I really don't know." "Huh." He sat down and pulled her into his lap. "The way Mum explained it to me was I am using our bond to speak to you in your dreams." "Your mum? Are you dead?" "That's where it gets complicated. Yes, Harry James Potter is dead. There can be no other result from passing through the veil. However, I am here and am still alive, sort of, or should I say that I will be again soon." "You're not making any sense. If Harry James Potter is dead, then if you come back, who will you be?" "I will still be me, but I have changed a lot. Harry died when he went through that veil, and when I step back through, I will be reborn as Harrison James with a different surname. It's kind of hard to explain, but I am amongst my family right now. The sire of my family took me to another place through the arch that has allowed me to learn and train with my ancestors. I finally got to meet my parents and grandparents." "Harry, you are not making any sense, but then again this is a dream, so nothing makes sense anyway. Will you tell me what is going on?" "I don't know if you would believe me if I did. Merlin, Harry, I'm talking to you in a dream and you're pulling a Dumbledore and speaking in circles. How do I even know this is real?" He softly replied, "Close your eyes and reach out to the bond we share." She did, and a few minutes later she smiled. He asked, "Do you feel me?" "Yes, it's closer than it has been." "Oh, Harry, it really is you. Now, will you tell me what is going on?" "I can't tell you most of it yet as it is considered a family secret." "I'm sorry, but until you officially become a member of my family, it will have to stay that way. Now, what do you know of the night I disappeared?" "All anyone knows is that you fought with Voldemort in the graveyard, and as you were trying to leave, he hit you with a curse. The next time you were seen was when you stepped through the veil." Okay. Yes, I fought him, and as I was leaving, my magic was pulling me towards something I knew I needed. He hit me with a powerful, withering curse as I popped away, and it sent me off course and straight to the veil. The curse was killing me quickly, and if I was dying then, it meant there was no hope for Dobby. I heard voices on the other side of the veil calling my name and saying to step through and they would help me. I didn't think I had anything to lose, so I did, and that's where we have been ever since. If I had known what the arch was, I would have sent you a message so you wouldn't worry, but I had no idea at the time. Meanwhile, I met the sire of my family and he cured both of us and we trained. How long have I been gone?" She looked at him with wide eyes before saying, "I don't know, maybe 5 weeks." "Wow, that is so cool. What has been 5 weeks for you have been probably 5 years for me, and I've missed you so much. I've been with my family the whole time, and I now have a pretty good grasp of what my position is and how to act on it." She gave him a sad look and said, "That's good, I guess." "Why do you say it like that?" She looked up at him with a tear running down her cheek. "You won't need me anymore now that you know what to do." Harry laughed at her, and then realized it was a mistake by the look on her face. He pulled her tighter into the hug and said, "You couldn't be further from the truth. I love you, Meghan, and only want to spend the rest of my life with you. I promise you that I will always need you." "Oh, great, you say that again now that you're dead. Even if you weren't, we're only 15. He grinned. "I'm not dead. I'm just not completely alive right now. I'm sure I'll get better." She snorted. "We're too young." So, how can you be so sure it's me you want? You haven't dated anyone else. For that matter, how do I know that I will still want to be with you in a few years?" Harry gave her a sad smile. "The way my mum explained it, the only way I'm able to be here with you is because we are life mates. The Potter bond only allows us to recognize our mates early, but doesn't require us to act on it right away. I thought you felt the same for me as I did for you, but I guess I was wrong. I'll set you free of the bond and we'll look elsewhere. Maybe Luna or Daphne will be interested, or maybe I'll just stay where I am. It's not as if my not coming back would change the world." She started crying again. "You know, I used to never cry until I met you, and here lately, all I've done is cry over you. I have that effect on girls, I guess." She giggled and then wiped her eyes. They sat there in silence for a minute before she got up from his lap and then sat back down, straddling him and looking him straight in the eyes. "Your not coming back would change my world. I'm sorry, Harry. I love you and I don't want you to break the bond. I'm just scared at how much I feel for you, and also of making that kind of commitment at our age. I'm not too young to know that I love you. I also know that as soon as I take my titles, I will only have a year to marry, or else they will be stripped from me by family law. I would suggest you think about it and make your decisions soon. I can feel my magic pulling me back, so my time here is short. I should be finished in about a week, and then I will return, but I won't make it public for a while as I have some things to do and need the freedom to do them." He hugged her and gave her a kiss on the cheek before he disappeared into the mist. As soon as he was gone, the ache returned in her heart. It was that moment that she could see through her fear and insecurities and realized she wanted nothing more than to be the Lady Potter, or whatever his new last name was, despite their ages. The next morning, Megan awoke to find Luna sitting on her bed staring at her. "So how was Harry?" Megan looked at her cousin for a minute before saying, "He wants me to marry him." "So are you going to do it, or do Daphne and I get a shot at him?" Luna's answer was being hit with a pillow. Doria became Harry's political teacher as she handled that aspect of their lives so that Charles could play with his wards. It was then that he learned of Sirius' fate and that he would be taking over House Black as well. "What does that mean?" Doria smirked and said, "It means that you will have to have one wife for House Potter and one wife for House Black, or you can just absorb House Black into House Potter and let the family end." "Wait a minute. I thought you guys said that House Potter was going to die out and House Peverell would be reborn. Not only that, I can't have two wives, grandmum." "I love Megan and I wouldn't want to hurt her. Besides, wouldn't Draco be able to make a claim on the title? Technically, House Potter and House Peverell are one and the same. Draco could, but as you have a stronger claim, you would be considered the primary heir. Sirius came from the primary line and claimed you as his heir. I also came from the primary line, and so you have a direct claim through me. Narcissa is from the secondary line and does not have as good a claim no matter what they think. If I absorbed the Black family, would that mean I had to accept them into my family?" Doria smiled sweetly and shook her head. "I would advise you to take the title and—" Harry sat quietly for a minute before asking, "So what happened with Sirius?" "What do you mean, dear? When he showed up, what happened?" She looked sadly at him for a second before replying, "I'm sorry, baby, but he just didn't show up. Azriel dragged him in front of us before taking him on to be judged. It was obvious, he already realized his mistakes, but as your father told him, it was way too late for sorry. In the end, everyone told him how disappointed they were in him and how he would never be welcome in our family's presence again. Azriel said he wasn't sentenced to hell, but I can't help but think that's what he got anyway, as he would never be accepted by us again, and that what he had done was unforgivable." Harry quietly said, "I'm glad I wasn't here to deal with him. His betrayal was just as painful as Hermione's." She walked over and pulled him into a hug. "Yes, your mother thought that not knowing your fate would see justice served in his case, and it would torment him for eternity." On the last day, Azriel and Dobby came back to the manor and joined the family as they were trying to avoid the pain of saying goodbye to each other. As they sat around and talked, it was obvious that the family had grown quite close over the last few years, and they were all thankful for the opportunity they had been given to make the connection with each other that had been denied them. Azriel led Harry and Dobby back to the chamber they had arrived in. Harry looked closely at it and noticed this one was round. "Why is this one different from the other one?" Azriel chuckled. "Well, it really doesn't matter, as it can take any form I choose. I've used mirrors, doors, haunted arches, and just about anything else you can imagine, but I got this idea when I was in the non-magical world one night. My charge was in a movie theater and watching something called Stargate. The movie used a device that looked like this to move people from one world to the other, and I liked the idea, so my arch took on this appearance. To be quite honest, I thought the effect of walking through the wall of water to be extraordinary. Great-grandfather, my generation would say that it was cool. From what Meg told me, it freaked everyone out and they had no clue as to what was going on. I guess if they had spent some time embracing the non-magical world instead of saying it was beneath them, They might have figured out from your clue that it was a transportation device. Anyway, it doesn't matter as it will work in our favor." Azriel gave him some final instructions and then stepped over and placed his finger on Harry's temple. Harry closed his eyes for a minute, and when he opened them, Azriel said, "That should help you along with your task. You need to send Tom Riddle to me a piece at a time until all you have left is Tom himself. Once you have sent Tom himself, I expect nothing less than for Albus Dumbledore to find his way to me. We have all given you the tools you require to do it and then take your place in the world." "Yes, sir, and I know my first stop." "Good. Use it as it was intended." "I'm sure everyone would be happy if you checked in with them regularly. So Harrison James Peverell, it is my hope that I don't see you for a very long time, but if you ever need me, all you have to do is call my name." Harry pulled him into a hug and said, "Thank you." With a wave of his hand, Azriel had once again activated the arch. Harry turned to Dobby and asked, "You ready for this?" After a nod from Dobby, they stepped into the wall of water for their journey back to the mortal plane. The veil of death was once again shimmering as if it was a wall of water. As soon as it changed, Croker was summoned to the chamber as he wanted to be notified if there were any changes in the mystical device. As soon as he arrived, he began waving his wand to try and take readings of the phenomenon before it once again changed. The room started to rumble a little bit, and the dozen or so unspeakables in the room were nervously glancing around the room at each other. Croker noticed them and sighed as they were doing so much to justify the vaunted reputation of the Department of Mysteries. There was a loud slurping sound, followed by a pop, and the rumbling finally grew quiet. When their eyes once again focused on the veil, there were two cloaked individuals standing on the platform, and they saw that the veil had returned to its normal state of haunted mists. The head unspeakable looked closely at the two people standing there, and it was obvious that they were much taller than the two who left 6 weeks previously. He had no way of knowing if it was indeed Harry Potter, as the long robes covered everything and there were hoods covering their heads. Croker was the first to take action and stepped forward. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. We thought we had lost you forever." The taller one looked at Croker for a minute or two before he chuckled and said, "Harry Potter is dead. Even if he could return, I doubt he would. Your world did a pretty good job of destroying the boy who lived." Croker was taken aback by those words and thought it was time he contacted his old classmate Minerva to see if the rumors of all the young man had faced were true. "Then who are you, if I may ask?" Before Croker's very wide eyes, a skeletal hand came out of the sleeve of Harry's robe, and a long-handled scythe formed in it. "We are emissaries of the House of Death. Our head of house has taken a special interest in the wizard once known as Harry James Potter, and has charged us with investigating those who have wronged him." Another unspeakable asked, "What is the point if he is already dead?" The figure growled out, "The point will be whether or not they move on or get to spend time with us first for treating one of our own so badly." Once that was said, the second figure laid his hand upon the arm of the first figure, and they faded from view. When they reappeared, they were standing near an old abandoned shack. Dobby said, "What did you do that for? Now everyone is going to go into hiding." "Yeah, wizards are so smart. Just where do you think they will go to hide?" Dobby chuckled, "You're right, Harry. They'll either go home or to Hogwarts for Dumbledore's protection, and the rest will be begging the Ministry to find and deal with us. Come on, we need to get that ring. Once we do, this gets so much easier." Croker was intrigued by the thought of the House of Death seeking vengeance for Harry Potter, but something was tickling away at the back of his mind. As he left the death chamber, he made his way to his office and started pulling ancient tomes off the shelves looking for reference to the House of Death. After several hours, he finally found the reference he was looking for and paled at the results. He pulled another tome and found yet another reference that supported the theory that had been forming in his head. The House of Death was the forerunner of the House of Peverell. He knew the legends, and the thought that House Peverell was again on the rise made him a little nervous. The appearance of Lord Peverell could have disastrous effects on their world, as he would hold much the same power that Merlin would if he appeared. Croker had studied on this subject extensively in his youth, and knew that during the formation of the magical world, there were 3 main philosophies much like there are today. Merlin led the light, Morgana led the dark, and the Peverells lead the gray. The emergence of a true Lord of the Grey would galvanize that faction into action, much like Harry Potter seemed to be doing before he disappeared. He sat back in thought once again, and then got up and pulled an ancient family genealogy text from the shelf. As he got to the right page, he paled as the implications hit him full force. The Potters and Gryffindors appeared the same year the family of Ignatus Peverell disappeared. He looked at notes made in the text by a previous head of the Unspeakables and saw that this was only known by the head of the department and, of course, the goblins. He didn't have to research any more to know that Harry Potter was the last member of the Potter family. By the same logic, he could only conclude that he was also the last living member of the Peverell line. The figure in the chamber said that Harry Potter had died, but he was sure the magic radiating off the figure was the same as the young man who had stepped through the veil, only more powerful. He now had the decision to make of what to do with the information. He knew he couldn't reveal the truth about the Peverell line until they revealed themselves, but he could let it slip about the new visitors and the statements they had made. In the end, he decided to do just that. He felt it was the least he could do for his old friend and colleague Charles. If Harry Potter wanted to be dead then, who was he to go against his wishes? He fully expected a new Lord Peverell to rise and reclaim his place in society as he let the legend of the boy who lived die. Harry approached the gaunt shack and held his hand up in the air. As he felt the wards that encircled the property, he gave a small smile and chuckled at the simplicity of the wards. It was obvious that Tom relied on his parcel tongue ability to add to the difficulty of the wards, but that was their only advantage. The language used to cast the wards were the only difficult thing about them, as Harry used his lessons at the hands of his grandfather and mother and his own parcel tongue ability to tear them down. Harry sat there for a second and realized that one of Cadmus' sons must have been Salazar. It only made sense, and it would be a question he would have to ask the next time he communed with his ancestors. Another realization that gave him a shudder was that he was distantly related to Tom. He then thought about Doria telling him that he was related to most of the magicals in England, so it really shouldn't have come as too much of a surprise. Harry approached the door of the shack, and a snake appeared to challenge him. Harry just laughed, and with a wave of his hand, he hissed "Begone" and banished the last protection on the house. Once this was done, the door eerily creaked open, and Harry turned to Dobby, and with a shrug of his shoulders, he stepped inside. Harry and Dobby made their way to the middle of the shack as Harry began waving his wand to search out any magical residue in the house. His searching led over towards the fireplace but was focused in the floor. After a few tests with his feet, he found a loose floorboard. He knelt down and pried the board up with a knife. Harry lit his wand with a lumos and looked inside the hidey hole only to find a small box which he lifted out. When he looked inside, he could see that it was magically expanded and held several rings as well as a small ritual knife. Just as Harry was about to reach in the box, Dobby grabbed his hand and pulled it away. "I can feel something dark on an item in there along with compulsion charms. It was begging me to hold it." Really?" "I didn't feel a thing. Are you sure?" Dobby chuckled. "Do you really think I'd lie to you about something like that? Besides, Tom would more than likely want someone to put it on if it is one of the things we are looking for." I suppose you're right. It bothers me a little that I missed it, and that could cause problems in the future. We probably need to get out of here anyway, so any ideas on where we could go?" "Asriel had the elves train me in soul magic, and I'm pretty sure that is what I felt." "As far as where to go, why not go back to the suite? Nobody knows where it is, and besides, I've missed my stories and need to catch up." Harry laughed. "All right, Aunt Petunia, lead the way." Dobby grabbed his arm, and they popped away and back to the suite. When they arrived, Harry dumped the box on the coffee table and started prodding the items with his wand. Dobby watched carefully as he too was studying the objects. When they were done, they sat back and talked about their next move. Dobby said, "We really can't do anything until you put on that ring, so what's our next step? The Horcrux is definitely in the ring, but we can't destroy it the normal way without risking damage to the ring." Dobby sat back and thought for a minute before asking, "Could you go back to the veil and stick your hand through it holding the ring? That would remove the soul piece." "That would work, but I'm not sure if that would be wise at the moment. I have an idea. Asriel, I need your wisdom." Asriel faded into the room as the Grim Reaper with a skeletal smile on his face. He quickly morphed into the kindly figure that both Harry and Dobby were accustomed to. "I just got rid of you and already you are calling me. Did I make the wrong choice?" "No great-grandfather, but I have a question that I didn't know the answer to, and as of yet, I can't get to the resources I need so that I can find out." Asriel sighed. "Very well, what is your question?" "How do you destroy a Horcrux without harming the vessel? Dobby suggested I take it back to the veil and stick my hand in with it to pull the soul out, but I didn't know if it would trap me." Asriel smiled. "I'm impressed, boys. Neither of you jumped straight in without asking for help. I assume that the object in question is the family ring." "Yes, sir." "Interesting, the protections should not have allowed that to happen. Let me see it." Harry waved his hand and the ring floated off the coffee table into Azriel. He took it in his hand and closed a fist over it. His hand began to glow, and when it faded, he floated the ring back over to Harry. "It's safe now. Thank you, Harry. You have given me the next piece of Tom's soul. Now, once you put on that ring and assume your title as Lord Peverell, the veil cannot harm you. You did well not to try your theory before contacting me." "Thank you, grandfather. We are trying to curb our impulsiveness." Dobby snorted as Harry just grinned. Azriel asked, "So what else was in the box?" Harry floated a ritual knife to Azriel that had the same emblem as the ring on it. Azriel nodded and said that makes sense as the knife was passed along with the ring through Cadmus' line. "What else is there?" Harry reached over and picked up 2 signet rings. The first he dismissed, as it was gold with a large R on the stone, which represented the Riddle family. The second was a silver ring with a basilisk curved into the letters. He held out his hand to Azriel so that he could see them. "Ah, well, if you were to put it on and claim Salazar's house, it would give you even more power over Hogwarts." Harry asked, "What if I just absorbed it into Peverell like I plan on doing the others?" "That would work to push even more power behind the Peverell name. I would have to ask Doria, but I would think that would pretty much guarantee no one would be able to get anything past in the Wisengamot without your help." Azriel flickered for a minute before saying, "I've got to go, boys. I've got a pickup and delivery to make." Harry was sitting there eyeing the ring that Azriel handed back to him and felt a little apprehension at what he had to do. Dobby watched him for a few minutes before saying, "You might as well go ahead and get it out of the way." "I know, but as soon as I do this, Harry James Potter is truly dead. You know I loved that guy, but the person who is taking his place is a pretty good guy too. Harry, your heart determines who you are, not some ring. Do you like who you are now?" Harry sat there for a minute before saying, "Yeah, I do. I've changed so much over the last year that I think Harry James Potter really died on Halloween." Harrison James Peverell won't have the same encumbrances placed upon him. He slipped the ring on his finger, and it flared bright white as it resized itself to fit, and the magic of the union sent waves of magic up and down his body. When it subsided, Harry stood and felt the power of his family magic flowing into him fully for the first time. He looked at Dobby, who shrugged his shoulders, and said, "You might as well finish the job." Harry started to claim his other titles, but then stopped in mid-sentence. Dobby looked up and asked, "Why did you stop?" With an evil grin, Harry replied, "Lord Peverell will be enough to earn me an audience with Director Ragnarok. I'll wait until I meet with him to claim the rest. I want to see just how far they are willing to go to keep their business intact." Dobby thought for a minute before saying, "Yeah, but on the other hand, stepping in there with that many families under your control would be a very strong show of power." "Maybe you're right." Harry then started claiming the houses that he had been informed of, and in the end, he had 5 more rings and titles to add to his name, although it was his intention to absorb those into House Peverell. As the magic hit him, he staggered a bit at the onslaught of magic. Dobby sat and watched as Harry claimed the Potter, Black, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and minor House of Evans titles. When Harry was done, he asked Evans. "Yeah, didn't want Petunia or Dudley to be able to claim any of it. Mum left quite a legacy, and with me being dead, they would be able to lay claim to it." Dobby nodded. "That makes sense. Now that you're alive once again, don't you think you should get in touch with your girlfriend?" "I told her I would be busy for a while, but she would know when I came back. I wanted to give her time to decide on the thing between us, but I don't think I can. She is a big part of me, I am, and I've been without her for too long already. I could ask you the same thing. Shouldn't we get in touch with yours?" Dobby blushed. "Winky might not accept me as I am, but I think it would be a good idea to bring her into the family. Taking care of you is getting to be too much for one person, and adding Megan as well would be a big help in keeping you under control." "True, but what about the age thing?" "What age thing?" "Well, we've been gone for 6 years. I'd like to think I've grown up in that time." The next thing Harry saw was Dobby falling out of his chair laughing. When he settled down, he said, "While it's true that we don't look the same as when we went in, you are still 15 years old and the same clueless git you always were. Hey. Harry, more than anything I'm your friend and I will never lie to you. The difference you feel is due to the knowledge you gained and your family magic. Yes, you have matured, but you are just now finally catching up to the level Megan was at before you left. It was she who was the thinker and planner and steered you in the direction she thought best. So I'm still the same despite how I feel, Dobby chuckled, more or less. You have healed, and now have the body you should have before the Dursleys got a hold of you, but that would have happened anyway with the potions Poppy gave you, and it wasn't due to something that happened while we were gone. As far as maturity, the last year would have changed anyone. You're not as trusting, and maybe the old Harry Potter did die, as you said. This new Harry is also more confident and knows his place in the world for the first time in his life, but he is still a clueless git on the inside. Harry frowned at the revelations made by Dobby. He knew that Dobby was telling him the truth, and knew that Dobby was probably charged with the task of making sure he didn't do anything stupid. Well then, I'll leave those discussions with Winky to you, right now. I think I'll take a little nap. Taking on that much power has me oddly drained right now. He flopped down into a recliner and stretched out. Dobby looked at him for a minute and started laughing. Harry looked over and asked, "What's so funny?" "You know that the family magic is going to be playing havoc with you all night." Harry smiled. Might as well get it all over with at once. "Can you imagine what's going on at Gringotts right now?" Dobby laughed and reached for the TV remote. Before he even found a show to watch, Harry was softly snoring in the chair. Throughout the night, Harry's occlumency was sorting information as fast as it could. With the teaching he received from his family, Harry was able to master the art and even created a mindscape based on Potter Manor. The ancestral home of the Potters was filled with secret rooms that you couldn't access unless you had Potter blood flowing through you. It was also the perfect place in his mindscape to store information that could not be revealed outside the family. Harry even took it a step further and, for now, sorted the different family magics into separate rooms and placed them behind blood-activated runes. Harry decided it was for the best for now, as it would allow him time to go through them individually before incorporating them into the Peverell family magic. Since the first-born male was slated to take the title of Lord Potter, he was required to have a second marriage ceremony where blood would be shared between him and his wife. Once this was done, she was truly a Potter and would join with the family magics, giving her the ability to be much more than a mere wife to the young lord. It was an aspect of the Potter family magic that he would automatically incorporate into the Peverell family. This simple yet meaningful rite allowed the Lady Potter, or should we now say Peverell, to become his partner in every way, and with it being a blood bond, the possibility for betrayal was negated. For Harry, it explained the dynamic that existed between his parents and grandparents, and was what he desired to share with Meghan. The real Potter Manor was much like the one in his mindscape. The sad part of it was that the house no longer existed on this plane of existence. During his time away, Harry learned that while the blame had been placed on the Death Eaters, it was really Albus Dumbledore who saw to the manor's destruction after he killed Charles and Doria. He had waited until James and Lily were in hiding to enact his plan and placed charms on the cottage in Godric's Hollow that would block the magic that would notify James that he was now the head of the family. After killing the elder Potters, Albus spent that entire summer searching the manor for its secrets with no luck. In his frustration, he torched the house so that he could deny any of the Potters access to the family secrets. As Harry laid sleeping and processing all of the information, the family magic started making its presence known, and things began happening all across the country. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office in Hogwarts feeling very confident. He had not only weathered the storm of Cornelius' attempt to get him out of the castle, but he also managed to hold onto his position as chief warlock. By doing this, he was able to keep all the dirt surrounding what he had done to Harry Potter swept under the rug. Harry's birthday had come and gone, and his sources informed him that Bearclaw was beheaded on August 1st for his part in the mess with the Potter vaults. His only hope was that he had taken his secrets with him to his grave. If not, Albus could expect a visit from the goblins very soon. He knew he was safe with the Ministry because, with both Harry and Sirius having disappeared behind the veil, there was no one who could legally press any charges against him. It was while he sat there, pondering his good fortune, that he felt the castle shudder. There was a flash, and Albus could feel magic draining from him as the castle cut back the power it had been feeding him, until all that was left was a trickle of what he had enjoyed for many years. The Sorting Hat started chuckling and said, "It seems that your claim to fame as a founder's heir has been trumped. I can feel certain areas of the castle coming alive with power once again. Oh my, The heir of Gryffindor and the heir of Slytherin have finally revealed themselves and claimed their rights. How can that be? Magic, what else? You know, I never understood how a selfish bastard like you could ever have been the Hufflepuff heir. The only person you show loyalty to is yourself, and has gotten so bad that even Fawkes will no longer answer your call. Albus shot an incendio at the hat, but before it hit, a glowing white shield formed around it. Temper, Albus. It seems as if you aren't the bright and shining star you once were. All about the country, manors belonging to Harry's families started rumbling and shuddering as the wards changed over to their new owner. In the Black family manor at Grimmauld Place, Remus Lupin, Kreacher, and a painting of a hag found themselves unceremoniously dumped on the front steps of the house. As soon as Kreacher freaked out and tried to re-enter, the wards struck and burned him, and the painting he was holding to a crisp. Remus sat there stunned as he watched this, but was not foolish enough to try and enter himself. Sirius had always told him that the Black family wards were some of the nastiest known to wizards, and he was not about to test the waters after that display of power. Remus stood and picked up his clothing that was dumped along with him. As soon as he packed, he turned and saw that the Black family home was fading from sight, so he did the only thing he could and apparated to the small cabin he owned. Once he arrived and unpacked, he sat in his threadbare chair and pondered the situation. It was obvious that House Black was under new leadership, but he couldn't think of who it could be since Harry and Sirius were gone. He frowned as he thought of the situation Albus put them in and debated whether or not to inform him of what was happening. That idea was quickly shaken off, as he now felt he didn't owe Albus Dumbledore anything after manipulating the split between the Marauders and Harry. His only hope was that Albus would attempt to enter the manor and get a good taste of the wards. In the depths of Gringotts, alarms were blaring as 3 ancient vaults became active for the first time in many centuries. As Ragnarok was making his rounds, he was alerted that the Potter and Black vaults were once again poolsing with magic. He was elated that some of the older vaults were active once again, but at the same time he was apprehensive. He knew only one person could activate the Potter and Black vaults, which meant that Harry Potter had returned to the mortal plane. As he hurried back to his office to check out a gut feeling, another goblin ran to him and reported that the vault belonging to the minor House of Evans was active as well. This only added confirmation to Ragnarok's suspicions of who was behind these events. As he entered his office, he secured it and went to a secret doorway behind his desk. He took out a dagger and sliced his palm. The blood dripping from his hand was smeared on his personal crest, which adorned the wall. The crest glowed for about a minute before a door formed in the rock. The chamber he entered was the personal vault of the director of Gringotts, which held not gold, but something far more valuable to the head goblin, knowledge. A quick glance around the room saw several tomes glowing in the darkness. His eyes quickly adjusted as he made his way to the Peverell family register and ledger. He opened the book to the last page and quickly scanned down to the last entry. The head of Gringotts grew nervous as he read the name Harry James Peverell and saw his other claims. With the way Bearclaw had left matters with Mr. Potter, he didn't know how to fix the problem at this point and resigned himself to wait until Lord Peverell came knocking on his door. Ragnarok knew that he would have to do almost anything Harry asked in order to save his bank and his nation. It was not a position goblins were used to dealing from, and he knew it all fell on Albus Dumbledore's shoulders. The only reason why Ragnarok had not moved on the man already was due to the rumors that Harry was a protege of Dumbledore's, and to move against him may have made the situation worse. Ragnarok stepped back out of his office and resealed the door to the chamber. He walked over to his desk and sat heavily in his chair before pulling out a piece of parchment and writing an order that the moment Lord Peverell showed in the bank, he was to be treated with the utmost courtesy and escorted without delay straight to his office. He added that failure to comply with the order would be seen as gross insubordination, and the perpetrator would meet the same fate as Bearclaw and his entire family. Any properties and manors belonging to the newly titled lord were undergoing similar reactions as Grimmauld Place. If anyone was living in the homes, they were unceremoniously dumped outside the house, along with their belongings, as the house slowly faded from view. If Harry and Dobby had known what was going on in Little Whinging, they would have wanted to go watch the spectacle as the Dursleys were magically evicted from their home. As Vernon was sprawled out on the lawn like a beached whale in his boxers, a piece of paper fluttered down to land on his large belly. Petunia saw it and quickly grabbed it. What she read had her deathly pale. "My dear sister, you broke your promise, so we are taking back what is ours." Lillian Vernon looked up and asked, "What happened, pet?" Lily took back what she paid for. "But she's dead." Petunia winced. "Doesn't matter. We made a promise and we broke it. Magic is taking its revenge on us, so I'd suggest we leave as quickly as we can." He looked at the pile of stuff in the now vacant lot and nodded his head. He was mostly horrified that a tent-sized pair of tracked-up boxers were hanging from the mailbox. Petunia shrieked as she saw her granny panties hanging in a tree and quickly ran around trying to get them down. She would have been even more horrified if she knew that her special pair of leopard print knickers with pet embroidered across the bum was currently being carried off by the next-door neighbor's dog. Harry woke to find Dobby asleep in a recliner next to him. Harry thought back on the crazy dreams he had last night where he was evicting people from houses, amongst other things. He sat back with a slight smile as he remembered the dream about the Dursleys. He was half tempted to apparate to Surrey to see if it was true. Dobby woke not long after and noticed Harry sitting there with a smile on his face. "What's got you so happy?" "Oh, I just had a dream where the Dursleys were kicked out of their house. I could just imagine the horror my aunt would feel at having her perfect little world upset like that." Dobby started laughing and Harry asked, "What's so funny?" "I told you family magic would give you a rough night. What you thought you dreamed was actually you taking control of your properties. I would be willing to bet that we will find a deed to Privet Doctor in one of your vaults." Harry jumped up and looked at Dobby expectantly. "Come on, I want to go see." Dobby laughed. "Sorry, buddy, but we have more important stuff to do today. Which will it be first, Gringotts or Megan?" Harry sighed and plopped back down in the chair. "I guess it'd better be Gringotts first. I'm sure we will be there for a while. If I see Megan, I may not want to leave." That same morning, the Daily Prophet was making its way to houses all across Britain. The blaring front-page article would mean different things to different people, but to everyone who read it, they knew that a change was coming, and it probably would not be for the better. The end of a legend by Barry Timmons. After my previous article about the controversy surrounding Harry James Potter, the story of his trials and tribulations has piqued my interest. Sadly, we may never know the true story, as it was reported that Mr. Potter stepped through a device that holds as much mystery about it as the savior of our world. It is with a heavy heart that I write another article about Mr. Potter now that we have more evidence to confirm his fate. Late last night, I was contacted by an anonymous source from the Department of Mysteries. 6 weeks ago, it was reported that the Veil of Death had claimed young Harry James Potter after acting in a manner that has never occurred in the millennia that it has been monitored. The activities of the Veil during Mr. Potter's disappearance led many in the department to hold out in hope that he might be able to return, but those hopes very quickly dashed last night. The elusive department has always maintained the theory that the Veil of Death was a one-way portal to the afterlife. It was a theory that has been challenged lately with the strange behavior, but even more so last evening when 2 figures stepped out of the veil and into the death chamber. The figures were clothed in long, dark cloaks that revealed nothing of who they were. One of the leaders of the department stepped forward and made a greeting of welcoming Harry Potter back from the veil. The figure responded with a low chuckle and replied, "Harry Potter is dead." He then went on to say that it was doubtful that Mr. Potter would return even if he could, as our world had done an effective job of destroying the fabled boy, who lived. When confronted about their identity, the leader's skeletal hand appeared holding a 6-foot-high scythe. The leader did identify him and his companion as emissaries from the House of Death who were here to investigate the wrongs visited upon Mr. Potter. When they were asked, what was the point? The being chuckled once again and said the point was whether the perpetrators of said wrongs would be spending time as their guests or be allowed to move on. This reporter only knows of one group who openly supported Mr. Potter this last year. As for his schoolmates and teachers who were a big part of his torment, one can only hope that they have legitimate reasons for their actions. My research into the House of Death have made a very lasting impression that this is not a house one wants to cross, as they make the Death Eaters look like amateurs. At least with the Death Eaters, you would eventually get a release from the pain in the form of death. The last time the House of Death walked the earth was during ancient times, during a time of great evil. Has our world fallen so far that they have been forced to return to the mortal plane to once again cleanse our world of evil? I'd be willing to bet that if you asked Harry Potter that question, the question would be a resounding yes. For someone so young to choose death over life speaks horribly of our society, if someone we once held in such high regard was failed so miserably. My condolences go out to the people who surrounded and supported him at the end. I only wish that there had been more people to stand up for him like these good people did, and maybe the life of an incredible young man would not have been wasted. For those of you who added to his pain, I'd imagine you can expect a visit soon. As Tom Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort, finished the article, a cold chill ran down his spine. He thought back to his Horcruxes and knew he was beyond death's reach in a normal situation. But if death was walking the earth once again, what did that mean for him? He also knew that as one of the antagonists of Harry's life, he could expect a visit from these two travelers from beyond. He then did what every normal Dark Lord has done in the past when he felt threatened. He summoned his followers to him to act as a level of protection against these visitors. The one thing he was confident in was the steps he had taken to hide his anchors. His arrogance would be his undoing, as he alone was privy to this knowledge. Albus Dumbledore was doing the same thing that morning. He had called a meeting of the fabled, or was that fumbled Order of the Phoenix at Sirius Old House Grimmauld Place. He knew that ownership was still in question, so it would be the perfect hideout until he tried to flee to the house. The first to enter the flue had been Severus Snape. As Albus was just about to enter the fireplace, Severus' charred and smoking body was hurled from his fireplace so hard that he impacted the wall opposite. Albus barely had the presence of mind to summon Poppy before sending out an emergency message to redirect everyone to the castle. As soon as Poppy arrived, her tear-stained face was just as noticeable as it had been for the last 6 weeks. She moved to Severus, and after a few waves of her wand, she said, "He's beyond anyone's help, Albus. May I ask what happened?" He tried to flee to Sirius' old home. Minerva walked in at that moment and took one look at Severus' body. Hearing the conversation on the way up, she said, "So it never occurred to you to check the wards." With Sirius' death, they would have gone into a protective state until a new Lord Black was named. Poppy said, "Or a new Lord Black has been named, and he didn't want anyone in his house." Albus sat hard in his chair after calling a house elf to remove the body. He thought about how lucky he had been to not go first. He finally came out of his musing to say, "I'm sure we have guests arriving. Please see to them, and I will be along in a minute." When he walked into the Great Hall, he saw a much smaller number of people than he expected. He then did something they never expected and called roll. As the names of the absent were discussed, he was told many times that the person refused to join his group. Albus was shocked that people would actually refuse to join his side. He had no Auror contingent this time, as most remembered the fate of those that had served with him before. It was well known that Albus was a pacifist and would command those under him to not use lethal spells, even though he threw them on the front lines without a thought for their safety. Many of the Aurors died trying to follow their orders. The Tonks family, along with Remus, claimed that they no longer had confidence in his ability to lead them, citing the manipulations surrounding Harry as their reasons. Some cited that they didn't trust him with their lives if he was so willing to put Harry in danger on so many occasions. The article from this morning's paper had left many people shaken, and none more so than the Weasley family. Although Molly would still defend Albus with her last breath, none of the other members of her family would blindly follow him, with the exception of Ron. They were well aware that it was Albus' leadership that had cost them one of their own. They also knew that they were just as much at fault for not questioning his directions. After this morning's article, the guilt would follow them for the rest of their lives. As Albus sat back and looked on the weak group sitting around him, a chill went up his spine as he realized that they would not be able to protect him from the investigation conducted by the House of Death. He originally planned to do just like Tom did and place a fighting shield between himself and the threat, but that shield would be made of housewives and children. Albus Dumbledore, the defeater of Grindelwald, the leader of the Light, the once powerful and world-renowned wizard, had fallen far enough to actually consider hiding behind innocence. Harry and Dobby read over the article at breakfast and had a good laugh over it. They agreed that Croker was indeed as intelligent as Charles had told them, and had put the pieces together enough to ensure his cooperation in the ruse. Charles had informed Harry during his time behind the veil that Croker was truly one of the good guys, and once he figured everything out, would move heaven and earth to help Harry just because he was Charles' grandson. Dobby asked, "So are you ready to stir up another hornet's nest?" Harry ginned. "Yeah, let's go make Gringotts Day." Dobby and Harry both popped out at the same time and landed on the steps to the bank. Harry approached the large double doors leading into the bank and held out his hand. With a gesture, the doors flew open and they walked into the lobby in their heavy cloaks. Wizards, witches, and goblins shrunk back in fear as the skeletal hand holding the scythe appeared. The two individuals stepped forward to the station of the head teller that no one ever approached unless they had an appointment with the director. With a thought, the Peverell family ring appeared on the skeletal hand, and once the head teller saw it, he was out from behind his desk and bowing to the two figures to the shock of everyone in the bank. "My lord, my leader has directed me to bring you directly to him should you appear within our walls. If you would allow it, I will lead you to him personally." Harry gave a slight nod, and he and Dobby fell in behind the practically running goblin. After a long walk through the tunnels of the bank, they were finally standing in front of a set of ornate doors. The head teller bowed once again. "If you will excuse me for a moment, I will announce your presence." Again, Harry nodded without saying a word. It was barely a minute later before Harry was escorted into the office where the director was surrounded by several ancient goblins. As soon as the head teller returned through the doors, Ragnarok waved his hand and the doors sealed shut. "My lord, I am known as Ragnarok, and it is my duty to try and repair the damage done to our relationship," Harry said in a growl. "I was not aware we had a relationship at this point." Ragnarok paled Lord Potter, or should I say Lord Peverell. "I can assure you that the traitor and his family have been summarily executed for their part in the injustices done to you. If you would allow me a moment, I will try to explain how serious I am taking this matter." Harry nodded. "You may, but before you begin, I have one request. I demand that Griffook be summoned at once. At this point, he is the only one amongst your nation that I trust." The ancient goblins were quietly chatting with each other in their own language at Harry's declaration. Harry stood there quietly listening to everything that was being said. Ragnarok bowed and said, "I find it highly unusual as Griffook is a young goblin and has not earned a higher position in our organization as yet, but it shall be as you say." He punched a button on his desk and summoned Griffook immediately. When Griffook appeared, he bowed very low to his leaders before noticing Harry and bowing low to him as well. To the shock of all the goblins, Harry spoke in their language. "Rise, my friend. Your honesty and integrity during our previous meeting has led me to ask for you and make a special request." "Anything, my lord." "I am well aware of your loyalty and oaths to your nation, but if I am to remain here and discuss anything with your nation, I require that I have someone on my side. I find that my upbringing has left me woefully ill prepared to face what lies ahead. It may go against your previous oaths, and I'm sure it will require the permission of your leaders, but I ask that you swear a loyalty oath to me as well so that I know I am being told the truth in my discussions today." Griffook looked at Ragnarok. It was Ragnarok who spoke. "I can understand your position, Lord Peverell, but only account managers are allowed to take such an oath to a non-goblin, and Griffook is still a low-level teller." Harry stood there for a minute before asking, "Did Bearclaw have such an oath to the Potters?" "Yes, my lord." "Then I think our business here is concluded. I will notify the gnomes to start transferring my family's assets from your institution." "May I ask why?" "You just claimed that Bearclaw was under a loyalty oath to my family, but yet he still stole from my vaults and plotted the death of my family. I have no desire to remain in such a relationship as to have my death being plotted by those who have sworn to help me. In case you are not clear on the subject, I am calling into question the honor of your nation and have no desire to allow the theft and plotting against my family by your nation to continue." Ragnarok leapt around his desk and bowed in front of Harry. "My lord, please allow us a chance to atone for our actions. I will admit that Bearclaw was left unchecked for many years, and that is entirely my fault. These goblins behind me are the High Council, and we have implemented something that has never been needed before in our institution. We have put in place a series of checks that have us overseeing the account managers." "You mean to tell me that they had complete control?" "Yes, my lord, but it wasn't until Bearclaw that we have ever had a problem in the millennia. We have served the magical community." "My lord, Bearclaw was my blood brother and I trusted him like no other. I trusted him enough to allow my sister to marry him and start a family. For his betrayal to not only you but our nation, I had him put to death. Goblin law is very strict on this matter, and not only was he executed but his entire family as well. I personally beheaded my beloved sister." Harry looked down at the bowing director and asked, "Do you have a reason for his betrayal?" Griffook stepped in front of Harry and said, "He speaks the truth, my lord. I will submit myself to your oath whether I have permission from my leaders or not. I feel it is the least I can offer you after we allowed these things to happen." Dobby grabbed Harry's arm and whispered something in his ear. Harry asked, "Won't that forfeit your life in the eyes of your nation?" "Yes, my lord, but I feel it is better to die with honor than without it. The actions of a few people in my nation have stripped us of our honor, and I for one cannot live in shame." "I then accept your oath, and if they try to punish you for it, I'm sure I have a place for you in my house." The other goblins looked stunned. Harry took in their wide eyes, and once again in their own language, said, "I value honor and loyalty above everything else. That the one you claim to be lowly has done more to stay my hand in destroying your nation than any of the so-called High Council." An old but strong voice called out from the doors to Ragnar's office. "Well said, young Lord Peverell." Harry turned towards the voice and saw an ancient goblin dressed in regal robes. He asked, "I don't mean to sound rude, my lord, but may I ask your name?" The old goblin smiled and said, "I am Iron Fist, or more commonly known as the Regent of the Goblin Nation." Harry bowed deeply to him and said, "I am honored by your attention, sire, but what possibly could draw the attention of one such as yourself to one such as me?" The goblin chuckled. "You really are modest like the rumors say. May I say how pleased I am that the reports of your death were premature? And please, call me Iron Fist or Fist as my close friends once did." The goblins were standing there in shock that their king had appeared. "Only if you will call me Harry, and by my side is Dobby." Iron Fist nodded. "Will you honor me by taking down your hood? I feel that I would rather look a man in the eye when doing business with him than to keep things hidden." Harry reached up and pulled his hood down to reveal his face at the same time Dobby did. Iron Fist chuckled out, "My, you have both changed a lot since your last visit here. I can finally see the man you were meant to be." Harry nodded as Iron Fist waved his hand, and 4 chairs appeared before him. He gestured for them to sit, and as Ragnar was moving to sit as well, Iron Fist discouraged him with a glare. He then motioned for Griffook to sit as well. "You have my personal assurance that no punishment will be directed at Griffook. In fact, I encourage the oath and approve the promotion of him to the position of account manager for all your accounts. To further protect your assets, I will personally oversee his work and offer you the same oath as well. My lord, a man of your stature should not be concerned with such trivial matters. On the contrary, Harry, I find it most necessary to do this, as the removal of your assets from our nation would quite literally destroy us. I would like to explain our system and the agreement between your family and our nation so that you can better understand. It is true that the Potters were instrumental in helping us start our business. By them placing their wealth in our hands, it allowed us freedom to invest as well as make loans to other wizards. We had no wealth of our own until the arrangement was made with your family, and we owe them for everything we have. If you were to remove these assets, we would be bankrupt quickly, as our income is made from managing these loans and investments, which primarily come from your family's assets. If you are so worried about me leaving, and you are aware of my anger towards your nation, why would you tell me these things? I came up here with the intention of being completely honest with you. No secrets, no manipulations, no underhandedness. I know you better than you think, Harry, and I know you share in your family's deep-seated honor. It was my hope that if I told you the truth, we could see past our differences and forge a better alliance that would benefit us both. I will agree to your suggestions that only you and Griffook will be allowed to handle my accounts. My personal feelings on the others are that they were only trying to save their own asses. I was taught to never put all my eggs in one basket, so unless you prove once again to be untrustworthy, I will allow my holdings to remain." Iron Fist smiled. "Thank you, Harry. I don't think I can thank you enough for saving my people from ruin. Is there anything else we can do for you?" Harry gave a feral smile that was scary enough to make even a goblin cringe. "As a matter of fact, there is." Ragnar stepped forward and said, "Name it, my lord." Harry looked at him for a minute and then turned to Griffook. "I have a request of you, my friend. Would you go to the Potter family vault and retrieve my mother's engagement ring?" "Of course, my lord." "Griffook, I called you my friend, so that means no more of this my lord crap. To you and Fist over there, I am Harry." "Of course, my Harry." "Is there anything else?" Yeah, I want all of my family files brought before me as well. We have some other matters to attend to. Ragnock stood after a glance from Iron Fist and said, I will get those personally, my lord, while Count Manger Griffook is retrieving the ring. Harry looked at Ragnock for a minute and then said, Director, I'm sure you have someone who can do that for you for now. I think it is time we had a discussion, and I even feel that over time we will become friends, but right now, I have little faith in you. You have taken steps to improve your position in my eyes, but deep down, I feel that you failed me in some way for allowing things to happen as they did. I understand, my lord, and personally hold myself responsible for what has happened. I will do whatever it is you ask to atone for my failures. That statement alone has earned you that opportunity. While I have both yours and Iron Fist's attention, I need to ask, what do you intend to do about Albus Dumbledore? Ragnock sat down in the seat that had been vacated by Griffook. He looked Harry straight in the eye and said, Truthfully, my lord, I have been hesitant to do anything. It is not because of his power amongst the wizards, but because everything pointed to the fact that you were his protege. For me to act against him might have made the situation between us even worse, and I could not risk that. You were sent numerous owls with letters begging you to return here so we could open communication, but they always returned unopened. Harry smiled. Do your owls still have the bracelets around their legs to show you the wards they have encountered? His eyes grew wide. How did you know about that? I have spent the last few years under the tutelage of my grandfather. I'm sure you are well aware of the fact that he created them for your use. Ragnock jumped from his seat and summoned the last owl to have made an attempt at delivering a letter to Harry. When it arrived, he placed the owl on a piece of parchment and waved his hand. In the next moment, writing started appearing on the parchment, and when it finished, Ragnock dismissed the owl. He went back over to the chair and started reading the report. It says here that the owl encountered a male redirect ward several times regarding you, and it was cast by APWBD. That means that Dumbledore was keeping us from contacting you. Albus Dumbledore may have wanted everyone to think I was his protege, but the truth was he was only trying to control me and my family. I know the truth now, and he has no right to interfere in my family matters. Iron Fist growled. Then, if it would please the Lord Peverell, we would like to bring the full weight of Gringotts and the Goblin Nation against him. Harry nodded. That is acceptable. I would also like to know your stance on Lord Voldemort. Iron Fist replied. We have always tried to remain neutral in the affairs of wizards. However, I feel we can no longer continue this as it would put our relationship in jeopardy. Do you know who the Death Eaters are? Ragnock replied, It is hard not to miss the taint on their souls when they enter the bank, my lord, but we need ministry approval to strip them of their assets. What if the bank closed for a short period in order to allow Gringotts a complete audit? My lord, the cost in revenue would be disastrous. Harry nodded. He knew he could make the demand and they would comply, but to do so would cause more problems for the unsteady truce they were building. It was then that Griffook reappeared, followed by several goblins bearing large files. As they were laid out on the large marble table that adorned the room, Harry stood and walked over to them. He appeared to be leafing through them before he turned to Iron Fist. He placed his hand on the Potter file and said, I, Lord Harrison James Peverell, Herbie absorb the House of Potter into my own and make the line extinct. So mote it be. There was a flash of magic as the Potter file disappeared, and the Peverell file grew larger. He then repeated the process for Gryffindor, Slytherin, and the minor House of Evans. He felt a deep rumbling and shaking in the tunnels and raised his eyebrow to Iron Fist. Iron Fist chuckled and said, It's okay, Harry. It's just the magic of the vaults realigning themselves and joining with the Peverell vault. Once you go inside, there will be doorways leading into the different family vaults of which none can now enter without Peverell blood flowing through them or your personal permission. Harry nodded and then picked up the last file. As he flipped through it, he turned to glance at Iron Fist, who only returned a grin. Iron Fist finally said, Harry, your godfather left you a letter that I think it would be in your best interest to read before doing anything else. Harry sat back down in the chair before opening the envelope that had been handed to him. My dearest Harry, I am so sorry that words cannot even begin to describe my shame at my actions. I have repeatedly failed you at every turn and can offer nothing but meaningless words to try and convey my stupidity and shame. You have repeatedly risked everything for me, and in my selfishness, I gave nothing in return. I am writing this letter in the hope that you once again defy the impossible and return from the other side of the veil. No matter what you may think, I love you and truly want your happiness. I know I have a bad way of showing it after listening to the old goat, but if I have one desire in life, it is to reconcile with you. Contrary to what may be reported, my trip through the veil was necessary, and I will explain it in more detail later. As you know, my Aunt Doria was your grandmother, and I used this to support the claim that you become Lord Black. I know that I have forever dishonored the name and title, and would like nothing better than to see you absorb it into your house, and use the assets I'm leaving you to do something good with what remains of a once noble and proud house. With this in mind, I have several requests of you that I know I have no right to ask, but I am doing it anyway. I don't know how much you know about the way things work, and I hold myself responsible for that, but if you were to absorb a house, any living members of that house would automatically be made members of your house. What this means is that you need to cast out Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy, and Draco Malfoy before you attempt to absorb the house into your own. To do this would take back any monies that were paid concerning marriages, as well as call immediately due any monies borrowed from the family vaults. I have it on good authority that the Malfoys' fortune will be greatly diminished if you do this. I have another request that I am hesitant to ask, but again, I will do it anyway. I have a cousin named Andromeda Tonks who was kicked out of the Black family for marrying a Muggle-born. To be quite honest, she was the best of us and refused to help me in any way after learning of my betrayal of you. She, her husband, and her daughter are good and honest people. They are the type of people you need around you, so my request is that you bring her back into the family. It will automatically include her daughter and will provide you with a supportive family to help you in life. The title of Lord Black came with one stipulation. It was an old marriage contract between the House of Black and that of Greengrass. I have heard that you are close to Cyrus' eldest daughter, and I left the contract in place, but with a few changes. I don't know what you know about marriage contracts, and again I blame myself for your lack of knowledge, but they are permanently binding and will transfer over even if the family is absorbed. I will leave this decision up to you, but she and Miss Jones would be a strong force to help you in changing the world. Anyway, what I did was sacrifice my magic to change the terms of the contract. In the original contract, you had no choice in the matter, but now you do without causing any of the normal penalties. Don't feel guilty about me giving up my magic to help you, as I already owe you my life several times over, and it is my job to provide you with the best possible choices for your life. This is the real reason behind my trip through the veil. I apparated to Gringotts and did what needed to be done before writing this letter. My plan is to use the last of my magic to apparate into the death chamber and step through the veil. I'm sorry I couldn't be the man you needed in your life and wish you the best. Never doubt that I didn't love you. I just couldn't get my act together enough to be strong enough to be who I needed to be. Sirius Harry looked up from the letter with a blank expression on his face. The goblins gave him a minute to collect himself before asking what he would like to do next. Harry looked up and said, "Griffook, I hate to ask, but could you retrieve the Black family engagement ring?" Iron Fist asked. "You're going to enact the contract." "No, I'm going to ask Daphne what she wants. The ring is just if she decides that is what she wants and Megan approves. What about the House of Black?" Harry stood and said, "I, the Lord Black, hereby cast Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy, and Draco Malfoy out of the House of Black and forever bar their return. So mote it be." There was a flash of magic as the magic took effect. He then turned and asked, "I've never met the Tonks family, so would I be able to bring them into my family at a later time?" "Of course, my lord," Harry nodded. "I, Lord Harrison James Peverell, do hereby absorb the House of Black into my family and declare the line extinct. So mote it be." A flash of light accompanied the statement, and the black file disappeared only to make the Peverell files grow even larger. Harry then turned to Ragnarok. "I want every nut returned to my family from anyone who has chosen to steal from us. I also claim the personal vault of Bellatrix Lestrange, as she opened it when she was a member of my family. Once this is done, have a team go in and retrieve Hufflepuff's cup from the vault and bring it to me. It is embedded with dark magic and should not be touched." "Yes, my lord, at once." Ragnarok snapped his fingers and several goblins appeared. He gave them instruction and they ran off quickly. Once they were gone, Harry turned to Iron Fist and asked, "So, what do you know of Horcruxes?" The day at Gringotts was exhausting for Harry, and by the time they were done, it was well past dinner time. Harry felt they accomplished quite a bit that day, and was glad the confrontation with the goblins was behind him. The timely arrival of Iron Fist was probably the best thing that could have happened. He had been watching the whole meeting and saw that communication was deteriorating quickly. In response, he did the only thing he could and entered the meeting to stop what could very well be the end of his nation. From his talks with Harry, Iron Fist still knew that Harry held a lot of resentment towards Gringotts and pledged himself to do whatever he had to in order to regain his trust. Ragnarok sighed in relief that he still had his job, his head, and the chance to right the wrongs he allowed to happen to a most important client. He also knew that he would be spending a lot of time groveling to Iron Fist for collectively saving him. At the present, he was focused on the audit of Lord Peverell's vaults in order to find any and all money and items that may have been removed from it. Before Harry left the office, he had vowed to do his absolute best for Harry in the future. He was well aware that since Iron Fist had to get involved, his life depended on it. For Harry, the only thing left was the reporting of the full audit and accounting of all of his vaults. Once this was complete, they would have a better idea of the damage and would propose various methods in which they could recover the assets that had been removed from the vaults. It would be these actions which would help him make a decision on whether to continue working with the goblins or sever the ties between his families and the bank. Iron Fist promised that he would be right beside Griffook the whole time and give him the benefit of his experience. With the addition of the other houses, Harry quickly became one of their most important clients in the organization that was Gringotts worldwide. The end of the evening found the whole group tired and hungry, so in order to promote the progress they had made, Iron Fist invited the two young men to dine with him. They were about to decline when he made the effective argument that it was still too early to reveal themselves, and there was always the thought that people would become suspicious if the emissaries from the House of Death were seen in a restaurant eating dinner. With the logic of his argument, they accepted and had an enjoyable meal with Iron Fist, even if his jokes were as bad as Sirius. It surprised Harry that the topic of business never came up. In fact, the conversation was about their plans and how the Goblin Nation may be of assistance in them. After returning to the suite, Harry and Dobby once again took to their recliners as Dobby turned on the TV. Harry stared at the cup which sat on the coffee table and considered what needed to be done. He looked over at Dobby, who was staring right back at him. "If you're going to Hogwarts to see Winky, go ahead and get the diadem from the Room of Requirement. I'll stop at Grimmauld on the way tomorrow and get the locket. Once we have those, all of Tom's anchors will be destroyed, and we can take him out any time." "How is it you know where they are?" Harry laughed. "You remember that thing Azrael did before we left?" Dobby nodded. "Well, he kind of implanted the information in my head to make it easier. He also said something about not being Dumbledore and speaking in riddles or trying to make it into some grand quest. I think he really wants this done as quickly as possible." Dobby laughed. "Yeah, the old goat does tend to make everything a lot harder than it needs to be. So are you going to see Megan tomorrow?" "Of course." Harry and Dobby separated the next morning, with both going on their own missions to reconnect with their loves and collect pieces of Tom's soul in the process. Dobby popped straight into the kitchens and immediately sought out the little elf he had left 6 weeks previously. As he knelt beside her, he could tell that she had sank further into depression and was wasting away quickly. He laid his hands on her and channeled some of his magic into her core. Winky was lying there and felt what was going on around her, and then felt the powerful magic enter her core. As she came out of her stupor, she recognized the magic and called out, "Dobby." "Yes, my dear, it is me." She slowly opened her eyes to see a hooded figure leaning over her. She demanded, "Show yourself." He reached up and pulled the hood from his head to reveal his hybrid Potter high elf features. She looked into his eyes and raised her hand to gently caress his cheek. "What happened to Dobby? That is a story better left for a private location. I have come to take you away from here so that you can care for a family again." "What? Who?" "Harry and me, of course." "You want Winky as your servant?" "No, love, I want you with me. There are no servants in Harry's house. There never was." "But Dobby bonded with him." "Yes, I did, but I was never his servant. I was more his friend than anything else." "What would Winky be?" "Bonded to me and free of the curse that has afflicted our race. We want the Winky I love to come and take care of our family just as you have always wanted." Winky smiled, Winky becoming Dobby. "Somebody has to keep an eye on the two of yous." Dobby smiled down at her as he stood. You need to get yourself ready to travel. I will be back in a few minutes. Dobby is leaving Winky again. Only for a few minutes. I will take you away from here to where you can heal and be yourself again as soon as I get back. He popped away to the room of requirement and followed Harry's directions to the diadem. As soon as he found it, he conjured a box and placed it inside. He looked around the room at all the junk and thought he and Winky could have so much fun in here. He shook off the thought and slid the box into the pocket of his robe before popping back down to the kitchen. Once there, Winky threw her arms around him and they popped back to the suite. Dobby led her to one of the bedrooms and sat with her on the bed. "Winky, do you trust me?" "Yes, Dobby." He reached over and pulled off her worn tea towel. He then stood and took off his cloak followed by his clothes and sat down in front of her. Her eyes grew wide as she saw his body and said, "Dobby is too beautiful for Winky now." "No, you are too beautiful for me." He reached out and placed his hand over her heart as he motioned for her to do the same. Dobby closed his eyes and started channeling his magic into her. Before long, there was a soft golden glow surrounding them as they sat there motionless for quite a while. Unknown to them, Azriel faded in and saw what one of his boys was trying to do for the one he loved, and he softly touched both their shoulders. The soft glow intensified, and the darkness that was the house elf curse was lifted from Winky. Dobby looked up to see Azriel smiling down at him and softly said, "Thank you. She will need lots of rest and your attention for a while, but she will get better in time. Just be patient and let her feel your love for her." Dobby nodded and gently moved to lay Winky down on the bed. As he staggered a little, Azriel said, "Perhaps you should rest as well." Dobby nodded as Azriel faded and then curled up next to Winky and held her in his embrace as he drifted off to sleep. Harry popped into Grimmauld Place and took a quick look around. It was probably the largest manor he had available, but quite frankly, it was a dump and he was ashamed to call it one of his homes. He put off all thoughts of what could be done to the place, to follow the magic of the wards straight down to the basement and to a corner by the furnace. He found various knickknacks rolled up in a ratty blanket that was stuffed back behind the ancient-looking furnace. When he unrolled the blanket, a locket adorned with a serpent fell out, and he felt the dark magic emanating from it. Like Dobby, he conjured a box and placed the locket inside. The box quickly went into his pocket, but it still gave him a dirty feeling. In response, he didn't want the thing anywhere near him, so he popped back to the flat where he dumped the locket out beside the cup. Harry called out for Dobby and then went and looked around the suite. He came across a partially open door, and when he looked inside, he saw his best friend naked as the day he was born, holding as equally naked Winky. In his hurry to back out of the door, Dobby raised his head and grinned. "Eyes off my girl Harry." "Sorry, mate, Horcrux." Dobby waved his hand and the box floated up and into Harry's hand. Dobby asked, "Something wrong?" "Yeah, that locket gave me the willies. Now that we have the rest of them, I'm going to call Azriel and have him get rid of them. You could always pop back to the Vale and step through with them. I imagine you'll have the big bad unspeakables pissing themselves when you walk through and then walk back out." Harry grinned and said, "That does sound like fun. Be right back." Harry ran into the living room and pulled on his heavy cloak. He went ahead and cast the illusion on his hand and created the scythe as well before picking up the boxes and popping to the death chamber. To his surprise, Croker was in the room studying the veil. As he approached, he had a feeling, so he waved his hand, and the mist dissolved into the wall of water. When he saw this, he knew that he could travel to the others without consequence, as they had already told him that the ring would allow him to commune with them. If he was wrong, then he knew he would be in trouble with Azriel. Harry now knew what it meant to be the master of death, so to speak, as he now had no fear of dying. He was probably the only person in the world who truly knew what awaited him on the other side, and to be quite honest about it, his life there was much better than it was in the living realm. The only downside was that Megan would not be there with him, and that more than anything is what brought him back. Just as Harry was about to step through, Croker shouted out, "Lord Peverell, might I come along with you?" Harry stopped and turned to the older wizard. "I'm sorry, Uncle Algy, but Grandfather would have my head if I took you through." "Harry?" "Yes, sir, and thank you for continuing the ruse. When I saw the article, I knew you had figured it out. It was the least I could do for." "I understand, sir. Grandfather spoke very highly of you as well. I guess he was right when he said you would be the first to figure it out. The problem is that if I took you through the veil, you would surely die. What about you?" Harry James Potter was already dead when he first went through. He just didn't know it yet. It is Harrison James Peverell who walked out of the veil and who faces you now. But how? What happens if you step back through? Won't you die again? Surely you made the connection. This veil is really a Peverell family heirloom from ancient times. Harry heard a voice from the veil and chuckled. Hold on a minute, Uncle Algy. Harry leapt through the veil and traveled through the wormhole once again. He appeared in the same room as before, but not only was Azriel waiting for him, but so were his parents and grandparents. He took out the boxes and handed them to Azriel, who smiled and said, Well done. I will return them to you soon. Lily cocked an eyebrow at him and said, Already? Harry smirked. Yeah, it's not like it was that hard after great-grandfather told me what and where they were. Lily chided him. Don't get too big for your britches, young man. You still have the harder parts facing you. Oh, Mum, come on. Didn't you get enough of saying that kind of stuff to me when I was here? Lily laughed. Well, excuse me for actually getting to enjoy being a mum since I was denied it for so long. James asked, Where's Dobby? Harry blushed as Azriel chuckled out. He was busy. Doria inserted herself into the conversation after giving Harry a hug. Please tell me you have been to see Megan. I am on my way as soon as I tell Dobby everything is okay. You'd better be. You've been making that poor girl wait forever. What is it with you Potters and not manning up for your loves? Your father and grandfather were the same way, and I had to practically rape Charles to get him to admit his feelings for me. Geez, Gran, way too much information there. She laughed but shot him a glare. Yes, ma'am, I promised to see her today. He turned to Charles and said, Anyway, an old friend of yours wanted to come with me, and I had to explain a few things to him. Charles smiled and said, I've been watching and knew he had already figured most of it out. Do me a favor. Tell him to get off his ass and go knock some sense in his grandnephew's head. I'm appalled that he would not stand up for you, and I have a good mind to come back and haunt Algy for it. Harry looked at him confused before James said, He's talking about Neville, who is mine and your mum's godson. You need to remember that although he had Augusta, his life has still been extremely lonely. I've watched him lately, and he's beating himself up pretty bad over the whole thing with you. He needs a friend like you to give him the strength to be the man he needs to be. Lily hugged her son and said, much like Megan, Cedric, and Daphne did for you. Harry sighed. Okay, I get it. I just don't understand why he never said anything in the 4 years we've known each other, but I'll approach him when this is all over. James said, No, son. Do it now or at least very soon. He is family even if he never acted like it. Yes, sir, but can I still prank him? I mean, he violated the alliance. You are the son of a marauder. I'd expect nothing less. Speaking of marauders, Sirius kind of made up for his stupidity in the end, even if he's still a jerk. Could you guys maybe give Sirius another chance? Lily replied. We will eventually. But that is not for you to decide, and he needs to learn from his mistakes. Forgiving him now would not change anything. He's dead. What does it matter now? Charles said, It matters that we don't want him living with us and turning James back into an equally stupid jerk once again. Lily added, Yeah, 5 years of that from James was enough. I beat it out of him once, and there's no way I want to start all that over again. Now go and get your girl. Oh, and I never thought I'd say this, but go pick a fight with the biggest bully on the block. Which one would that be? Dimples or Morty? Azriel chuckled. Follow the plan. Deal with Morty first, and then we will decide what to do about Dimples. Yes, sir. Harry stepped back through the veil, and when he appeared on the other side, Croker was still standing there. Harry smirked at him and said, Grandfather said to keep away from the veil. He also said to go knock some sense into Neville's head for abandoning me, or he will come back and haunt you. Could I ask you a few more questions? That'd be fine, but the thing is I haven't figured all this stuff out for myself. I'm afraid my answers might just leave you with more questions. May I ask where you just went? Harry laughed. That's easy. I went to the family home. Family home? Yes, sir. I went to the House of Death's ancestral home, so it can be used as a transportation device. Yes, sir, but only for me and my family. If anyone else were to step through, well, they would just be dead. If that's true, then that means that you have. Uncle Algy, what it means is that I am the Lord Peverell. The only way that there can be a Lord Peverell is if the family magic has been reunited. Grandfather had more than most Potters, but the connection was still incomplete. But Uncle Algy, the myths surrounding my family are just that, myths. The truth is more than you can imagine, and on the day when your time comes, I'll do everything in my power to make sure you to get the answers you seek. Harry smiled at the gaping man before popping back to the suite. When he returned, he went back to check on Dobby, who roused a little at his presence. I'm back. Only Uncle Algy was there, so it wasn't as fun as I thought it'd be. Anyway, they've been taken care of, and I've stalled long enough, so I'd better go see about getting a wife." Dobby smiled, and then snuggled back into Winky. Harry popped out of the suite and landed on the lawn of a medium-sized country manor. He took a quick look around and thought of how peaceful it was here, much like being outside at the Weasleys'. That thought brought back a little of the pain, but he pushed it down as he walked up to the front door of the manor. He was about to knock on the door, when suddenly his stomach knotted up at what he was about to do. It took a minute to calm himself, and with a deep breath he rapped on the door as he knew he couldn't wait any longer. It was perhaps a minute later when a small house elf appeared at the door wearing a bright yellow sundress. "May I help you, my lord?" "Yes, my dear. I need to speak with Lord Jones urgently. Could you ask him if he is available for a private meeting?" Jiffy looked up at him for a minute and didn't sense any ill intent. In fact, her reading of the cloaked man comforted her as if she knew this wizard. With a bow and a wave of her hand, she invited him to enter the protected foyer before popping off to inform her master. Lord Jones came into the foyer quickly and asked, "May I help you, sir?" Harry held out his empty hands to show Reggie he was not a threat and said, "Yes, sir, I find myself needing to have a discussion with you over a private matter. Could you spare a moment of your time?" Reggie's eyebrows rose and his voice sounded guarded. "I might have a few minutes, if you would follow me." Reggie stepped over to a door that led directly to his office. Just as they were about to enter, Luna floated through the room and stopped dead. Her head tilted for a second before she smiled and said, "Hello, Harry. You're looking a lot better. Have you finally showed up to ask Uncle Reggie for Megan's hand?" Harry shook his head and held out his arms to her as Reggie looked on with an astonished expression. Harry softly said, "It's good to see you too, Luna. I've missed my best friend." "The answer to your question is yes. I just hope Reggie doesn't throw me out. He won't. Besides, if he kills you, you will get to go home again." Harry chuckled and shook his head. "I never thought of it that way. It sounds like a win-win for me. Maybe you could give me some of your confidence. I'm so scared right now I'm about to pee my pants." She giggled and hugged him once again. "I'll go tell Mistress Meggs you are here." Reggie smiled at him and motioned for the door. "Shall we?" As soon as they were in the office, Reggie said, "Please take off that cloak so I can see you. You had us very concerned for a while until you showed up in Megan's dreams. It took her and Luna to convince us that it was real." Harry blushed. "I know, sir, and I apologize for everything that I have put your family through, but the whole thing was quite out of my control, and the dream visit was the only way I could contact her at the time. Would you care to explain that?" Harry smiled. "I wish I could, but most of it is shrouded in family secrecy. I will say that my mum showed me a way to speak with Megan. Harry, not to sound cold, but Lily is dead." "Yes, sir, but then so was I at the time." "Then how are you standing here talking to me?" Harry chuckled. "Well, sir, that is where the family secrets come into play." Reggie shook his head. "So, the reason behind your request for a meeting?" "To be honest, sir, I missed her pretty badly, and she was my sole reason for returning in the first place. My time away has made me realize how special Megan is and how much I love and need her in my life. As I have taken up my titles, I have a year to marry or else they will be stripped from me and passed to the next generation. Sir, crap. I know I haven't showed it, but she is my world and I can't think of living life without her. Would you give me permission to ask her to marry me?" Reggie smiled and said, "I'd like nothing better than to have you as a son-in-law now that you're actually acting like a man who truly loves my daughter. I watched you together before the third task, and I thought you were well suited for each other at the time. I was even impressed at how you always considered Megan's opinion, but I was concerned that you didn't love her as much as she did you. Sir, I can promise you that I do. I will swear it on my life and magic if that is what you require. As you know, my life before Hogwarts was not the best, and showing emotion was always a dangerous thing for me to do, and that doesn't even take into consideration what happened this year with the people who knew me best. All of this has left me a little guarded when dealing with others, and it is a problem that I am working on, but I promise you that even though I was guarded, she knew what was in here." He finished by patting his chest. "Very well, Harry. Know that if you ever hurt my daughter, I will hunt you down." Harry nervously looked at him and asked, "Was that a yes?" Reggie chuckled. "Yes, Harry, it was definitely a yes. I'm afraid of what would happen to me if Megan and Kathleen found out I said no. I do have some conditions. Your disappearances need to stop as I don't like seeing my daughter so upset. However, something you said raises a question. How is it 6 weeks is enough time for you to come here claiming your undying love for my daughter?" Harry looked him straight in the eye. It is my hope that the long disappearances are over, even though the two worst ones have not been entirely my doing. I realize that I hurt Megan. I can only promise to take her with me from now on. Don't get ahead of yourself, son, and you still didn't answer the last part. That is another part of the family secret, but I can tell you this. It may have been 6 weeks for you, but it was 6 years for me. In every day that passed, Megan was the first person I thought of when I woke up and the last person I thought of when I went to sleep. Reggie frowned. She said that in the dream, you wouldn't see her for a while because you had other things to do. What has changed, and what could be more important than my daughter? Harry smiled. Nothing and no one is more important than she is to me. Every day of those 6 years, I felt like I was missing an important part of me, but what I was doing was too important for our future for me to come back any sooner. Reggie laughed. I'm glad to hear it, son. Now I expect you to be staying for dinner. In fact, I expect you here every day until it is time to go back to school. Yes, sir. Do you think it will be safe to go out there? Reggie smirked. Of course it will be, for me. Reggie stepped to the door and cracked it open for a second. The sight he saw caused him to quickly shut it once again. He turned to look at Harry and said, You have quite the welcoming committee out there, Harry. Harry nervously asked, Does she look mad? About that time, they heard a fist beating on the door and Harry started looking for a way to escape. Reggie laughed at him and then did the unthinkable. He opened the door. Before he could get it partially open, a dark-haired blur pushed past, and before Reggie could blink, Megan was on Harry's lap and trying to find out if he still had his tonsils. As Reggie stood there gaping at the sight before him, Kathleen, Cedric, Luna, Cho, and Daphne walked in right behind her. Megan had finally released his lips and they could hear her whispering and crying, Please really be here. Please don't be a dream again. No, love, I'm really here. Oh, baby, I've missed you so much. I missed you too. You're the only reason I came back. Wait a minute, that was you who came through the veil the other night. Where have you been? Why didn't you come see me then? I had some things to do that couldn't wait. I knew that if I came here, I wouldn't be able to do what I had to do. What have you done? What had to be done to try and secure our future? I'm sorry about a lot of things, but none more so than leaving you and not having you there beside me to help. I owe you so much, and I wanted you to be proud that I used what you all taught me to make a better life for me for us. Harry James Potter, I don't want to sound like Granger, but you will tell me everything now. Harry chuckled. I plan to, but some things I won't be able to share just yet, she growled out. And why not? He gave her a small grin. Well, until you answer the question I asked you in your dream, some things can't be shared. I'm still waiting for you to ask me properly. Harry stood with her still on his lap and turned to where he was facing the chair he was sitting in. He lifted her up and placed her in the chair while dropping down on one knee. It was at this point that she was gaping at him that he was going to do it right here in front of everyone. The thought also flashed through her mind of the difference she felt in Harry's body. The Harry that she was with before the third task was strong, but he had a wiry frame. The Harry that stood before her now was taller, more filled out, and his magic was even more intense than ever, but underneath it all, she could feel and see his tenderness towards her. He pulled the box from his pocket and opened it for Megan to see. Megan Alexis Jones, will you do me the honor of being my wife? She smirked. Yes, Harry Potter, I find myself wanting nothing more and have even dreamed of you asking me once. I do have one condition. Anything. I want a Christmas wedding and you have to promise me that you will never run off without me again. Harry kissed her and said, Would you like a magical oath or will a promise do? She smirked. I think I can trust you enough to accept a promise. Does this mean I have to wait until Christmas to get the whole truth? The whole truth is something I can only share with my wife, but there are some things I can share, but we will need to discuss them in private. She nodded in understanding, but then kissed him hard. Once they broke apart, she rose and dragged her fiancé over to the others who were standing there smiling at the privilege of being allowed to watch what had just happened. Harry was quickly pulled into hugs in celebration of his return and their engagement. Reggie said, I think this calls for a celebration. Kat, I think we should gather the whole family to celebrate. What do you say? Wonderful idea. I'll get right on it. Megan led the younger generation out onto the grounds, where they could sit and talk. She pushed Harry down on the ground and then sat in his lap. Harry told them what he could of what had happened to him since they last saw each other, and they in turn filled him in on their lives. The conversation finally wound down, and they sat there and processed everything. It was hard on the teens to think about the fact that Harry had died and came back even though they had been around during the injuries he had sustained this past year thanks to the tournament. For a while, all that could be heard was the low whispers between Harry and Meghan. She finally got up and pulled Harry with her. "We need to talk about some things and we'll catch up with you later." Cedric snorted. "Yeah, sure you do. You just want to go off and snog." Meghan slapped his arm. "He's my fiancé now, Cedric Diggory. If I wanted to snog him, I'd do it sitting right here in front of you." They walked off with Harry's arm wrapped around her. As they strolled around the grounds, Harry told her of all his families and what it meant as far as he knew for now. She offered her opinions and helped him prepare for this evening when they were sure he would be subjected to a question-and-answer session. She could tell from his silence that he had something important to tell her, but he was holding back. She stopped and turned to face him. "I can tell there's something else that you want to tell me but don't want to. I'm not going anywhere and we will deal with everything together." He kissed her tenderly. "There is a matter that I inherited when I took the black title." Her eyes narrowed and she said, "Just tell me." "It seems there is a marriage contract involved." "To who?" "Daphne." She wasn't thrilled with the idea, but she had become very close with Daphne and said that if it had to be anyone, then at least it was someone she loved like a sister. She told him more about her summer and how Daphne had elected to not go on holiday with her family in favor of staying with Meghan and making sure she was okay. She talked about how, when she woke up from helping Cedric, that her thrill at the success with that was quickly destroyed by the report of his going through the veil. She told of the deep depression and how Luna had helped her by making sure she knew that the bond was still active and therefore Harry wasn't really gone. She told him that it was the only thing that gave her hope until he arrived in her dreams. Harry turned and hugged her tightly, whispering apologies for leaving her behind. Harry told her about his studies while he was away and how he was possibly ready to take his NEWTS. Meghan blushed and looked down in shame as she had given up and didn't do as they had planned by taking her OWLS. Harry hugged her. "I'm sorry, baby. It's my fault and there's nothing I can ever do to make up for the pain I've caused you." She pulled him tighter. "Did you do it on purpose?" "No, but I still hurt you." "No, you didn't. It was Riddle and this Azriel character you told me about who separated us. When I get my hands on either one of them, they are going to pay." They heard a low laugh behind them as Azriel faded into view. Meghan gasped as the Grim Reaper was now standing in front of her. Harry instinctively moved her behind him as he said, "Not funny, great-grandfather. Do something to show her what you really look like." Azriel waved his hand, and the Reaper faded from Meghan's eyes and left her looking at the image Harry was accustomed to. "I like her. She has spunk just like your mother. I'm assuming that she said yes since that worked on her." "Yes, grandfather, she did." "Good, congratulations to the both of you." Not to sound rude, but why are you here?" Azriel chuckled. "Other than hearing my name being spoken about in a threatening manner," Meghan blushed. "I came to return a few objects to you." Harry smiled. Was that the only reason? No, Lily and Doria were dying to know what she said. Harry face-palmed himself and let out a groan. "That was almost as bad as the serious jokes." Azriel laughed and bowed low to Meghan. "It was a pleasure to meet the future lady of my family. I look forward to speaking with you again soon." Meghan stuttered out, "It was nice meeting you too, and I don't mean to sound rude, but I hope it isn't too soon. I also apologize for that way I spoke about you." Azriel laughed as he faded from view. Meghan finally asked, "Harry, was that really?" "Yep, how?" "Family secret, ass. Yes, you do have a rather nice one. I can still remember the show you gave me the morning before the third task." She blushed but asked. "As good as Fleur's in leather pants." "Told you, huh?" "Yep, bugger, Harry." "Yeah, I love you. I love you too, Megs. Oh crap. What's wrong?" "Poppy, don't worry, baby. I already thought about her and had Mum invite her tonight. You know you are the best. I know, and you know what's even better." "What's that?" "You're lucky to have me." "I already knew that." Harry slipped his arm around her and gave her a quick kiss before they walked back up to the house to get ready for dinner. As soon as Poppy stepped through the flue, Harry grabbed her in a hug and spun her around. It took her a moment to figure out what was going on, but when she did, she screamed out his name and hugged him tightly to her. "Oh, my boy, I thought I lost you." "Never, Poppy." When he placed her back on her feet, she straightened out her arms to get a good look at him. She then let go and pulled her wand and started waving it all around him. "Yep, definitely alive. No more malnourishment. Good muscle tone. Strong heart. On your core had increased dramatically." She pulled up the side of his shirt and looked at the scars from Victor's bite. She nodded her head. "The potions worked well then. You've gained a lot of muscle mass and quite a few more scars. Are those sword thrusts?" "Yes, ma'am. I trained a bit while I was gone." "There's no way you gained all this in 6 weeks." "No, ma'am. It was slightly longer than that. I will explain later. Dinner that evening was a loud and enjoyable affair. The Jones were joined by the Diggory family, the Greengrass family, the Davis family, as well as the Moon and Chang families. Just as dinner was winding down and dessert was being served, the Delacour family was escorted in the room and was greeted warmly by the families already there. The chatting continued on for a while before Reginald stood and said, "I think it is time we moved to the sitting room. I do believe someone has promised us yet another unbelievable story, and I for one have been anxious to hear more of it since this afternoon." Once everyone was settled, Reginald said, "All right, Harry, tell us what you can." Harry held Megan's hand tightly and said, "As you can tell from what Reggie has said, much of what I've been through these past 6 weeks falls under the auspices of my family's secrets, but I will share what I can. After Cedric was taken away, I was used in a ritual to return Voldemort to a body. Dobby came to rescue me and fought as hard as I did until he was exhausted. I picked him up and was about to pop us out of there when Voldemort hit me with an overpowered withering curse. The curse was killing me, so my objective was altered by an ancestor, and I wound up standing in front of the veil. I heard a voice that I've only heard in my dreams or nightmares depending on how you look at it, and she was calling me through the veil. I knew I had nothing to lose at that point, so I stepped through." Kathleen asked, "Who was it?" Harry sighed and pulled Megan close to him. "It was my mum." There were a few gasps when he said this, and then he asked, "Do any of you know the nature of the veil?" Lord Davis said, "Most of us only know it as a one-way ticket to death." And they would be correct. The moment I stepped through the veil, Harry James Potter, the boy Holived, died. Megan hugged him close. Daphne looked confused and asked, "Then what are you, a ghost?" "No, I am me and as alive as any of you. I think Megan can attest to that fact." She blushed but smiled and gave him a kiss. Lord Moon asked, "So the last Potter died? Where does that leave everything?" "In a better position than we were before. Harry James Potter may have died, but it was Harrison James Peverell who stepped back into this world." Jonathan asked, "Peverell?" "Yes, sir. If what I was led to believe is true, the Peverells were the Grey Lords who were on the same level as the Light Lord Merlin and the Dark Lady Morgana. At this point, the return of the Peverell name alone should have enough pull to unify the neutral faction." Harry looked up after saying that and saw several frowns directed at him. Megan even slid back from him and stared at him harshly. He asked, "What?" Reginald coldly said, "So you think that you can do that on your name alone?" Harry blushed and then thought about what he said. When he realized what came out, he said, "Oh no, sir. I know exactly who helped me get to the point I'm at now, and if I remember from our discussion before the third task, I also said I never wanted to go alone again." Jonathan said, "I would hope that you had not forgotten the lessons you were given." "If you only knew, sir, in addition to what my friends taught me, I've also had the political training I should have received growing up." Lord Davis scoffed, "In 6 weeks. So you're ready to take on the Wisengamot now?" "No, sir. I merely said that I have been taught. I never alluded that I had experience. That is something I hopefully will be allowed to learn from all of you." Jean finally spoke up and asked, "And just who was your teacher that could accomplish such a feat in 6 weeks as well as what had to be near constant physical training?" Harry smiled. "Reggie already knows this, but it may have been 6 weeks for you, but my reality was more like 6 years. And as for my teachers, I was taught by none other than Charles and Doria Potter. I think you would find them acceptable." Jean somberly replied, "So you really did die?" "Yes, sir. The myths and legends surrounding the Peverell name are just that. We do not have the power over death any more than anyone else. What we do have is a connection to death that is more like being able to walk along beside him as a companion, and as such, I was allowed to return so that I could fulfill my destiny." He looked around the room and saw that no one was going to say anything. "I would have come here yesterday, but I ended up spending the whole day at Gringotts. We managed to sort out some things, and while relations between us are still strained, they are better than they were. It seems that Iron Fist was watching and came in at the right moment to save the day, at least for the goblins." Jonathan asked, "You spoke to Iron Fist?" Harry smiled. "I had dinner with him, actually. Nice fellow, but tells the absolute worst jokes." Harry looked around at the lords who were sitting there with their mouths hanging open. Daphne said Iron Fist never meets with wizards. It is said that he finds us distasteful. Harry laughed. "Yeah, he told me that too. Said we smelled unwashed, but he didn't find my scent that bad. Anyway, I did some tests for verification and they started handing me rings to put on." Tracy asked, "Rings? as in more than one. Yes, Peverell and Potter of course, but I absorbed Potter back into the line. The next ring was Gryffindor, which I also absorbed back into the line. Cedric asked. Wait a minute, Godric was a Peverell. Yes, he was the second son of Ignatus. He changed his name at the same time the first son changed his name to Potter. Anyway, I met him on the other side, and he is largely responsible for my body being the way it is. Daphne shook her head and said, Wait a minute, you trained with Godric Gryffindor. Yeah, he was a hell of a fighter, but he would have given Rowena a run for her money in the brains department. Reginald looked at him a minute while shaking his head. I suppose you met her too. You're just having us on now, aren't you? No, sir, I never met her, but Godric spoke of her often. I think he had a thing for her at one time. And to answer your second question, no, I'm not having you on. But if the Gryffindor title messed with you, I can't wait to see what you're going to say when I tell you that I also claimed the Slytherin title and absorbed it back into the line. Lord Moon said, You mean to tell me that Salazar Slytherin was a Peverell as well? Yes, sir. He changed his name after his father, Antioch, went crazy. According to Godric, he was a decent bloke, but was way too serious all the time, which I guess I would be too if my bloodline had been cursed. Tracy asked, If you have both founders' titles and absorbed then, what does it mean for Hogwarts? Not much really. I'll have more control over the castle than Dumbledore, but even though I absorbed the lines, the titles still technically exist. I guess I could use the title of Lord Gryffindor if I chose to, but I'm good with Peverell. All I really did by absorbing the lines was to pull the family magic into the Peverell line to make it even stronger. Megan smirked and said, I'm sure everyone is pretty stunned by all that. Is that all? Harry flashed a quick smile. Not at all, love. I also claimed the minor house of Evans just to keep my greedy aunt and her son from being able to make a claim on the legacy my mother left behind. Daphne looked between the two of them. I know I'm going to regret asking, but is that all of it? Harry smirked. Funny that you would be the one to ask that since the last part concerns you. She warily looked at him. In what way? I am also the Lord Black as well. The entire Greengrass family gasped and then stared at Harry for a minute before a small smile formed on Daphne's face. The ferret always claimed that he would be Lord Black and that I would be his eventually. At first, I allied with you just to piss him off. But as I got to know you, well, things changed. Harry smiled. Well, you won't have to worry about that anymore since he, his aunt, and his mother were disowned from the House of Black, and I have started the process to get back every nut they ever received from the Blacks, be it loans or bride payments. Jonathan spoke up. While I am happy that the Malfoys no longer have any kind of hold over us, that still leaves the fact that the contract now binds you two together. Daphne looked over at Megan and saw that she was trying to keep her face as blank as possible to avoid anyone seeing her feelings on the matter. Harry said, Yes, it does, but at the same time it doesn't. Jonathan quickly said, I've seen the contract, Harry. If you are Lord Black, then Daphne is required to marry you. Yes, sir, that is the way the contract was written, but things have changed recently. Daphne asked, in what way? Harry said Sirius left me a letter apologizing for everything and at the same time asking me to agree to a few requests. The first was to take the title of Lord Black and do something positive with it. He also asked me to kick the remaining members of the family out. Jonathan asked, That's all well and good, but what does it have to do with the contract? I'm getting to that. He never really said how he knew, but he was aware of my relationship with Megan along with my friendship with Daphne, and decided to give me options and not trap me into a marriage that I may or may not want. He went to Gringotts and used his power as Lord Black to alter the terms of the contract. Daphne asked, It's impossible to alter a contract. Jonathan said, No, it isn't, but the only way I know to accomplish this is by sacrificing your magic. He sat there for a minute and then looked at Harry. Sirius did it the night he went through the veil, didn't he? Harry quietly, Yes, sir. He said he owed it to me to make sure I had the life I wanted instead of what had been dealt to me so far. He said it was to make up for all his mistakes. Lilith asked, What does this all mean? Harry stood and stepped over to Daphne and held out his hand. As soon as she was facing him, he pulled the black betrothal ring out of his pocket and held it out to her. Her eyes cut to Megan, who was still sitting there stoned-faced. Harry said, The choice is yours, Daphne. Megan and I have already discussed it, and while we never talked about there being more than the two of us, we decided that if there was to be another partner, you would be the exception and one we would happily live with. So you're asking me to marry you. In a way, yes. If this is something you want, then we would welcome you into our lives as more than a sister. Sirius couldn't void the contract outright, so he altered it so that House Black was bound by it, but it placed the choice solely in your hands. Daphne asked, so you're saying that if I want to marry you, the contract will activate, but if I don't, the contract will be voided and won't be passed on to our descendants. Yes, that is how it was explained to me. She stood there for a minute with everyone's eyes glued to the both of them. She took a deep breath and snaked her arms around Harry's neck and then kissed him. It lasted for about a minute until they broke apart and they stared into each other's eyes. If anyone had been watching Meghan, they would have seen tears slip down her cheek. Daphne stepped back and said, I'm sorry, Harry. While I do love you both, that was what I assume it would feel like to kiss my brother. Harry laughed. That's a relief since the same thing was going through my mind. I'll inform Iron Fist to permanently destroy the contract now that you have rejected it. Thank you, brother. After watching the two of you together, I can see that you share something very special and I couldn't interfere with that. It also makes me want to find the same thing for myself. I hope you find it, but just remember whoever it is has to meet the approval of you brothers and sisters. Tracy shouted, damn right. Jonathan chuckled and added, yes, and let's not forget the mother and father and all your aunts and uncles. Harry returned to his seat and pulled Meghan into his lap. Her reaction to the whole thing was to kiss Harry passionately to show her happiness. After a minute, Reginald cleared his throat and said, I think we've had enough examples of Harry's kissing abilities for one day. After a smirk to Harry, she turned to her father and said, but Daddy, we've got to start practicing for the wedding. And if that isn't enough, we've got to start making bobbies soon. Reginald choked back a reply as everyone started laughing at Meghan winding her father up. After things settled down and there was a stretch of silence, Lord Davis asked, I've got a pretty good idea, but I want to hear it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Where does this put us now? Harry sat back for a minute in thought. He turned to Meghan and said, we've talked about most of this, so I hope you will jump in if it comes out wrong. She kissed him and said, you'll do fine, but I will always be right beside you to point out your mistakes. Daphne added, as will I. Everyone got a chuckle out of that, especially when Harry faked looking hurt and saying, thanks a lot. Harry turned serious and said, I hope it will put us in a very good position. I feel the return of the House of Peverell will unite the neutral faction under our one banner. Not my banner, but our banner. Amos said, the loss of the Potter and Black votes from the light and dark factions should upset those factions' power base, and with a little luck and encouragement, we could very easily draw more of the undecided houses into the neutral faction. Harry said, also if you throw in the Gryffindor and Slytherin votes, we should see quite a bit of chaos as well. Jonathan said, the Peverell, Gryffindor, and Slytherin houses all hold 5 votes apiece, since they are most ancient and revered houses. Potter and Black each hold 4 votes as most ancient and most noble houses. You already control 23 votes. Yes, sir, but along with that, we need to add Longbottom and Bones with 3 votes each as ancient and most noble houses, along with yours at 4 and the rest at 3 each. So far, we have 46 votes. How many more would we need to gain a 2/3 majority? Jonathan laughed and said, no wonder you have the Slytherin title, you are very ambitious. I think a more realistic goal would be to get half. If we were to do that, the dark and light factions would not be able to outvote us unless they joined forces. Not that they ever would, but the truth is, I'm extremely motivated. I don't want anyone else to have to live through what I did, and I want our children to grow up in a better world. Hell, to be honest, I want to grow up in a better world where I don't have Albus Dumbledore or Tom Riddle always breathing down my neck. He saw several nods around the room. Reginald said, I for one think that is a worthwhile goal. How do you want to play this? Harry sat back once again and thought for a second. I will assume my titles, and since I'm too young to take my seats, I'll then name my proxies. If you are willing, I was hoping that Reginald would be my proxy for Peverell, Amos would take Gryffindor, Jonathan would take Slytherin, Lord Davis would take Black, and Lord Moon would take Potter. That way, the votes would be spread out, and all of you could work to secure more support for our side. The 5 lords looked at each other and gave a nod to show their agreement. Amos said, you're putting a lot of trust in us. Yes, sir, but then you have put a lot of trust in me. I already said I wouldn't forget who was there for me when everyone else turned their backs. Even more importantly, we will soon be family, and I know that family means something to all of you. I can see that in your children, and the way they act with each other, as well as the way they came to the rescue of a young man who was contemplating giving up his magic just to gain some peace in his life. Kathleen said, "For someone who was looking for peace, you sure didn't choose an easy path. We have an uphill battle to fight before we will ever see it." "Yes, ma'am, but things are different now." "How so?" "I now have someone who has chosen to stand beside me for the rest of my life." "How can I not fight for that for her?" There were several nods at what he said, and then silence overtook the room once more. It was finally broken when Lord Chang asked, "Since you are heir to Gryffindor and Slytherin, what are your plans for Hogwarts?" "Honestly, nothing at the moment." "What do you mean? What would happen to the headmaster's credibility when the boy who lived, who is also the heir to 2 founders, refused to attend school there due to the lack of a proper education? Or even better, what if he also convinces his family to also seek a better education elsewhere, as the heirs and heiresses of ancient and noble houses deserve more than a substandard education?" Tracy asked. "Are you now making decisions for us, Harry?" "Not at all. You are free to make your own decisions about this. The only people I have any say-so over is myself and Megan." Reginald jumped up. "I am her father, and until she is married, I will make the decisions regarding her." Kathleen reached up and placed her hand on his arm. "Sit down, Reggie. Yelling will not accomplish anything, and I for one would like to hear what he has to say. Like it or nor, the moment you gave your permission and she said yes, she was bound to him." "Thank you, Kathleen. Understand that it's not a matter of control or anything else like that. You have not lived through everything that I have, and you're just now starting to see the lengths they will go through to have control over me. You're going to be taking away Dumbledore's power base in the Wisengamot, and he will get desperate and do whatever he has to in order to get back what he lost. I can promise you that they will try to use any and all of you to get to me," Cedric said, "but they think you're dead." "No, they know I went through the veil." "How do you think they are going to react when I show up on September 1st to officially withdraw from the school?" The next 2 weeks proved to be just as busy for Harry as the days following his return to the living world. He spent a good amount of time with Megan, and true to his promise, he took her everywhere he went. Their relationship grew stronger in that time, and her feelings for him grew as strong as his for her. She was in love with Harry, of that she had no doubt, but it was the strength of his commitment to her, and the love she saw in his eyes for her, that made her agree to marry him. They had shared many heartfelt talks over those weeks, and she knew that the difference between them was the fact that Harry had 6 years to come to grips with his feelings for her. They laughed when he posed that it would have taken him until he was 21 before he ever admitted his true feelings for her. One day she asked, "Harry, where's Dobby?" He smiled at her and took her hand. Before she could blink, they had popped away and were now standing in the middle of a luxurious suite. As was the proper thing to do, Harry gave her a tour of the suite and even stopped to show her his bedroom. She looked in at the beautiful room and blushed when he pushed her inside. As all young ladies do, she walked around the room and would pick up things here and there and look at them, but the room didn't really feel like Harry to her. "I really don't have anything here, as I only really just come here to sleep. I would like a picture of us to put on my nightstand, but I find myself disgusted because here you are marrying me, and we don't even have a picture of us together. In fact, I don't even have a picture of my lovely fiancé at all." She blushed, but then said, "Then we will have to take care of that when we get home. By the way, why did you bring me here when I asked about Dobby?" "Oh, sorry. He's here and I needed to check on him." He went down the hall and quietly knocked on another door. When he didn't get a response, he cracked the door open and peeked inside. The sight he saw was a much changed and beautiful Winky sitting astride Dobby as he held onto her waist as a golden glow was surrounding them. The result was a shoe smacking him in the head as he pulled back. The only thing she heard as she stood behind him was, "JackPotr, can you give us a little privacy?" Through the closed door, Harry called back, "Sorry, Dobbs, we just came by to check on you." Is Megan here?" "Yeah, bro, we'll leave you to it and check back later when you aren't so busy." "Give us an hour," they heard another voice say something. "Yeah, okay, love, better make that too, Harry." Megan blushed as Harry laughed. "They've been like this since that day I came to see you. Seems to be working too, and you're going to be shocked when you see them." The two of them left for a little while and did a little shopping. Megan used the time to get Harry some decent clothes, as he had outgrown most of his stuff, and was using expansion charms to be able to fit into them. Harry stopped and picked up a few things from the young ladies section, which drew a raised eyebrow from Megan, but after he said, "For Winky," she agreed and jumped in to help him. After 2 hours had passed, they popped back into the suite to find Dobby and Winky sitting on the couch. Winky sat wearing one of Harry's long t-shirts as she had nothing else to wear and blushed in embarrassment at it. Meghan reached out her hand for Winky and led her back to her bedroom, where she started opening bags and helping Winky get dressed. When they reappeared in the sitting room, both boys' jaws dropped at the vision in front of them. Winky stood in a yellow sundress that brought out the olive color of her skin, which was even more pronounced with her long black hair hanging to her mid-back. Dobby stood and moved to her, quickly pulling her into a hug. He turned to Harry and Meghan and said, "Thank you." "She looks beautiful." Meghan said, "You're welcome." Harry started picking out things for her, but I took over. Winky said, "I don't know how to thank you." Harry chuckled. "You don't have to. We are family, and so we look after each other." She stepped over to Harry and pulled him into hug. He said, "You've always been a hot little elf, but can I just say damn?" She giggled. "Must be those Potter genes." Dobby said, "That's where most of it comes from." Meghan said, "Harry said you had changed, but I never expected this. You both are gorgeous." Dobby smiled and then bowed. "Thank you, Mistress Meggs. That someone of your beauty would say such a thing about us means a lot, but I still wonder why you would lower yourself to agree to marry this guy." Meghan giggled and said, "What can I say? Love is blind." "Hey now, you still can get out of it, you know." She kissed him and replied, "Not a chance, mister. You're mine until I either grow tired of you or kill you." The four have talked for a while before Harry finally asked, "So when will both of you be able to travel again? I've been holding off some things until you are ready." Dobby looked down for a second before saying, "I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to slow things down. I should be ready tomorrow. Winky may take another few days." "Whoa now, you didn't stop anything. If anything, it gave me and Meghan some time together. I never meant for you to think what you did caused problems." "Crap." Meghan jumped in when she saw Harry not being able to express himself like he wanted. "Don't even think that, Dobby. He told me how happy he was for the both of you, and how as soon as we married, our family would finally be complete until we started having children." Harry finally spoke. "How could I ever deny you this happiness after all you have done for me? I was just wondering as I received the notice for Gringotts that the audit was complete. It was my hope that all of you would be by my side when we dealt with that. Not only that, we need to make plans for Hogwarts as it is less than a week away. I have some ideas, but I need all of your input as I want this to sow as much chaos as possible." The meeting at Gringotts did not go as planned, at least for the goblins. During the presentation of the results of the full audit, Harry learned that the Potter vault had been the subject of pilfering up until Christmas, when the whole issue had been brought to Ragnarok's attention, and it was all at the hands of Dumbledore and Bearclaw. As far as the Black Vault was concerned, the pilfering had continued through the day before his acceptance of the titles. He learned that Narcissa Malfoy had been the one to take the money from the vault, as was her right as a member of the Black family, only she had exceeded the limit imposed by the family charter, as there was not an active lord to control things. Where did the money go? Our investigation has shown that the money taken from the Black Vaults went directly into the Malfoy vaults. As far as the Potter vaults are concerned, the money was transferred into 2 separate accounts. One belonging to Bearclaw and another to an unregistered account holder that we tracked back to Albus Dumbledore. From that account, many payments were made to a variety of accounts under the names of Prewitt, Weasley, Granger, Snape, and Dursley. As far as the other vaults, they haven't been touched ever since they went dormant when the last holder passed away. Meghan squeezed his hand as he dealt with the emotions this news stirred in him. While he was coming to terms with what he just learned, Meghan asked, "What do you intend to do about this?" Ragnarok replied, "We are waiting for Lord Peverell's input as to how to handle the situation. We would be willing to recover the items and the gold for a reduced percentage of what was recovered." Harry's hand slammed down on the desk as he said, "No. You will recover what was taken from my families, but as it is your fault in the first place, you will not make a profit on your own mistakes. Lord Peverell, Gringotts does not do business that way. The percentage goes to pay the goblins who recover your possessions and gold. Then pay it out of your own vault. If I find that they didn't do their absolute best because of pay, I can promise you that you will live to regret it. In fact, I want you to set up a special vault to hold everything that was taken so that I can see your incompetence for myself. Maybe then I will be able to make a better judgment of whether your nation is capable of seeing to the needs of my family." Ragnarok was shaken by the outburst. He knew he was treading on thin ice at the moment and did the only thing he could to appease an important client. He bowed his head. "It shall be as you command, Lord Peverell. I will place Griffook over the recovery process. How much? Excuse me, my lord. How much has been stolen from me?" "Our estimates place it at around half of your family's assets. Not counting heirlooms, we think it could be as much as 50 million galleons." Megan yelled. "How could you miss that? Bearclaw was a very creative bookkeeper, milady. We wouldn't have found it unless we did the full audit." Harry stood and said, "I've heard enough. When can I expect some results?" "The recovery of the gold will happen very quickly, as we will reverse all the transactions and pull them back into the vault you requested. The heirlooms may take some time to track, but we will find them." Megan asked, "What if there is not enough in the vault to cover the amount stolen?" "Then we will proceed to stripping their personal and family vaults until we have reclaimed every nut." Harry stood there for a second before he said, "The Prewitt vault you mentioned, I assume it was Molly Prewitt." Ragnock nodded. "The Weasley vault, Ronald." "Yes, and Percy," Harry nodded. "Arthur Weasley is an honest man. He works hard to support his family, and I don't want anything taken from his vault on my behalf. The same goes for Bill and Charlie." "As you wish." As soon as we learned of the theft, William was brought before our interrogators to determine if he was involved. "I can assure you that he had no part in this, and he should recover within the next few days, but he is aware of why he was questioned." Harry muttered, "This will kill Mr. Weasley." Megan grabbed his hand. "He knew something was going on, and that's why he asked to speak with you. He wants to make it right between your families." Harry looked at her and said, "How can you make something like this right?" "I really don't know, love." After they had left, Ragnock sat back in his chair and thought about everything that just happened. Just as he turned to handle some other business, Iron Fist walked in and sat in the chair Harry had just vacated. He remained quiet for a few minutes before he finally said, "I don't know why I didn't take your head after the last meeting. When are you going to learn that Lord Peverell is not someone to trifle with? While it was admirable from a goblin standpoint that you would try to make a profit, your choice in trying to do it in a situation where we were clearly in the wrong is just plain stupid. I would like to caution you, when next you meet with him, one wrong word will spell disaster for us, and it will be on your head that I place all the blame." He looked at Ragnock, who had still not said anything. "Mark my words, this is far from over, and I can assure you, we will pay in some way that does not include paying for the recovery." He then rose and walked out of the office without saying another word. Their next appointment was in the conference room of the hotel. Dobby invited the gnomes to come meet with Harry so they could work out some details. The man that stood and greeted Harry took him by surprise. The man was accustomed to the reaction and chuckled out, "No, Lord Peverell, I'm not a gnome, I just work for them." "Please excuse me, sir, but the only gnomes I've seen are of the garden variety." "Ah, that explains it. A true gnome is about the size of a goblin but much more human in appearance. They are also very hospitable. The ones you've seen are a bastardized version thought to have been created when one of the lower castes mated with a niffler. The gnome in question and his offspring were then banished to the Isle of Britain as retribution towards the goblins for forcing us out. That's just... hell, I don't know what to say about that." The man laughed and said, "How can the Gnome Bank help you, Lord Peverell?" "I just wanted to thank you for the way you have handled my affairs up to this point, and wanted to warn you to expect some rather substantial deposits in the near future. We would be more than happy to handle all of your needs, my lord." "I thank you for that as well, and it may eventually come to that, but for now, I am trying to give the goblins an opportunity to right some wrongs they have done." "I understand, my lord. We are aware of how tightly linked Gringotts is to your houses, and we also offer to administer the accounts honoring the same contracts as are in place now, but at a more reasonable rate. We would not like to see the economy of Britain fail, as it would have a detrimental effect on us all." "Thank you. I just didn't want you guys to think it was anything you have done to make me unhappy. I was asked to give them a chance." We took no offense. "Just know that we will be ready whenever our services are needed." The next few days were spent planning and spending time with the rest of the family at the different houses. 3 days before the train would be leaving for Hogwarts, Kathleen and Celeste, along with the girls, cornered Megan into a discussion about wedding plans. Having seen he was out of his element, Harry gave Megan a quick kiss and excused himself. When she quirked an eyebrow at him, he replied, "As long as you are happy, I'll be happy, but since you're busy, I think it would be a good time to go take care of a few things." She nodded since she knew what he was talking about and watched as he popped away from her. His destination was once again the Vale, where he waved his hand to change the iris and stepped through. Once he entered the arrival room, he thought about Potter Manor and found himself on the front steps. He spent a little time catching up and talking about all that had happened since he last saw them, and then called for Azriel to start the discussion which brought him here in the first place. After several hours and a few plans in place, he found himself traveling back to the Jones house for dinner. Once dinner was over, they took Luna and the others to the suite for the long-promised TV night. When everyone was settled, Harry stepped back to his room to find a letter waiting on his nightstand. He opened the letter, which was adorned with the Gringotts seal, and sat down to read. It announced the completion of their task, with the exception of some of the heirlooms which were still being tracked and recovered. The letter also asked for another meeting as quickly as possible so that they could settle the matter and get his gold working for him again. His eyebrow rose at the term, and a small smile crept onto his face. When he entered the sitting room, Megan's eyes caught the mischievous glint in his eye, and she asked, "What have you been up to?" He smiled and handed her the letter. Once she finished it, he said, "We'll need to go back tomorrow and settle things." "Okay, but now I want you to forget about plans, business, and everything else and just relax." As she snuggled into his arms, he said, "Yes, dear." Harry stood in front of an open vault and stared at the gold piled up in there. He finally asked, "Just how much is there?" Griffock replied, "Not including the value of the heirlooms, there are 101 million galleons in the vault." "How? I thought Ragnarok said that you guys estimated the theft to be around 50 million. Griffock chuckled. "Yes, Harry, that was the amount of the theft. Let's just say that we were creative and penalized anyone who ever took money from you. The Malfoy family has had their accounts drained dry, and then we started selling off their assets. They have refused to leave the family manor and have raised some serious wards to protect themselves. An unofficial report says that Tom is hiding there as well. Surely that doesn't add up to that much." "No, very astute of you, Harry. We drained what was left from the vaults Dumbledore moved money to except for one. It is my understanding that Miss Granger sold the books she purchased with the money she earned and then cleaned out her account. The next transaction she made was to deposit the entire amount into the account for the magical orphanage in honor and memory of the friend she lost. The remainder and any shortfall came from Dumbledore's personal vault. I thought it best to charge him interest in the matter and even paid the recovery team a bonus from there as well. I would love to be there when he gets his next statement and only sees the 30 pieces of silver we left for him." "Fitting. Yes, I thought so." Now the rest came from the personal and family vaults of Bearclaw. Iron Fist thought it would serve well as a reminder of what happens when you cheat a client. "Thank you, Griffock. I appreciate the efforts you made on my behalf. It was my honor to do so, Harry. Please do not take offense at what happens next." Griffock chuckled. "I already have the transfer order filled out and waiting for your signature. I would honestly do the same thing if I were in your shoes. You know my offer was genuine. If you ever find life here unbearable, come find me. I will always a place for you." Griffock bowed to him and then escorted them to Ragnarok's office, who had a greedy gleam in his eye as soon as he saw Harry. "Ah, Lord Peverell, are you ready to put that money back to work for you?" "Yes, I am." Harry placed the transfer order on his desk. As soon as he read it, Ragnarok asked, "What is this?" "I thought it was obvious. With the exception of Griffock and his team, Gringotts does not deserve to touch the gold that you allowed to be stolen from me. I will not subsidize goblins who have no concern over the accounts of my houses and just look at me as a way to line their pockets. I will warn you now that any further mistakes on the part of Gringotts will see me pulling everything out. And before you even bring up the loans and everything else, I've already had a very lucrative offer from the gnomes to manage those accounts." Harry nodded to Griffock, and they were led from the office. As they walked down the hall, they conveniently ran into Iron Fist. Harry bowed low. "My lord, I thank you for your assistance. Please understand that my actions today were nothing personal and just business." "I understand completely, Harry. I am in agreement with Griffock in this matter and am grateful that you are at least allowing the remainder of your accounts to remain here for the time being." Harry smiled. "I couldn't allow anything to happen to the two men who I now consider friends." Iron Fist bowed low. "For a human, you don't stink so bad." Harry laughed and replied, "Neither do you for a goblin. If you need me, you know how to find me. What will you do next? It's time to sow a little chaos." Iron Fist gave him a feral smile. "Your father would be proud. I return your sentiments if you need me. You know where to find me." On August 31st, owls were winging their way from Gringotts with the most up-to-date account statements for all their vault holders. In Crawley, The ledger that was received showed a 0 balance and also had a letter attached from the orphanage thanking her for her generous donation. The young lady had lived through a rough summer with her parents and was looking forward to returning to Hogwarts in order to try and prove herself a trustworthy person once again. The only thing she knew for certain was that this was going to be an even lonelier year than the one that just passed. The loss of Harry was hard on her, and she mourned his loss along with the loss of the opportunity to ever get to the point where he would at least speak to her. Finding someone to hang out with would be difficult, as no one was guiltless in Harry's betrayal, and the only ones who would never accept her into their company. She walked into her father's study and laid the ledger sheet along with the letter on her father's desk in the hope that he would one day be proud of her again. Harry received his statements along with a letter from Griffook. The letter stated that he was to receive the estate of Severus Snape, along with a personal letter. Harry thought about it for a minute before writing back saying that it was his wish that Griffook liquidate the estate and, in turn, donate it to the magical orphanage. As to the letter, he said to burn it as he had no desire to ever be subjected to the demented ranting of the arsehole. Albus Dumbledore saw his statement and sat it to the side. He knew he had more than enough money than he would ever need. His first signal that something was wrong would be when he saw Molly Weasley storming into the castle the next day after dropping her kids off at the Express. Another owl was making its way to the burrow that was close to the Jones home. Ron and Molly hurried to get their statements before Arthur saw the owl. As soon as he entered the room, they hurriedly pocketed the ledger sheets as he sat down to look at what he had to work with. He released a sigh that he never had enough to meet their needs, but was always positive that things would work out. As Molly and Ron both snuck off to check their balances, the screams of no could be heard all the way to where Harry and Meghan were sitting out on the lawn and enjoying a quiet evening together. She kissed his cheek and chuckled out. The Weasleys must have got their statements. Harry smiled at her and said, "Sounds like it to me." You can't miss the cry of anguish from Ronnykins or the harpy-like screech of Molly when something doesn't go her way. She pulled him down onto the blanket they were using and held onto him as it was their last night together. After a while, promise me you'll be careful. I will, as long as you promise me to keep your head down no matter what happens until we have control of the situation. But nothing. Dobby has my back. We'll be fine. She snuggled into him and replied, "Yes, dear." They stayed like that until it was dark and Kathleen called Meghan back into the house. As they parted, Harry gave her a passionate kiss and told her he would see her in the morning. Harry arrived early in the morning as Kathleen and Meghan were wrapping up the preparations for her return to Hogwarts. While they were busy, Harry was down in the study with Reggie discussing things that Reggie did not want to hear. "If things don't go according to plan, I've left Meghan everything so that you guys can continue to make the world a better place. Why does it fall on you? We would be more than happy to help you with this. Who else is crazy enough to do it?" Reggie nodded. "Just make sure you make it out alive. I can handle almost anything except the broken look on her face that I saw when it was reported that you went through the veil. Dobby will get me out if necessary, and Winky will be poised to grab Meghan and bring her home. Just make sure all of you get out as well. We'll have your back if you need us. Just be careful, son. I also want to apologize for yesterday. I'm kind of. No need for apologies. I never meant to make it sound like I wasn't going to consider your opinions. I'm just a little protective myself. Let's just write it off to emotions running high." Reggie nodded. Meghan came down and shared a long kiss with Harry before her parents pulled her away in order to get to the station on time. "I love you and will see you this evening." "I love you too. Please don't make me a widow before I even get to marry you. Everything will work out fine. Just tell everyone to keep their eyes on Dumbledore." She gave him another kiss before disappearing with her parents. Harry popped out right after them and met Dobby at King's Cross. They stayed invisible as well as stayed in the shadows to watch over the family. As soon as Meghan and her parents met up with the rest of the family, Daphne was casting her eyes around and noticed a subtle shake of Meghan's head. "He may be here, but we won't see him unless there's a problem." Cedric escorted Cho and were chatting with the others when Susan and Hannah made an appearance. They simpered out, "Good morning, Cedric," as the others rolled their eyes. "Hello, girls. Aren't you a little young to be here without an escort?" The blushes and shocks on their faces were evident as they hurried off to the train. Daphne laughed and said that was just mean. "Yeah, way to go, big bro. You just called them little girls." Cedric smirked, "Oh, I didn't realize." Cho giggled and gave him a long kiss before boarding the train. It wasn't long before goodbyes were said, and they all gravitated to the same compartment. The last to arrive was Luna, who said, "Your fiancé was watching us the whole time. If I didn't know him better, I'd think he was one of those guys who preyed on young girls. Oh, sorry, that was Victor, wasn't it?" They were disturbed from their laughter by a knock on the door. When they looked up, they saw Hermione Granger standing there, and Tracy moved to answer the door. "May I sit with you?" Daphne looked up and said, "I don't think that is such a good idea, Granger." "Why not?" "Because we may discuss things that we wouldn't want the headmaster to know about. It's nothing personal. Well, yes, it is, because even with my reputation, I wouldn't screw someone over for money and then break his heart as an encore." Hermione looked stunned but stood there and took the abuse she knew she deserved. She then heard a dreamy voice say, "Is this going to be like one of those showdowns like we saw on TV the other night?" Megan looked at Luna and saw the glint in her eye. She smirked and played along. "What do you mean, Luna?" "Well, we have the Ice Queen of Slytherin facing off with the heartless bitch of Gryffindor. It should be quite the show." Hermione stood there for a minute before she calmed herself and said, "I know I deserve it, and if Harry were here, I'd be on my knees begging forgiveness for what I did." Cho coldly said, "You tried that, and if I remember correctly, he didn't want to hear what you had to say either, so move along. We have better things to do than sit here and talk to someone we wouldn't choose as a friend if they offered us all the gold in Gringotts." After Hermione left, Lilith said, "That was rather harsh." Megan replied, "Your point is, you weren't there to pick up the pieces that were left of Harry's heart." Luna chipped in, but you were." With a smile, Megan replied, "Best thing I ever did. Now, while there are no interruptions, my fiancé asked that you keep your eyes on the headmaster tonight." Daphne asked, "Do you know what he is planning?" "Not entirely. He just said for us to protect ourselves and keep an eye on the old fool. I wouldn't be surprised at anything that happened tonight." Daphne said, "Stupid Griff is going to get himself killed one day." She looked up when she said that and saw the wide expressions of shock on everyone's face. They calmed when Megan said, "Won't be the first time, but at least he has a plan this time." Everyone nodded at her comment and settled down for the long ride. They were mostly left alone as no one could withstand the glare cast by the girls whenever someone attempted to enter their compartment. Harry and Dobby were watching as the large group of officials, along with lords and ladies, made their way across the grounds and to the doors of the castle. Harry took a deep breath as he stood outside the wards that surrounded Hogwarts. He knew that the moment he crossed them, he would be committed to the plan. He felt something reach out and touch his magic, and at that point, he felt he could communicate with the castle, so he asked that his presence as the heir to Gryffindor and Slytherin be suppressed for the time being. After seeing the group disappear into the castle and another deep breath, he turned to his companion and asked, "You ready for this?" Dobby chuckled and said, "Yeah, like you can ever be ready for something like this. You do realize that we are going to be staring both of your enemies in the face tonight. Your point is, you could die." It was then that Harry let out a laugh. "Dying isn't so bad, it's living that's tough. Are you ready to face them again? Not really, but hopefully they will be off balance. I can imagine the faces when they see me alive. Want to lay odds on how many piss their pants? I've got friends amongst the house elves. I'm sure they would be happy to pass it along the results of their cleaning." "No bets. I remember the last one, and I'm not sure how you could top making me streak past the pearly gates." Harry got serious for a minute and said, "If this goes bad, get Megan and you get out of there. I'm counting on you to take care of her." "Don't worry." "I don't. Thanks for always being there when I do something stupid. There's no place I'd rather be." They pulled the hood of the heavy cloak over their heads and then both cast the glamour that made their hands and heads look skeletal. Dobby picked up 2 sticks and handed one to Harry. With a glow of their hands, the sticks were transfigured into long scythes. Dobby finally laid his hand on Harry's arm and they disappeared. The Sorting Hat was just finishing up placing the last of the first years when the doors to the Great Hall swung open to reveal Minister Fudge leading Amelia Bones as well as a few of her Aurors into the hall. If that wasn't enough, they were followed by Augusta Longbottom and a good amount of lords and ladies of the ancient and noble houses. Albus nervously stood, "Good evening, Minister, Madam Bones, and dignified guests. This is an unexpected surprise. May I ask what brings you to Hogwarts this evening?" Cornelius Fudge stepped forward. "That's what we would like to know, Headmaster. We all received invitations requesting our presence here this evening." "I can assure you I haven't sent out any invitations." Minerva. "No, Headmaster. According to the schedule, It was to be a standard welcoming feast with no special guests invited to attend. Albus looked confused for a minute before a flash occurred in the hall and another table appeared. Well, it appears as if the castle is aware of your invitation and has made accommodations. Won't you join us then? Albus waited for the visitors to be seated before he made his way to the podium for his start of the term announcements. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a cold voice echoed around the hall. "Ah, good, everyone has arrived. I guess that means we can get this party started." As everyone was looking around the hall for the person behind the voice, two figures in long cloaks appeared on the steps leading down into the hall. There were startled gasps as they got a better look at the hooded duo and saw the skeletal hands and the long scythes they both held. Albus asked, "May I ask who you are and what your business is here this evening?" "This is a school, and therefore visitors usually ask permission before arriving in the castle. I find it ironic that the minster and his entourage were welcomed with open arms, and yet I am not. What's the matter, headmaster? Afraid of what they might overhear? Are you afraid that these lords and ladies would not be susceptible to compulsion or memory charms? Aren't those your weapons of choice?" Minerva was on her feet, instantly coming to the defense of Albus. "You are not welcome here, and it would be wise for you to leave and cease the disparaging of the good headmaster's name." Harry chuckled. "Headmaster, you need to put a leash on your pit bull before she gets slapped down with a rolled-up newspaper." He then turned to McGonagall and said, "Don't worry, Professor. His won't be the only reputation torn asunder this evening. Be patient, your time is coming as well." Minister Fudge stood, "My lord, may I respectfully inquire as to your identity, what your and our purpose is here tonight?" Harry gave him a slight bow. "Of course, Minister Fudge, however, I would think that our identity would be very plain, as we were reported to be here several weeks ago. But for those who haven't made the connection, we are emissaries from the House of Death who were sent here to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of Harry James Potter. We asked you here to bear witness to the results of our investigation as we seek recompense for an innocent who was treated unjustly." Amelia stood, "My lord, under our laws, everyone is entitled to a fair trial before a panel of their peers. I mean no offense, but I don't believe in kangaroo courts." Harry said, "And where was this justice for Harry Potter? Why did a young man in his prime choose death over life?" A surge of fear went through Albus as he heard those words. He knew who was responsible for 95% of the things that had been so wrong in Harry Potter's life. His fears of everyone finding out everything he had done to the boy were being realized, as the statement from Gringotts proved this morning. His mind was whirling as he tried to figure a way to turn this conversation to his advantage. Albus said, "I can assure you that we were all very distraught at the loss of Mr. Potter. He had many friends here that truly miss him and would like nothing better than to make amends for some minor mistakes they made last year." Harry chuckled. "I fail to see how you can consider their actions minor mistakes. How can you trivialize their actions that were the cause behind a young man preferring losing his magic or his life to get relief from the life he had to lead? What about your mistakes, old man? Would you beg for forgiveness for the atrocities you allowed to happen to him if he were to appear before you? I always did what was best for the boy, and I'm sure he will return the gesture tenfold when you meet him and his family on the other side. I can assure all of you that he is waiting patiently for his chance at getting his pound of flesh." McGonagall stood and pleaded, "Please, my lord, there are young children present. Don't subject them to whatever it is you have planned this evening." "Ah, Professor Minerva McGonagall, you must have been feeling left out, but I can assure you that Lady Lily is especially waiting for your appearance. It seems you made a promise to her many years ago to look after her infant son if something were to happen to her. Her contempt for the headmaster is only surpassed by her contempt for you. She considers you an oath breaker and a child abuser, and therefore deserves the very worst fate imaginable. I would also like to point out that your compassion and concern for your students seems to come somewhat late if you ask me. Well, let me rephrase that. You have always shown a lot of compassion for your students, unless their name was Harry Potter." Minerva dropped back into her chair in shock at those words. The cold chill that crept up her spine caused her to shudder at the meeting that awaited her with someone she had considered almost a daughter. Her eyes closed, and she could picture those emerald eyes turning on her in hate. Poppy stepped forward and pleaded, "If you will not do it for her, will you do it for me? Will you allow the younger children to leave the hall since they had nothing to do with the issue which you are here for?" Harry bowed deeply to her and said, "Harry always spoke very highly of you and asked that we grant any request you made. The first, second, and third years may leave." "Thank you. Would you allow me another request?" Harry nodded. She asked, "Is Harry happy now?" "Yes, ma'am. Harry James Potter said that death was the absolute best thing that ever happened to him. He also wanted us to tell you that he thought it was time for you to leave the castle before your soul was corrupted by those around you." She smirked. "So he is still the cheeky little bugger that he always was. Even worse, he has his heritage now." Albus couldn't stand not being the center of attention and asked, "And what heritage is that?" "Oh, that would be the heritage you denied him all these years, headmaster. It took his death to gain everything that you had tried to hide and steal from him." Albus tried to raise his wand, but before he could do anything, Dobby had him bound in magical ropes and suspended just above the floor as the wand flew straight into his hand. McGonagall and Flitwick moved to defend him, but were met with a mocking voice. "Do you really want to throw away your lives that carelessly? Perhaps you could place him back on his throne so that he can lord over these proceedings as he tried to do over Mr. Potter's life." Dobby waved his hand, and Albus was floated to his throne and dropped into it with an oomph. "I'd suggest you join him so that we can get on with the entertainment for the night." As they walked down the hall to the head table, Poppy started to usher the younger years out, but Harry asked her to stay. He nodded to Dobby, who snapped his finger, and the head elf appeared. "Please see to the children and make sure they are fed and tucked in." "At once, my lord. If there is anything else my lord requires, just name it." "Thank you," Minerva sputtered at the elves following the intruder's orders. "Just who do you think you are to come in here and take over like you own the place?" Albus looked up at the cloaked figure as he started laughing and knew his fate was sealed. "It's funny you should ask that, but perhaps we should save that little tidbit until later. Just know that I have more right to be here than anyone else in this castle." He turned back to Amelia and said, "I find it relevant to our discussion that Madame Bones brought up the law of the land tonight. I know that she holds great stock in the laws and does her utmost to see them followed. We have also witnessed Minister Fudge as well as many of these fine lords and ladies who also try to act within the law, but there is one amongst you who sees the laws as his own personal playground. He uses the loopholes that he helped write into the laws for his own benefit." Amelia stood. "Would you please elaborate?" "I had no intention of going into this tonight, but circumstances dictate otherwise. I would first like to begin with a sad tale. You see, there was once a young couple of an elevated house that had a son. The couple was smart and did everything in their power to make sure that their son would be taken care of in case something happened to them. From what I understand, there was a war going on at the time. They made out a detailed will that made sure their son would be well cared for under the proper guardians that they had picked out and trusted above all others. There was another man who was hell-bent on gaining control over their elevated house and saw to it that the parents of the father of the young boy met an untimely end. At the time of their death, the young couple was behind wards cast by this man that were charmed, so that the young father would not be notified of his parents' deaths, and therefore did not take up the title of his father's house. For simplicity's sake, the bad man who caused all this spent the entire summer searching and ransacking the family manor trying to find the family secrets while the young couple was hidden away. After a frustrating and unsuccessful summer, he torched the manor and blamed it on a rival group. The whole hall was engrossed in his tale and were shocked when he walked over to Albus and asked, "Does any of this seem familiar to you?" Harry stepped away to collect his thoughts. The bad man then turned his attention to the young couple and set them up to be murdered, but by accident, their 1.5-year-old son survived. At first, the bad man was upset by this turn of fate, but then he saw an opportunity to gain control over the house by controlling every aspect of the baby's life. He sealed the young couple's will, and then called in some favors to have himself given the position of guardian to the child, and on his own authority, he dumped the child on his mother's sister, who was well known for her hatred of magic as well as her sister. Minerva put a hand to her mouth. "I think Professor McGonagall finally put the pieces together and realizes who I am speaking about since she was one of the ones who helped perpetrate the crime. Anyway, the boy was dumped in the Muggle world where he was beaten, starved, and treated no better than a slave for the next 10 years of his life. This boy, who was the heir of a most ancient and most noble house, was not told his name until he was 6 years old and was told his parents were drunks who killed themselves in an automobile accident. The kindest name they had for him was Boy, but he also answered to Freak, since that was what he was called most often. Harry sarcastically said. When the young man turned 11, a miracle happened and the boy was rescued and brought into a whole new magical world where he found out he was famous. There were high expectations placed on the young man, and each year, he found himself thrust into more and more dangerous situations. In first year, he fought a troll, killed a man, and found out there was a bad man that wanted to kill him. In second year, he grieved over his friend who was petrified and fought a 65-foot basilisk to save the sister of his other friend. He almost died that night, but was saved by the headmaster's phoenix, only to almost have his soul sucked out by dementors in his third year. That year, he also found his godfather, but the bad man did everything he could to keep him away from the young man. In fourth year, he was made into an outcast and found out that the two people he loved more than anyone else were paid to be his friends and were reporting back to the bad man. He felt he couldn't trust anyone at that point, so he forced anyone who tried to get close to make oaths for him to even trust them. He competed in a tournament against his will and almost died, and at the end of the second task, the second bad man cast a curse at him that gave the young man something he had never had before. A choice. Everyone was sitting there stunned. He once again said, "Whether you believe this story or not, it is the truth from the young man's point of view, but one thing you must remember is that one way or another, his death was always guaranteed by the man who set up his family to die." Lord Gringotts stood. "My lord, may I ask if you know the reason behind the denial of the young man's heritage?" "Yes, as it was obvious when we spoke to the Goblin King. It was done to hide the fact that the man was robbing the young man blind of his inheritance. We can only assume that it was done since the young man was never expected to survive his education." Augusta Longbottom stood. "Not that any of us have any doubts, but could you name the man responsible for all this? And is Mr. Potter truly better off now?" Harry chuckled. "Madam Longbottom, as I'm sure you have guessed, the man who orchestrated this whole thing is none other than your esteemed headmaster Albus Dumbledore. If you would like me to name his accomplices in the circumstances surrounding Mr. Potter, I would have to say the entire staff, except for the healer and the entire student population save 8. As to your second question, as I answered earlier for Madame Pomfrey, he was given a choice. He could stay here and continue in his miserable existence, or he could step through the veil and take a chance that there was something better for him on the other side. It took him all of a second to make that choice, as he thought oblivion would be better than what he had. There were tears falling from quite a few eyes after hearing all this. Augusta reached out for Amelia and grabbed her hand. Amelia stood. "Houses Bones and Longbottom failed to do our duty to House Potter, and therefore we seek your punishment for our transgression. I find it extremely refreshing that you want to atone for what was done. It almost restores my faith in wizard kind. If you truly wish to atone, then, it is only fitting that your houses suffer the same fate that House Potter did due to your inaction. My recommendation would be for you to sterilize your heirs and let the lines die out just as the Potter line has." The whole hall gasped at this suggestion. Augusta stepped forward and said, "It is only fair. I will see it is done." Everyone turned around as they heard a thump as Neville passed out on the floor. Susan did the same when Amelia agreed as well, saying that it was a just punishment. Harry chuckled out. "I don't think that will be necessary at this time. House Potter does not feel you are to blame for what has happened, as it was manipulated so that you couldn't do your duty. However, I would not tell your heirs for some time, as they need to understand the severity of their actions." Amelia said, "It will be as you say, my lord, but may I say in my experience, you know way too much from a mere investigation." Harry chuckled again. "Then I'd suggest you stick around for the second act. I promise it will be even more revealing." Albus broke his bindings and stood. He pointed his finger at Harry and yelled, "Everything you have said is all lies and fabrications. I don't know what you are trying to accomplish here other than to ruin my reputation, but I can assure you I won't stand for it. Even if it were true, you are telling us things that you could not possibly know. I don't know how you can expect anyone to believe these outrageous lies." Harry stood there for a minute. I can see your point. I would be willing to take an oath that everything I said was the truth." Madam Bones said, "I'm sorry, my lord, but that would not be acceptable, as you cannot legally swear to hearsay, as it allows for rumor and conjecture." Harry was trapped, and he knew it. He could reveal himself now, or he could back down. He had cast doubts on Dumbledore, and it would hopefully be enough to get people looking in the right direction now. His eyes moved to Reginald, who gave a nod. He then moved back over to Dobby, who whispered, "You'll never have a better chance. Finish the old goat off." He then looked around the room until he was staring at Megan. He could see the love in her eyes shining back at him. He watched her lips mouth, "Do it." With a nod, he turned back. "No, Madam Bones, I would not be swearing to hearsay. I would be swearing to what I lived." It took several moments before realization started setting in, and gasps were heard all around the hall. He stood before Madam Bones for a minute before lowering his hood. As she looked up, she saw two glowing emerald orbs staring back at her. From the crowd, there were shouts of "impossible," and "it has to be some kind of hoax. He lied last year." The most recognizable was, "Bloody hell," Amelia was still stunned and could only say, "But you went through the veil." "Yes, ma'am," and gave up a life of ridicule, abuse, betrayal, and sorrow as the boy who lived, or whatever rot you people decided to call him. Amelia stood for a minute before asking Poppy, "Could you come verify that he is who he says he is, and that he is indeed alive?" "I verified it last night, even saw the scars." Amelia said, "Mr. Potter, I'm afraid that will not be good enough. Either you have done something that was thought to be impossible, or you perpetrated the biggest hoax known to wizard kind." Cho stood and said, "Madam Bones, you're talking about Harry, and if you knew him, you would know that nothing is impossible for him." Harry flashed Cho a grin before saying, "Madam Bones, it was no hoax, and the only answer I can give you as to how it happened would have to be classified under family magic that cannot be revealed to anyone outside my line. How about this? I swear on my life and magic that Harry James Potter died when he went through the veil. So mote it be." The oath was accompanied by the expected flash of magic. Albus said, "Very slick, Harry. However, you did not swear it on your name, so it is not binding." "If you are not Harry James Potter, then who are you?" Harry smirked. "One topic at a time. Why don't you summon the student registry book and see what it says about me?" Albus turned to Minerva, who summoned the book when it landed in front of her. She turned to the correct page and paled. She said in a shaky voice, "Harry Potter's name is in red, indicating he is dead. There's no way to cheat or fool the book." Albus looked at him warily. Harry asked, "Is there anyone new listed in there?" It says. She looked up wide-eyed in disbelief. Megan stepped forward and grabbed Harry's hand. In a strong voice, she said, "It says Harrison James Peverell, the Lord Peverell, the Lord Gryffindor, the Lord Slytherin, the Lord Potter, and the Lord Black." Albus said, "How is that possible?" Harry said, "You should know, Headmaster. You nosed around in my family's business for years. It was ancient magic stemming from the creation of all magic. It was magic an evil light wizard such as yourself would never understand because it is pure unlike you." Someone yelled out, "How can a light wizard be evil?" "The same way a dark wizard can be good." Ron said, "All dark wizards are evil." Harry smirked. "I'll tell Moody you said that next time I see him." Harry then stepped away from everyone and around the head table. As soon as he was below the large Hogwarts seal, he raised his hands and it lowered to the floor. He took out the ritual knife and sliced his palm. Everyone sat there with their mouths hanging open as he smeared his blood over the Gryffindor and Slytherin sections of the shield. As soon as it was raised back into place, the shield flashed with a bright white light. Fudge asked, "What was that? You know blood magic is against our laws." Harry smirked. "I just claimed my station in the castle as the heir to 2 founders. As far as Hogwarts is concerned, putting on the rings is not enough." Minerva asked, "What does that mean for Hogwarts?" "It depends." "May I ask your meaning?" "Yes, it depends on how bad you piss me off the rest of the night, whether or not I remove the name of Gryffindor from the list of houses." "Why would you do that?" "Because there's no way I want that bunch of backstabbing traitors to share my name in any way. They are an insult to the name Godric Gryffindor." Harry walked away from her and escorted Megan to her parents and motioned for the other girls to join her. Everyone grew quiet as he hugged each one of them. "Protect yourselves and watch out for the old fool." Megan kissed him hard and said, "Wrap this up, love. I want to go home." He gave her a smile and moved back to the entryway. He said, "Well, now that you know a little more about my life, it's time we got to the real reason I wanted witnesses here tonight. It was my intention to have you bear witness to the destruction of a Dark Lord, but I never thought I'd get a 2-for-1 deal." Albus said, "Are you going to kill me, Harry?" "Oh no, Dimples. I've done far better than kill you. I've ruined the reputation you've spent a lifetime building. I've made it possible for everyone to remove their blinders and see you for who you really are. It is my hope that you will just fade away into obscurity, but if you ever come after me or my family again, I promise you that I will kill you." Amelia asked. May I ask what your true purpose here is? Harry smiled and turned to Dobby. You ready? Always. I, Harrison James Peverell, the Lord Slytherin, command that the member of my line known as Tom Marvolo Riddle appear in front of me at once. So mote it be. As soon as he finished, there was a flash of magic and Lord Voldemort appeared, followed by screams and people scrambling as far away as they could get. As soon as he arrived, he screamed, I am Lord Voldemort. Nobody summons me. Yeah, well, Morty, I just did. Ah, young Harry, were you eager to meet me again? I see you recovered from the withering curse I hit you with. No, Morty, I died from it, but as you can see, I'm feeling better now. You know, the more I think about it, you really aren't much of a Dark Lord if you can't even truly succeed in killing me. What, that's 5 times now. You've almost caught up to Dimples over there. Harry glanced around the room and saw most everyone cowering in fear. The only ones standing were the families who had supported him along with Amelia and Augusta. He was disgusted to see that even the professors were hiding behind their table and not moving to protect their students. I will not tolerate your impertinence. His wand came out and he fired off a killing curse which Harry dodged. As he spun around, Harry pulled his wand and fired a bludgeoning curse which sent Tom flying. He landed with a thud on the Slytherin table, and before he could blink, Harry was standing over him. Harry raised his hand, and the sword of Gryffindor appeared in his hand. You see, Morty, I didn't summon you tonight for you to have the opportunity to try what you have failed at so many times. No, this is about me finishing the job I started 14 years ago. Albus moved towards them to try and stop Harry, but was too late as the sword flashed and Tom's head rolled down the Slytherin table for each and every one of the junior Death Eaters to see. Harry looked up and said, So what do you guys think about your master now? Albus said, What have you done? He'll be a spirit again. Harry smirked as he reached into his pocket and started pulling out the Horcruxes. As soon as he saw them, Albus' eyes widened. Harry said, You knew all along, didn't you? Albus couldn't even meet his eyes. Harry jumped off the table and with a wave of his hand, the head and the body floated off the table and came to hover in front of him. He walked back to the entryway where he placed them on the floor when he whispered, Great-grandfather, it is done. I have need of you. Everyone was watching as they saw him mutter something, and then once again shrunk back in fear a minute later as the Grim Reaper appeared. When Azrael arrived, he looked down at Tom and then smiled, but only Harry, Dobby, and Megan could see it. He held out his arms, and to everyone's horror, Harry embraced the vision of death. Well done, my son. You accomplished it faster than I expected. Harry laughed. The pieces were in place. No point in waiting around. I do have a life, you know. Yes, I imagine you would feel that way. Azrael cast his gaze across the hall and chuckled at everyone's shudders. So what are your plans for the old goat? I think the rest of the family is anxious to see him again. Harry laughed. Tell them to be patient. I'm not done with him yet. Very well, but when you grow tired of playing with him, let me know. I will, but I've only removed his teeth. I think his balls will be next. Everyone heard a scary chuckle and Albus started moving backwards. He whispered, Yes, how come my granddaughter did not come greet me properly? Harry chuckled and whispered back, I don't know, why don't you invite her over? A booming voice sounded in the hall. Megan Alexis Jones, I have come for you. She caught the glint in both their eyes and schooled her face to look frightened. Everyone looked on in horror as Megan rose and made her way towards the Grim Reaper. Reggie and Kathleen were about to go nuts until they saw Megan wink at them. As soon as she got to them, Azrael held out his hand and touched her shoulder, and about a third of the room fainted. Those that were watching in horror saw the Reaper pull her in and give her a hug as she returned it. Azrael whispered, As soon as you are truly of my line, have your husband bring you to meet the rest of the family. After Lily and Doria informed me of how much pain I had caused you by my actions with Harry, they told me I needed to reward you, so I brought Mikey to the manor to live with the rest of the family. He is looking forward to seeing you again. If Azrael had been a real person, you would have been able to hear his ribs crack from the strength of the hug she gave him. As tears were flowing from her eyes, she said, Thank you, grandfather. As soon as she released him, Azrael patted Dobby on the shoulder and said, Look after them for me. It would be my pleasure. Azrael waved his hand and Tom's body floated into the air. In the next moment, both vanished from sight. Harry put his arm around her and she said, You want to hurry this up. You're cutting into my snog time. Yes, dear. He took her hand and dragged her to the head table. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 pieces of parchment and handed them to Minerva. Those are mine and my fiancé's resignations as students of Hogwarts. But you're a founder's heir. You belong here. Yes, I should be here, but I refuse to subject either of us to the substandard education taught here, and you will not be able to use my attendance here to make yourselves look better. If that were not enough, we just find most of you distasteful and want nothing to do with the lot of you. Daphne stepped up behind them, and there were 6 more letters lying on top of theirs. Minerva looked up and saw that Daphne, Astoria, Tracy, Lilith, Luna, and Cho were standing behind Harry and Meghan. Harry turned and kissed Daphne's cheek. It seems as if some of the ancient and noble houses agree with me. Are you sure, sister? Daphne replied. Yes, as you suggested, we did some research and found the curriculum to be rather lacking in substance. It seems to have been in decline ever since Dumbledore took over as headmaster. Harry chuckled. That sounds about right. He wouldn't want anyone to seem smarter or more powerful than he was. He would want to establish the myth surrounding him by casting, lost, magic that was really only stuff he didn't want taught anymore. I think we will get a much better education no matter where we go. Luna said, I vote for Area 51. Harry smiled and said, I told you it didn't exist. Neither does the Stargate, but yet you walked through one. Minerva desperately said, but your parents would have wanted you to attend Hogwarts. Harry laughed. No, my parents wanted me to get a real education and told me to get the hell out of here as fast as I could. In fact, they told me to get as far away from the manipulator and the oath breaker as possible. You know, when Mum gets done with you, I doubt there'll be enough left of you to burn in the fiery pits of hell. By the way, I posted a letter to your daughter this morning explaining everything. I'm sure you will have fun explaining to her your reasoning behind what you did to the child of the girl she thought of as her little sister. As they were walking out of the hall, Harry stopped and yelled, Hey, Cedric, you coming or what? Everyone looked up and saw Cedric step out of the shadows with a man beside him. As soon as they met up, Harry held out his hand and said, Harry Peverell. Barry Timmins, well, did you get all that? Yes, Lord Peverell, I want to thank you for the opportunity. Thanks, Cedric. He thought it would be best to have someone on the outside who could tell the story before everyone in the hall forgot about it by morning. Would you clarify something for me? Of course. Just to be sure I have it right, you're saying that you, as the heir of 2 founders of this once illustrious school, is rejecting his heritage and refusing to attend because of the poor standards of education that are taught here. No, sir. I don't reject my heritage, but I do refuse to attend a third-rate school with students who have no integrity. In my whole time here, the headmaster has been more concerned with things like the Wisengamot, giving second chances to Death Eaters, and trying to control me rather than focusing on turning out exceptional wizards and witches. As long as he is headmaster and the current staff remains, Meghan and I will not return, and if things don't change, I doubt you will see any of our children attend here either. When Harry got to Dobby, he held out his hand and took Dumbledore's replacement wand from him. With a smirk, he snapped it and threw it on the floor. That should give everyone enough time to get away before he comes up with another. The older family members were moving to join up with the kids, and when they met, Reggie loudly asked, I thought your plan was to just deal with one Dark Lord tonight. Why'd you go for both? Harry laughed. Dobby suckered me into a bet, and there was no way I was going to let him win this time. What was the bet? Well, if I lost, I was going to have to polyjuice myself as Ron Weasley and have to go to the headmaster's office naked. I'd be willing to bet it wouldn't be the first time that happened, but I don't want to be the one to find out what they do behind closed doors. Meghan had her arm tightly around Harry as they made their way out of the castle and onto the path that would take them to the gates to exit the grounds of their former school. A quick glance revealed that their entire family was following along closely behind them, and she leaned into him as she felt the slight tremors running through him. She looked up at him questioningly, and with a glance of his own behind them, he leaned over and whispered, I'm okay, just coming down from the adrenaline rush from all that. She chuckled and whispered back, You almost bit off more than you could chew by taking on both of them. He sighed, I know, but Albus just begged for it. At least it was a war of words and not magic. 2 would have been a little bit too much even with grandfather and Dobby there. You know it's not over, don't you, Harry? You know you're going to have to face Albus again. Before he could answer, the rest of their group was overtaken and passed by Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom as the group made their way to the gates. Lord Peverell, may we have a word? Harry stopped and turned where he politely said, Why, certainly, Madam Bones. How may I help you? Amelia's experience as an Auror came into play as she noticed his entourage stopped as well but spread out, allowing them to approach Harry. She recognized the tactic as an unorganized gauntlet that, while allowing them to approach Harry, any threatening moves toward him would result in her and Augusta fighting for their lives with very little hope of escaping unscathed. What made it even more impressive was that these weren't warriors, but normal people who were showing their concern and love for the young man in question by trying to protect him. She held up her hands in a non-threatening manner to show that she wasn't armed. "Lord Peverell, had we known of your circumstances, we would have moved heaven and earth to get you out of there. Ladies, I was being completely honest when I said that I really don't hold your houses responsible. I completely blame Dumbledore as he kidnapped me and then kept me so ignorant of the magical world that I had no idea that there were options available to me. After many discussions with my family, I no longer hold Neville and Susan completely to blame for this, as I know they tried, but were rebuffed by my paid minders at every turn." Daphne stepped forward. In your heir's defense, Granger and Weasley were very effective in keeping them as well as the rest of the school as far away from Harry as they could. Until this past year, they were constantly in his presence. I would even be willing to swear on my magic if it would help you to believe me. Augusta asked, "But what about everything you said about them tonight?" Harry smirked. "It was just my way of driving home my point. They need to change their ways if they expect the alliances to remain in place whenever the two of you relinquish control over your houses." He noticed their uneasy expressions and added, "Yes, as long as the two of you remain in control of your houses, the alliances will remain intact. I may be young and inexperienced, and as my fiancé says, may have the tendency to jump into things without thinking them through, but I am in no way stupid enough to just dismiss a valuable asset to my house." Amelia smiled. "Thank you for giving us a chance. However, I would like to know how you fooled the book. I knew your father and godfather well, so it has to be some kind of prank." Augusta Longbottom was nodding her head as Amelia said this. Harry smiled. "Well, it is and it isn't. The runes on the veil forced the enchantments on all the record books to show that Harry James Potter died. However, the veil is an ancient family artifact that protected my physical body during my time on the other side. I was taught family magic by my ancestors, and the only thing I could really do when I came back was to take on a new name. Thank goodness I had several available to me." "So you are saying that your name died but your body didn't?" Harry laughed, "Pretty much. Weird, isn't it? Now I understand why all the old families hold on to those secrets like you do. I imagine I'd have been screwed otherwise, because even though I already had the family rings, I had to take an inheritance test at Gringotts before they would believe me." She stood there and looked at him dumbfounded for a minute. She finally said, "Nothing is ever easy with you, is it, Lord Peverell? Augusta and I once again wanted to offer our apologies for our failure on your behalf." Harry replied, "Yes. Well, I think instead of spending your energy trying to make up for something you had no control over would be a waste of time for all of us, and a better focus would be to work together so that this cannot happen to anyone else." It was about this time that many of the students had come out of the castle and were approaching the group. When Reginald saw them, he said, "Ladies, if my Lord Peverell agrees, perhaps it would be better to continue this conversation in a more private location." Harry gave him a quick nod, and he continued, "I would invite you to dine with us tomorrow afternoon at Jones Manor." It was our intention to have an informal meeting afterwards to discuss the events from this evening, and perhaps a few more subjects now that one of my future son-in-law's problems has been solved. After sharing a quick glance as Amelia, Augusta said, "We'd be delighted to." Harry gave them a quick smile, and then turned to leave only to find the path blocked by the students who had come out of the castle. Harry's eyes narrowed, and his wand quickly found his way into his hand, as did Megan's, Daphne's, and Luna's. Fred stepped forward and held up his hands to show they were empty. "No need for that, Harry. We don't want any trouble with you guys. We just want to talk." Harry coldly said, "You had your chance to talk last year instead of turning me into an outcast, so I don't see how we have anything left to talk about. You made your choice last Halloween, and now I've made mine. I guess it's just my lucky day that since I've gotten rid of Voldemort once again, I'm Mr. Popularity again. Well, no thanks." Ginny softly said, "We are so sorry, Harry." "Yes, Ginevra, you are all sorry and pathetic. Even dumb old Harry can see this is just another attempt to use me for your own benefit." Ginny sobbed out, "It's not like that, Harry. I swear on my life." Harry coldly said, "That is not a subject you really want to be bringing up right now, Miss Weasley, you or your bushy-haired accomplice." Hermione said, "Please, Harry, I'm begging you to forgive me. I'm so sorry for everything. I just want to be your friend again." Harry stood there staring at them for a minute before he shook his head and softly said, "How can you even look me in the eye and ask that?" Hermione pleaded, "I sold everything and gave it to the orphanage." "I didn't need or want that stuff, but I do need you in my life, Harry." "Granger, there's nothing you can say at this point that would ever convince me to forgive you or to make up for all the pain you've caused, so don't even waste your breath. I will say that I am proud you have taken a step away from your Dark Master Dumbledore. However, it doesn't change a thing and only proves that you were doing it to try and manipulate me into being your friend again, so that the cycle could start once again. I have friends that I love and trust, and oddly that select group does not include you." There were gasps from the students as they heard the part about Dumbledore. As tears streamed down Hermione's face, she sobbed out, "I need you in my life, Harry. Let me make things right between us. I'll do anything. I'm sorry, but there will never be anything between us even again. You lied, spied, controlled, stole, and worst of all, broke the bond we shared, and all for what? A few extra books on magic. My libraries are full of ancient and rare books that you would have had full access to if you had actually returned the love I had for you. Hell, I would have given you access if you had even shown some kind of loyalty to me. You of all people should have known Hermione. I find it ironic that you sealed my fate as an outcast when it was me who saved you from the same fate and more in first year." Megan softly said, "Harry, don't." Hermione looked at him wide-eyed. "You said you would never." "Never what, Miss Granger? Turn my back on you, betray you," she replied, "never reveal what I told you in secret. But it was okay for you to spill my secrets to the headmaster. It was okay for you to be paid for it. It was okay for you to betray me because I was poor little orphaned Harry who didn't have anyone to help him, and who you and your boyfriend the Weasel made sure I never would. No, Harry, Her eyes were focused on her feet as he said all this, but he wasn't through. "While I was away, I did a lot of reading and learned quite a few things. Do any of you know what happens when you sever a deep emotional bond by betrayal?" He looked around, but no one responded. "Aw, come on." "No one," Amelia said. "If the bond were a love bond like the legendary Potter bond is supposed to be, the betrayer is cursed by the magic of the bond itself to never know love again, as their magic forces them to always seek out which they lost, and to never allow another bond to form. In most cases, the betrayer remains alone for the rest of their days." Harry said, "Thank you, Madam Bones." He turned to the other students. "While it is not exactly the same, every one of you broke the faith with me. That is something you will never get back." Hermione sobbed out, "But the headmaster convinced us that he was doing it to protect you. We thought we were doing the best we could for you." Luna said, "Oh, that explains it then. You had to be paid to give Harry your best since you were merely his paid bodyguards. Harry, I think you owe me some money." "Why's that, Luna?" "Well, you keep saying I'm your best friend and that Cedric is your brother, and Daphne is your sister. I would add something about Megan, but she is already getting half of what you own, so shouldn't we be compensated for the time we spend with you?" "You're absolutely right, Luna. How rude of me to overlook the fact that you needed to be paid to befriend me. Cho, Tracy, and Lilith, would you submit a bill so that I can make sure you are paid for your time with me?" Cho said, Sure, Harry, but I think we need a bonus for not running to the headmaster and telling him what you were doing." Harry nodded. "That seems fair." Cedric smirked. "You'll pay me back enough when you take Megan off my hands." Daphne wrapped her arms around Harry and kissed him on the cheek. "And I already have what I want most, dear brother." Megan added, "As do I. The only thing that would make it better is when you start giving me children, and I want enough children to continue all of our lines." Harry looked at her and smiled. "I'd like that too, but can we just practice for a few years?" They could hear Reggie muttering, "Yes, yes, please." Harry's arm went back around Megan as he tried to step forward, but the crowd of students did not move. With a cocked eyebrow, he asked, "Would you please move aside so that we can go home?" The group of students stood there looking at him until Harry pulled Megan closer to him and disappeared right before their eyes. Daphne and the others watched as the crowd broke up, and the dejected students started making their way back inside. As Granger and the other Gryffindors passed by, Daphne said, "I guess it's that time then." Fred stopped and looked at her for a minute before asking, "What's that?" With a smirk, she said, "The time when you see that you never know what you've got until you've utterly screwed yourself by throwing it away." Fred looked at her and gave her a small nod, and then turned as Cedric started speaking. "You know, love, maybe you should have stayed this year. Quidditch ought to be interesting now that the Griffs don't have Harry to carry them." Cho chuckled and replied, "Nah, Harry was the only real competition here, and without him, it won't be fun anymore." Not that it matters anymore, but there won't be a Quidditch recruiter found within 50 miles of Hogwarts after what they did. My cousin said that we're only looking for players who actually showed loyalty and would back up their teammates. Cedric laughed. "Maybe you're right, sweetheart." She got a calculating look in her eye and said, however, "It may have been fun to watch the Griffs fall apart under Johnson this year." Harry's group of friends chuckled as they watched his former teammates wince at what she had said. Cedric even threw in, "Hey, Johnson, maybe you should add the weasel as keeper. He'd be a perfect fit for your team since he already displays those qualities your house admires so much." The adults stepped forward and Amos said, "You've made your point. Let's go home." Meghan and Harry had no sooner landed when she dragged him up the stairs and into her room where he finally allowed his exhaustion to show. Meghan pulled off his cloak and then started unbuttoning his shirt. Harry shyly said, "As much as I'm enjoying this, I don't really have the energy for something like that right now." She blushed. "Hush you, I'm not about to let you go back to the suite while I worry about you all night. Besides, you're not getting any of that until after you marry me." Harry just smiled as she went about undressing him and putting him to bed. Once she had him under the covers, she made her way to her bathroom where she took a quick shower before changing into her sleepwear that consisted of her knickers and a t-shirt she had stolen from Harry. Her exit back into the room was under the raised eyebrow of her mother. "May I ask what you're doing?" "Harry's upset and exhausted, and I didn't want to be up all night worrying about him, so I brought him here." "You may be engaged, but you are still my 16-year-old daughter," she said sternly. Meghan turned to her mother and said, "Mum, nothing will happen until my wedding night, and only then if we feel we are ready for it. He's been through a lot tonight, and I know him well enough to know that he will have nightmares. I want to be there for him and keep him comforted so that he gets a full night's rest." Justine smiled, "Just not too much comforting." Meghan nodded. "Go on, we will see you in the morning." It was late morning before Harry and Meghan came out of her room, and the only reason they did at that point was due to the constant knocking that had been going on since early morning. When Meghan finally opened the door, Reggie was standing there and only said, "Our guests will be here in about 2 hours, so you might want to start getting ready." She nodded in reply, but instead of the rebuke she expected, Reggie asked, "How's Harry?" "Rough night, but I managed to keep him asleep." From behind her, she heard a sleepy voice say, "Yes, you did. Thank you for that." She grinned as a shirtless Harry approached the door. "Sir, thank you for what you and Kathleen allowed last night." I wouldn't betray your trust, sir, ever." Reggie smiled at him. "We know, son. Last night was a special case, so we allowed it, but don't think it'll happen very often." "It won't, sir. I promise. You two get cleaned up and ready for the day. Dobby and Winky have already arrived and brought some fresh clothes for you, and they have been laid out in the guest room so that you can get ready without any distraction." Meghan smirked, "But Daddy, I wanted to wash Harry's back." Reggie choked back a response as she began to giggle at him. Harry paled and ran out of the room while saying, "I'll just be going now." After an enjoyable lunch, the whole group, including the younger generation, gathered in the sitting room to hold their conversation. As they sat around and spoke of various topics, Amelia and Augusta were surprised at the family dynamic involved, as both young and old were being listened to with equal amounts of respect and attention. Before the serious topics were started, the flue flared and the Delacour family stepped out of the fireplace only to see a blonde missile fly off and tackle Harry. To everyone's surprise, Amelia rose and said, "Jean, how good it is to see you again." "Likewise, Amelia. I see my nephew has brought you into the great conspiracy." She caught his eye and said, "Nephew? Conspiracy?" Jean chuckled. "Calm down, Ami. It's nothing so grandiose. Our group has grown close enough that they are almost siblings, so since they look upon each other in that respect, we look upon them as extended members of our own families. As far as the conspiracy comment, just sit and listen with an open mind." Augusta said, "I can see the closeness the younger ones share. I just wish our heirs had the foresight to join in." Harry said, "Madam Longbottom." Augusta cut him off. "I would appreciate it if you would call me Gran. It's what should have been anyway." "All right then, Gran. As I said last night, I really don't hold your houses responsible for my lot in life. All of it can be laid at the feet of Albus." He looked up and saw Daphne squirming. However, it seems Daph has something to say, so I'll defer to her. "Madam Longbottom, you claim to be Harry's sister." "Yes, ma'am." "Then I expect all of you to call me Gran. I have been far too long kept from his life, and I intend, if he will allow it, to be a part of it from this point on." "Of course, Gran." You can't really blame Neville and Susan completely. Weasley and Granger did their best to keep everyone away these last few years. The only thing I can really say they did wrong was they gave up and didn't confide their problems to you. Augusta looked down. He did, and I just admonished him as not being the man he was raised to be and never looked into it further. For that, I apologize. I'm sorry to say that I believed Albus when he said Harry was fine, even though he would not allow me to see it for myself. When I say it that way, I now find myself ashamed of how I treated Neville when I had done the same thing. Harry stood and placed a hand on her shoulder. It's okay, Gran. He had everyone fooled for a long time. I wouldn't have believed it myself if he hadn't overplayed his hand last year. It took isolation from the rest of the school along with Dobby and then a letter from my mum to open my eyes. Amelia said, I will also have to claim some responsibility with Susan. I raised her, and she seems to have inherited some of my less desirable traits. Amos laughed, which one Ami, the stubborn quality or the independent streak? Amelia smiled, both actually. I have to admit that you have my curiosity piqued by the conspiracy comment, but no matter what my house owes House Potter, I will not betray my ethics and morals. Augusta nodded along with her. Harry asked, if I were to ask you to break the law for our alliances to remain in place, you would say no. Wouldn't that be a death sentence for your houses? Yes, Lord Peverell to both. He nodded. Then it's a good thing I'd never ask you to do something like that. It seems your characters are as good as my advisors have informed me. Amelia and Augusta shared a glance. Jonathan said, My ladies, it is our hope that you will join with us in our quest, and you will see for yourself that even though Harry technically outranks us, there is no clear leader in our group. Harry may have been the catalyst that brought us all together, but we all have the same goals. And what would those goals be? Lord Moon replied. We want a better world for our children and grandchildren. Is this not the hope of all progressive people no matter what their political leanings are? Augusta asked. What would we have to do? Harry said, support us in our efforts to remove the bigotry and hate in our society. I think I have done the hard part by eliminating the two men who were leading the worst of it. Amelia replied, Albus is hardly out of the way. Harry smirked at her and said Albus Dumbledore is no longer a threat to our plans. For too long, he stood back and allowed people to be judged by the purity of their blood while he used double speak to placate the Muggle-born. For too long, he was allowed to move unchecked and did quite a bit of damage. We want the law to be equal for everyone no matter who you are. Augusta and Amelia shared another look. That is something we would like to see as well. Harry said, wonderful. Now see, I'm not as crazy as everyone thinks I am. Make it even easier. I'm going to leave the political matters in the most capable hands of my advisors, of which I now include you. They have already agreed to accept my proxies, so my plan is to take control of my seats and confirm them as such at the next Wisengamot meeting. Amelia asked, but shouldn't you be involved in the voting process? I will be, but not as the face in front of the crowd. I'm perfectly content to sit back and allow the more experienced lords take the lead on this. I am very much aware that I would be a sitting duck in that setting, and will gladly learn from those I trust. We, that is, my generation, have decided that we will be perfectly content to sit back and learn at the knees of our elders. What makes it even better is that they are willing to listen to our opinions, and as you have seen today, it is not so much the lord of the house who speaks, but the entire family. We hope to one day ascend to our seats as a group when our elders decide they have had enough. Speaking only for myself, I hope that day is many years away. Amelia chuckled. It seems you have it all planned out. Harry laughed out. No, I just do what the beautiful and smart girls tell me to do. The ladies think this would be for the best in Cedric, and I think we would be much happier enjoying life and playing Quidditch until they tell us we can't anymore. Augusta gave him a look and then said, so much like James and Frank. However, your actions betray your words. How so? You are not merely sitting back and taking things easy. How could I expect the world to change if I didn't do my part? But you are only 15. I would never expect Neville to bear such a burden at this point. Neville is also not the head of 5 houses either. As far as that goes, how could I expect anyone else to do the task that was left in my lap? Amelia said, but you are only 15. It should not have been up to you. Madam Bones, was there anyone else stepping up to do what needed to be done? Was there anyone who was crazy enough to do it? You've got to realize that until tonight, none one would have stood against Tom or Albus. Reggie said, he does have a point. I know, but it doesn't mean I have to like it or accept it. I'm the head of the DMLE as well as one of the people who were tasked with taking care of him, but yet here he is, doing my job for me and taking care of us in turn. And by the way, Lord Peverell, I would prefer it if you called me Aunt Amelia. Harry smiled and said, as long as you and Gran drop the Lord crap. We are family here. Amelia smiled and said, agreed. I know that it is a sign of respect, but in my line of work, the term madam takes on a whole new meaning. Harry nodded, but his mind was on something she had said a minute ago, so he stood and started packing. Those familiar with him knew that what he was thinking about how to say something that was going to unsettle the whole room. As he started and stopped several times, Megan finally stood and wrapped her arms around him. We are family here. Just say what is on your mind. He quietly said, I don't want to hurt anyone with what I need to say. She reached up and placed both hands on his face and stared him straight in the eye. She pulled him in and quickly kissed him on the lips before saying, we are not going anywhere, Harry. He leaned forward and touched his forehead to hers before asking the room, do you fear death? When nobody answered, he continued, I have no fear of death whatsoever. I have been to the other side, and quite frankly, I would still be there if it wasn't for this beautiful lady in front of me. I would have been perfectly content staying with my family, except I knew there was a part of me missing. Daphne asked, so you came back for Megan? Harry gave a small grin. She was the main reason, but there are a few others I would have missed. But you've got to realize that my life before Hogwarts, no, that's wrong. My life before you guys came into it wasn't worth much, and if it wasn't for you guys, I would have remained there. Everyone sat quietly in the room for a few minutes. It was finally Augusta who somberly asked, if you have been to the other side, would you be willing to take Frank and Alice? The whole room turned and looked at her in disbelief. She quickly said, what? You can't believe that they have any quality of life. From the way Harry describes it, they would at least be able to be themselves again. To everyone's shock, Harry said, I could arrange it, but I think you and Neville need to sit down and speak about it first. I don't want to be the one responsible for the death of my godmother after already losing so many of the people assigned to take care of me. Augusta asked, what do you mean? My mother was a meticulous planner. She had me covered in every way possible, but failed to account for Albus Dumbledore. He personally killed my grandparents and then set up my parents to die. Just so that he could get control of House Potter, he let Sirius rot in Azkaban. Frank and Alice was all but eliminated. Edgar and Joanna were killed, and Minerva was outright turned against me. If I had my guess, I would say that he had a hand in all of those cases just to gain control over my house. Augusta gasped, but that would mean... Harry cut her off. Albus Dumbledore is a Dark Lord far more dangerous than Voldemort ever thought about being. While Morty used brute force, Albus used manipulation and platitudes to elevate himself into a revered state that no one would challenge. Jonathan said, but he defeated Grindelwald. Harry snorted, only because Gellert was a threat to his power and his reputation. They were lovers after all. The conversation continued most of the afternoon as plans were being made for the next session of the Wizengamot. The other discussion to be held during that afternoon dealt with the kids' education plans. After laying all the options out on the table, Harry told them it was entirely up to them what they decided to do. By the end of the discussion, Astoria, Lilith, and Tracy had decided to continue with a conventional education at the Salem Institute. The others were going to use the accelerated program in order to take their owls by Christmas and hopefully achieve their NEWTS within a year. By the time everyone departed, they felt they had a good solid plan in place as long as Harry could pull off his end of the plan. After a tearful goodbye to the three heading off to Salem, the remaining kids set into their lessons. They were initially worried that Luna would hold the group back, but that was before learning that she was already working a year ahead in her classes. Since Harry was more than prepared from his time behind the veil, he joined with Cedric and Cho to act as tutors and teachers. With the occasional help of the adults, they all felt their goal would be obtainable. The only break they saw during the months leading up to Christmas was when Harry took control of his seats in the Wizengamot. That session saw another mauling heaped upon Albus Dumbledore, who had somehow managed to not lose his positions of power. On September 21st, the Wizengamot was holding its monthly session, and the moment of truth was upon Harry as today would be the day that he took control of his houses and seats in the legislative body. As Albus was overseeing the proceedings, a scowl formed on his face as most of the children who had refused to attend Hogwarts were sitting with their parents. He found it even more unusual that the ladies of the house were in attendance as well. As the time to convene approached, Albus made note that everyone was in their seats and gavelled in the opening of the meeting. There were several small matters of old business to discuss, but then they moved on to new business. As soon as the floor was open to the new business, the doors swung open and Harry walked proudly into the chambers in a set of expensive silk robes with the Peverell crest boldly displayed for all to see. His very presence commanded attention as he stood in the center of the chamber, and all who looked upon him knew there was a new lord amongst them. Albus called down, "Mr. Potter, may I ask why you felt it necessary to disturb these proceedings?" Harry maintained his control, even though he wanted to jump up on the bench and strangle Dumbledore with his own beard. In a commanding voice, Harry said, "You are fully aware that I no longer go by that name. If you followed decorum, Chief Warlock, as a meeting of this type requires, you would address me as Lord Harrison James Peverell. I would find Lord Peverell acceptable as well. As for why I am here, I have come to claim my family seats. I'm sorry, Lord Peverell, but even though you are emancipated, your age excludes you from joining this body. No, I think it would be best if you just left things as they are and returned in about 3 years. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Chief Warlock, so that you can continue to control that which belongs to me? No, I think it best that I take control of my houses today. And I refuse to relinquish the voting rights of House Potter until such a time as I feel you are mature enough to handle it. May I ask what gives you the right to deny me what is mine by birth, blood, and magic? My rights as Chief Warlock." Harry watched as a wave of uneasiness spread around the chamber. "So you're saying that if any one of the lords or ladies behaved in a fashion you did not agree with, it is within your rights to take control of their houses? I would never do such a thing, but yet you are doing it to me. I can assure you that I have always had your best interests at heart, and this is not the place to be discussing such matters. I disagree and find it the perfect place, since I wouldn't be caught dead alone in a room with you. Who knows what I would remember when we were through? Besides, I think these good people need to see for themselves the kind of man you really are. I am the Chief Warlock of this body, and I'm going to have to rule that you are not mature enough to handle the responsibility of these meetings, as your actions here today prove." Harry smirked. "Oh, I apologize if I was unclear. I never said I wanted to sit the seats myself. I just want control so that I can assign my own proxies. Lords and ladies who I feel would better represent my interests, which obviously would not include you. That changes nothing. Well, it's a good thing that you cannot legally do that then. I've read the laws, Dumbledore. I may be young, but I am not stupid. I am also aware of the loophole in the law that states as long as I have a sponsor, you cannot deny me my rights." Harry noticed several nods around the room, and Fudge rose before the pissing contest could continue and asked, "Lord Peverell, may I ask who you have sponsoring you?" Harry turned to the boxes and said, "My lords." One by one, Lords Jones, Diggory, Moon, Chang, and Davis stood. Albus looked at them for a minute as he thought over the laws, and then he smiled. "I'm sorry, Mr. Peverell, but none of these lords are ranked high enough to be able to sponsor a most ancient and most noble house." Petition denied. Harry coughed once, and then Lord Greengrass stood. "As the head of the most ancient and noble house of Greengrass, as well as the petitioner's claiming of my eldest daughter as his sister, House Greengrass has the standing to sponsor Lord Peverell in the matter of Potter and Black. If that is still not enough, then Lord de Lacre of the most ancient and most noble house of de Lacre of France has pledged his support as well." Albus said, "I'm sorry, but the rules are clear in this matter." Harry smirked, and then looked over at Madame's Bones and Longbottom. As they stood, Augusta barked out, "This is a non-issue. House Bones and Longbottom were entrusted with the care of Lord Peverell in the late Lord and Lady Potter's will. By right of succession clearly designated in the will, when Lord Black failed to do his duty, Lord Peverell should have been placed into the care of House Longbottom, who was to assume the voting rights until he came of age. Sadly, the wishes of the Lord and Lady Potter were ignored, and the young man we were entrusted with disappeared. Do you have any idea how this may have happened, Chief Warlock?" Before Albus could say anything, Amelia was saying, "Lord Black's will clearly named Lord Peverell as his heir. House Bones was to assume the voting rights until he came of age. This will was ignored as well." Albus started trying to say something else, but was cut off once again. Harry loudly said, "There is another law that has precedence in this matter. The law I'm referring to clearly states that there is one ranking of house that cannot be denied no matter what age the petitioner is. Since the chief warlock seems to be such an expert on the law and has himself used this law to push himself above everyone else, perhaps he would be willing to share the title of these houses. All eyes looked at him, and he sagged. The only houses that fall under that law are the most ancient and revered houses. And what are the names of these houses? Emissaries, Peverell, Lefay, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Harry smiled evilly. I guess then these arguments are all moot points, as I am the head of 3 most ancient and revered houses, since I am also Lord Gryffindor and Lord Slytherin. As far as the houses of Potter and Black are concerned, the seats are all that remains, as I, as the head of their families, have absorbed them into my house and declared the houses extinct until such a time as I decide to split the titles between my heirs. Albus said, but you can't do that. You'll destabilize the balance we have here. Harry laughed. There is no balance here, as the neutrals have been the only ones to give balance to this body to limit the excesses of the light and dark factions. Someone stood and said, one house should not be able to wield that much control. Harry genuinely smiled. I happen to agree with you, Lord Smith. That is why my seats will be distributed amongst 5 sitting lords of my choice. Albus asked, and how will they be distributed? I have asked Lord Jones to proxy Peverell House, Lord Greengrass to proxy Slytherin, Lord Diggory to proxy Gryffindor, Lord Davis to proxy Potter, and Lord Moon to proxy Black. In case they are incapable of attending a session, Madams Bones and Longbottom will automatically serve in their stead. If any of these are unable to perform their duties, Lord Chang has graciously offered to step in and assist. Albus stood and said, I'm sorry, but you're assigning too much power to a faction that is not trustworthy. I cannot allow it. Harry waved his hand at Albus and said, that is for me to determine. I have the utmost confidence in their ability to be fair and reasonable and work for the betterment of our society while keeping me informed of the issues facing it. These men and women have done nothing but be truthful and honest with me and support me when the rest of the world turned against me. I have no use for those who wish to use their positions to further their own agenda, status, and wealth. Cornelia stood and said, since it is obvious that the chief warlock cannot be biased in this issue, I call the matter to a vote. Since the seats of Potter and Black are being contested, I declare them dormant for this vote, however, he said with a smirk. The 3 revered houses cannot be denied their rights, and in this case, I declare the proxies may stand as stated. The vote was no contest, and Harry had won the day as Albus sat and stewed. Harry loudly said, I thank you for your indulgence this day, and offer you my thanks. I will take my leave, as I would not want to make my proxies think I am constantly looking over their shoulders. With a few chuckles as a response, Harry turned and left the chambers and returned to Jones Manor. As the rest started trickling in elated at their victory, Harry sat and kept a smirk on his face the whole night. Meghan finally asked, I knew you would be pleased with the results of today, but that smirk should have faded by now. What did you do? Eliminated Albus Dumbledore as one of our problems. Jonathan overheard and said he still has teeth, Harry. He is not out of the game yet, as he tried to prove once you left. Harry's only answer was to continue with the smirk. The entire time since Voldemort had been taken to the other side, he found himself standing in a very long line. As the time passed, he felt that the line never moved, and he was beginning to feel insulted that someone of his status was made to wait like a commoner. He was about to show his displeasure when a loud voice said, Thomas Marvolo Riddle, come forward to be judged. As he stepped forward, he said, it is about time you faced me. As far as the name, I am Lord Voldemort, and you will show me the respect I deserve and address me as such. Azriel stepped up behind him and said, shut up, Morty. You were never a lord. In fact, I find you to be as insignificant as that pompous ass Dumbledore. A low chuckle could be heard as the creator watched the interplay between the two. Tom got a bad feeling about the whole thing and did what he always did when he was outnumbered and scared. His finger went to his dark mark and summoned his followers. The creator laughed when he saw this, as he had intentionally left the link open for just such an event. As the Death Eaters felt their master's summons, they immediately apparated away in a puff of black smoke and followed the trail to their master. The Death Eaters knew something was wrong when their apparition lasted longer than normal and felt it was somehow not as direct as normal. As they caught glimpses of the word around them, they noticed the familiar scenes of the Ministry of Magic as they traveled into the depths of the building. They all felt fear as they were being guided through the Department of Mysteries and into a single chamber that most had only heard about. They tried to stop the apparition by any means they could, but the emergency nature of the summons was one that could not be stopped. For most, they realized their master had led them to their deaths as they flew through the veil and landed beside their master. As their wands came out, Azrael waved his hand and they all turned to ash and fluttered to the ground. "Ah, good, you're all here. This will save my grandson a lot of time in tracking you down." Tom and the Death Eaters were looking around in fear as they realized they were powerless to do anything. A loud voice finally chuckled and said, "Good, since you are all here, it is going to save me a lot of time in the future. I have foreseen this day and have thought long and hard about what to do with you. I find it strange that even Lucifer doesn't want you in his realm." Tom replied, "He's just afraid that I will take over." The voice chuckled, "Hardly. You are no threat. He has dealt with beings far worse than you. What beings could be more fearsome than Lord Voldemort? Mimes come to mind, but it doesn't help your case that you were bested by a boy in nappies, and then again when he was 15 years old. He was lucky both times and attacked when I wasn't ready. Well, anyway, for your sins and crimes against your fellow inhabitants of the earth, I have decided that your prejudice should play a factor in your punishment. Therefore, all of you will spend the next 1,000 years as house elves bound to muggle-born witches and wizards. At the end of the 1,000 years, we will reevaluate your sentence based on how well you performed your duties." There was a chorus of NOOOs as the Death Eaters transformed into those that they had treated so badly and considered insignificant. Before they could be taken away, the Creator added, "And you will have about a quarter of their power so that you cannot use it to harm your new masters." Harry decided to up his game, and a few days after the Wisengamot session, he sent a letter to the Daily Prophet and asked that it be published. As the editor read the letter, his eyes grew wide as the ramifications of the information in the letter hit him. His immediate reaction was to call in his entire staff, and after they had all read copies, he said, "I want every one of these facts substantiated and every bit of dirt dragged out for the next issue." In one of the chairs, Rita Skeeter cackled, pulled out a thick file, and let it fall on the table with a loud thump. "I've been researching Albus for years and digging up all the dirty little secrets I could find. I will allow the use of my notes as long as you don't tell all the secrets, and the Prophet publishes the book I want to write." The editor looked at her with a gleam in his eye and said, "Done. Everyone, take your assignments from Rita, and by all means, I want the goblins interviewed for real this time." 2 days later, the Daily Prophet came out with the bold headline Dark Lord Dumbledore, and the entire issue was dedicated to the ruination of the man. On the front page was the letter written by Harry. "My fellow Britons, as I grew up alone, beaten, starved, and made to serve my family as a slave, there were 2 questions that constantly ran through my mind. Well, actually, there was more than 2, but these 2 are the ones I remember most. Why me? And why didn't anyone love me? This was my life for 10 years before I was rescued and brought back to your world. The title bestowed upon me by the magical world as the boy who lived was a lie. Harry James Potter never lived. He only survived. I use the term rescued loosely because even that was staged to keep me under control. The one who came to rescue me was a very kind man, but he had one flaw. He believed that Albus Dumbledore truly wanted to do the best by me. Oh, how wrong he was when it was he who acted as my jailer by taking me to my prison as a baby and then escorting me away from there and into another one. I don't want to mention this man's name because I truly do care a great deal for him, but it is my hope that once he reads this letter, he will understand his part in it. But enough about that. My entrance into Hogwarts is where the story truly begins. As a beaten and broken young boy, I was thrust into a situation that I was left woefully unprepared for, and was set up so that I would have friends that were chosen for me in advance, namely the Weasley family who were preachers of wonderfulness that was the great Albus Dumbledore. Naturally, as I was scared and alone, I latched on to the first people to show me kindness, which brought under a whole new brand of control and emotional blackmail. Those of you who were at school with me know that I was involved in many adventures in my early years, even if you don't know the whole truth. But what I would like for you to take away from this is that each and every life-threatening situation I was involved in was staged and created by Albus Dumbledore. In all honesty, I should have died many times during my first 4 years at Hogwarts, but my friends and I always managed somehow to survive. Another manipulation that was thrust upon me was my friends. The 2 people I thought I was closest to were merely spies that the headmaster paid to keep track of me and to keep any unwanted influence away from me so that I would never learn my heritage. As the years passed by, I grew closer to my female best friend and a love bond began to form. Well, it did on my end, as I now don't think she was capable of such an emotion. As many of you are aware, the Potter men choose their mates early, and my heart had already chosen mine, only I didn't know she was only close to me so that she could advance herself in our world, be it through knowledge, or because she knew that the name Potter would carry her far in life even if I didn't know it myself. It was last year, my fourth, when everything began to unravel for the puppet master. In a move to test me once again with the Tri-Wizard tournament, he made a mistake. The tournament was for of-age wizards, and he unknowingly gave me my independence after completely isolating me from anyone and everyone, or so he thought. I made some new friends who were not under the headmaster's control, and they began to educate me in the ways of the magical world. The isolation also allowed me to move freely for the first time in my life, so I took full advantage of it and started taking back control of what was mine by right of blood. The results of all this was that the manipulations of my life by Albus Dumbledore were merely cover-ups for actions he had taken in the past, as he did his best to take my heritage for himself. I don't know much about what happened before 1981, but here is what I know to be truth since that time. Albus Dumbledore set an elaborate plan in motion to gain control over House Potter. He used fear and a prophecy to use the age-old tactic of divide and conquer. He used his friendship with the Potters to steal warding knowledge from their library, which he used to his advantage when my parents went into hiding. Some of the special wards he added would even mask the ancient magic that notified an heir when the head of house passed on. The fabled wand Dumbledore took when he defeated Grindelwald was a ruse. The wand he used up until I took it from him belonged to my family and was held by my grandfather, Charles Potter, at the time. I am told that he and my grandmother Doria were wonderful people, but he made sure I would never know that. Albus Dumbledore murdered my grandparents in their own home and left them there to rot for an entire summer while he searched for the secrets of the Potter family in our ancestral home. When he grew frustrated that he could not unlock the secrets contained in the manor, he cast fiendfire and destroyed the entire manor, and then blamed it on Voldemort and his Death Eaters. In his last breathing act, Charles banished the special wand to the Potter family vault, which created another problem for Dumbledore. You see, he needed control over House Potter, and since my parents were still alive, he set them up to die, and you know how that turned out. He turned my survival to his advantage by sealing my parents' will and illegally taking guardianship of me before my parents' bodies had even grown cold. Without the will, his only true threats to controlling me were my godfather, Sirius Black, and my godmother, Alice Longbottom. I don't think I need to go into detail with the fates of these two people. I could go into detail about the alliances between House Potter and Houses Bones and Longbottom, but I can assure you that I do not hold them responsible for my lot in life in any form. With control over me, he began plundering my family vaults and in total stole over 50 million galleons. Now, I would like to ask you if that is the light Lord you would like to continue keeping on his pedestal and worshipping. I'm very happy to say that with an example such as that, I'm proud to call myself gray or neutral. Many of you remember what Voldemort, oh quit flinching. He is gone for good this time. Thank you very much, along with his imperious Death Eaters. Anyway, in my eyes, Albus Dumbledore has equally done as much as Voldemort has done to damage our world. I call on the citizens of our world to help me move our society forward where old prejudices die, and we try to create a society that we can be proud of, and all children can live in peace. Last but not least, I'm going to list the charges that I will personally be filing against Albus Dumbledore. I can assure you I have proof to back up each and every accusation, and this is just the list I know of concerning me. There's no telling how many others could step forward with their stories. Line theft, Houses Potter, Gryffindor, Slytherin. Peverell, attempted line theft, House Black, murder Charles and Doria Potter, conspiracy to commit murder James and Lily Potter, conspiracy to commit murder Frank and Alice Longbottom, conspiracy to commit murder Harry James Potter, multiple counts, unlawful imprisonment Sirius Black, conspiracy to commit murder Sirius Black, child abandonment Harry Potter, child abuse Harry Potter, child endangerment Harry Potter and every student at Hogwarts, multiple counts, theft Potter. Vaults, illegal blocking of a magical core, Harry Potter. Obviously there's more, but I will stop there as I think I've made my point. Along with these charges, I will also be filing against the entire staff at Hogwarts as accessories to these crimes, and will have quite a few other names and families to add in at a later date. For those of you who want to scoff and say I am going dark, I have this to say. I am merely claiming what is granted me under the rule of law, and in my defense, if all of that had happened to you and your family, wouldn't you be a little upset about it? Thank you. Harrison James Peverell. The morning the article came out, Albus made his way leisurely into the great hall for breakfast. He was oblivious to the glares that were being cast his way by the students or the scared faces of his staff as they read the paper. When he sat down and opened his paper, the headline grabbed his attention, and he began to read. His anger flared as he flipped through the pages to see every dirty little secret he had being exposed to the world. He then went back to the front page to read the letter Harry had written as he felt a sharp pain in his head and slumped over into his porridge. It took 15 minutes before a healer could arrive after being summoned from St. Mungo's. When Billy Halston arrived in the Great Hall, he noticed the professors gathered around the headmaster as he was slumped over the table. He approached and began waving his wand a few times before he said, "There's nothing I can do for him. He's already dead." "Looks like an aneurysm." He turned to walk back out of the hall when Minerva asked, "What about the body?" "I only treat them. The body is your problem. Not that it matters, but I wouldn't have touched that filth anyway." He walked out past a stunned audience. In Jones Manor, there was a joyful meeting going on with everyone on a high from the last week as well as the release of the letter. Daphne noticed that Harry had maintained a smirk the whole morning, and when she asked about it, all he would say was, "I wonder what tomorrow's paper will bring." He got up and held out his hand to Meghan, and they went outside for a walk before beginning their studies for the day. Just as Harry predicted, the next morning's headlines shocked the entire country. As soon as he read the headlines, "Dumbledore dead," Harry smiled and went outside. It wasn't long before the rest of the kids walked out to see him standing there talking to the Grim Reaper. As the others shuddered, Meghan took off at a quick pace only to hear the end of the conversation. "Lily asks that you come soon so you won't miss out on the fun," Harry replied. "I'll be there soon. Let the others have their fun since they have first claim." Azriel chuckled. "Well, there may not be much left. Lily already cut off his bits and shoved them in his mouth." When the others protested, she put them back only to have Padfoot go in for the kill. "I imagine they'll finally get around to completely destroying them in a week or two before moving on to something else." Meghan sauntered up and said, "Going somewhere, love?" Harry sputtered, Yeah, grandfather was just asking me to come and get in a few shots." She raised her eyebrows and looked at Azriel. "You have Dumbledore." "Of course." With a gleam in her eye, she turned to Harry and said, "We need to move the wedding up. I want my shot, too." Harry laughed and said, "Don't worry, love. He won't be going anywhere soon." The months started flying by as Meghan, Daphne, and Luna started preparing for their OWLS. With Harry, Cedric, and Cho beside them the whole way, they quickly mastered their lessons and sat the exams in the first week of December. The wedding was fast approaching, but Meghan was not the least bit stressed about it as Kathleen and Winky both told her they had everything well in hand and to just enjoy her last days of freedom. The only thing Meghan was even concerned about was the secret Harry was keeping about the location of their honeymoon. Christmas Day saw the entire family once again together, with the exception of Amelia and Augusta. They decided that things were still too raw between their heirs and the rest of the kids to even attempt bringing them together on such a special holiday. As was agreed to by everyone, no lavish gifts were given as they thought the holiday would be better spent celebrating what they had found with each other only this time. The Greengrass family was hosting the group at their manor. They used the excuse that the Jones Manor was being prepared for a wedding, and that Kathleen didn't need the added stress of hosting holidays as well, but she just sat there with a smile on her face. Let everyone think what they will, but Winky and Dobby had prepared everything for their brother and sister. The next day would find the whole family gathering at Jones Manor for Harry and Meghan's wedding. The invitations that had gone out were only sent to members of the family, which included Amelia and Augusta, left instructions to dress casually and warm. Once everyone had gathered in the family room, they were led out onto the snow-covered grounds by Dobby and deep into the forest, where they came across the wedding present that Dobby and Winky had created for the occasion. The guests were led into a clearing in the forest, where the sun was shining brightly through the gap in the trees, and down upon the most beautiful chapel they had ever seen. The chapel looked to be made of crystal, but that was quickly proven false as it was completely made of ice. As they entered, they were escorted to comfortable seating by the family elves that then did as requested and sat with their families. As they sat there, they looked around at their surroundings and could only marvel at the splendor of the chapel as the sun shone brightly through the ice and gave the whole place a sparkling effect. Their attention was drawn to another pop as Harry and Dobby appeared. Both were in black pants with long dragon hide boots topped off with loose white tunics. The belts surrounding their waists were sporting the Peverell family crest as the buckle. Another pop was heard, and then Winky made her way down the aisle in a simple white dress. As soon as she took her place and turned to the door, they opened and there stood Megan in a simple white dress like Winky's as she held her father's arm. After a bright smile from Harry, Reggie led Megan down the aisle. Some even found it odd that no music was playing, but in a strange way, it just brought more focus to the whole thing. As they reached the altar, Harry reached out his hand to her and she took it after giving her father a kiss. They stood there looking at each other for a minute before pulling Dobby and Winky into a four-way hug. Even though they spoke softly, every word could be heard. Megan said, "It's so beautiful, thank you so much." Winky smiled, "Nothing but the best for our family." Harry said, "I love you guys. I don't know what we would do without you." Dobby smiled up at him. "I know how hurt you were because you couldn't give Megan the wedding you felt she deserved." Megan turned to Harry and said, "We talked about that. I told you that I didn't care about that other stuff as long as we were married." "I know, but you are going to be the lady of an ancient and revered house. I just wanted to marry you as well, but every woman should have a wedding fit for a princess. Especially you. If I followed those ideas, then the next thing you'll say is that we can go across town and have our honeymoon at a Motel 6. Being with you forever is all I care about. Me too, but I still want this day to be special for you." She grabbed him by the shirt and kissed him hard. "It is, trust me." The next sound heard was Luna clearing her throat. "Are you two going to get married, or are you going to stand there and talk about it all day? I do have pictures to take, you know." Harry chuckled and turned to the family. "Sorry about that. Megan and I have spent a lot of time researching the Peverell family traditions, and this wedding is part of that. My family chose a simple wedding such as this without the grandeur and extravagance, as they felt a true wedding was the joining of our hearts and not some fancy show. As you just heard, we agree to disagree in this because my Megan has done so much for me. There is nothing I could ever do to make it up to her." She squeezed his hand and kissed his cheek. "We thank you for coming today to share in our joining and ask that our family oaths be invoked for this ceremony, as Peverell family magic will be used to complete the bond." As they turned back to each other, Azriel appeared in his Reaper form but quickly waved his hand so that all could see him as Harry and Megan did. Once he did this, everyone gasped as the spirits of Charles, Doria, James, Lily, and Sirius appeared in the seats that had been reserved for Harry's family. Kathleen felt someone beside her and turned to find Mikey sitting there. She let out a large sob as Mikey turned pleadingly to Azriel, who once again waved his hand and allowed Mikey to take a more solid form. His arms were quickly around his mother as she cried in happiness. In his soft voice, he said, "Cedric, your place is here beside me as you have been there for my sister when I couldn't." As Cedric moved to the seat, he was quickly hugged by Mikey with him saying, "Thank you," over and over again. Azriel said, "I am only here as the patriarch of the family to witness this joining. There are no words needed from me, as only the hearts and souls of these two can work this wondrous magic." The entire audience was still gaping at the scene before them as Azriel pulled out a dagger and held it out in front of them. As one, both Harry and Megan clasped their right hands around the blade at the tip. Smiling beautifully at Harry, Megan pulled their hands down across the blade until blood was dripping from the hilt of the blade. They kept their hands clasped as Azriel pulled the blade out from between their hands as they stood there staring into each other's eyes with their hands still clasped. Harry said, "Megan, without you, I wouldn't be here now. You are the one who gave me hope against hopelessness and taught me how to love. You are my heart and the one who keeps me anchored to this plane. By sharing our blood, we become one. I am yours and you are mine into eternity." Megan looked at him with eyes shining. "Harry, you taught me as much as I ever taught you. I never saw my worth until I saw it in your eyes. I didn't know what real love was until you came into my life, and I am the better person for it. By sharing our blood, we become one. I am your and you are mine into eternity." As they leaned forward and kissed, a bright glow surrounded them and continued even after they parted. Everyone could see the tendrils of magic that were linking Meghan with every single member of Harry's family until there was a bright flash and the ring of Lady Peverell appeared on her hand. Azriel placed his hands on both of their shoulders, welcome to the family granddaughter. She smiled and gave him a hug. "Thank you, grandfather, especially for, it's the least I could do for family," he said as he gazed at the loving scene between Mikey and the Jones. Once the spirits faded, which was quite a while as they took the time to speak to those who had helped Harry, the entire group was led back to the manor for the dinner that was to follow. Although most of the older families were well accustomed to the extravagant weddings thrown by their peers, the whole crowd in attendance today said that they had never seen a more simple yet beautiful wedding that was not about putting on a show, but were filled with the emotions and love shared by the couple. The girls of the group had even asked Dobby and Winky if the chapel could be recreated when they wed as well. As the dinner wound down, Harry and Meghan said their goodbyes as they left to go on their honeymoon. After they left, Kathleen finally couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Daphne, just where was Harry taking my daughter?" "Well, Harry told me as Lady Peverell, she needed to learn the family magic, so he took her to officially meet his family." Kathleen jumped up and screeched, "He took her through the veil." Daphne chuckled, "Of course he did, Aunt Cat. What do you think the blood marriage was all about? She now has the blood of a Peverell flowing through her. She will be protected just as Harry is. He even offered to blood adopt me as his sister, but my status as the heiress of House Greengrass prevents it. Damn shame that." Reggie chuckled. "He told me what he was doing. Meghan will get to spend time with Mikey once again." "Did you know that as thanks to our family, Azriel sought him out and then took him to live at the manor with Harry's family?" Jonathan added. "That's not all. He also told Daphne that when our times come, we also will have a place in the manor as Harry's family." Amelia sat there for a minute before asking, "Do any of you know what the big secret was that Jamie wouldn't tell me?" Luna replied, "That's an easy one, Aunt Amelia. Dumbledore's aneurysm was not unexpected." "What? How?" "I'm surprised you didn't see it yourself as you were there. During that last Wisengamot meeting when Dumbledore was giving Harry such a hard time, he made a gesture at the old fool and set the whole thing up." She looked blankly at Luna until she said, "Wandless magic auntie." That gesture was Harry casting a clotting spell at Albus' leg. The amazing thing is that there is no evidence, and it wouldn't have harmed Albus at all if he hadn't let his blood pressure shoot up. Reggie threw his head back and started laughing. Everyone looked at him funnily until he calmed down. "Don't you see that Harry even took away his desire to go down in a blaze of glory and be remembered as a great wizard? Instead, he died a nobody." Luna watched Amelia for a minute before saying, "Family secrets, Auntie. Besides, it's not like you didn't want to strangle him either." Amelia finally chuckled. "I guess you're right. It's not like it could be proven anyway." "Does he have any plans for the rest of the staff?" Daphne replied. "No, they are already disgraced, so we thought that we would get on with our lives and quit worrying about them." Augusta asked, "What about his former friends?" Cedric replied, "We are done with them. Neville and Susan have a chance, but it will be entirely up to them." She nodded. "Neville is truly repentant about it and wants nothing more than to be given another chance. He has promises to distance himself from the others and requested that we look into another school for him next year." Amelia added, "Susan is still being Susan. I hope when those pictures come out in the Prophet that it drives home just what she has lost, as it was supposed to be Neville, and Susan standing there beside him or with him." Cedric asked, "What do you mean?" Daphne answered, "The alliances of the truly old houses were very binding. If Harry had been raised as was intended, it would have more than likely had been him and Susan marrying today. They would have grown up with each other and been around each other enough so that the infamous Potter bond would have formed between them." Amelia nodded. Cedric asked, "You're from a very old family. How does this stuff affect you?" Daphne replied, "Luckily, our alliances were with Davis and Moon, who only had daughters, but even then it wouldn't have mattered now anyway." "Why?" Jonathan answered. Harry claimed her as his sister. By the old ways, when he did that, whoever courts or asks for her hand not only had to ask me, but Harry as well. With his status, he could even overrule me if I said yes. So it is just like mine and Meghan's situation." Amos said, "Yes and no. Your situation is different because you and Meghan literally became brother and sister due to the oath you took to Mikey. In their case, an alliance was formed between ancient houses, and under the rules governing them, if anything were to happen to Jonathan, it would be Harry's responsibility to take care of House Greengrass and her members. Cho said, I don't understand. Daphne smiled. I know it sounds convoluted, and you would be right, but if Daddy were to die, Harry would in effect be Lord Greengrass until I could produce an heir. Cedric smiled. So according to the old ways, Harry basically blocked any husband of yours from ever taking control over your house through you. Exactly. Wow, ancient family rules go even deeper than the pureblood ways. How come we aren't taught this? Most of us just assume that the ancient families just think they are better than us. Daphne smiled. No, we are just trained to protect the family line above anything else. Once a family achieves ancient status, they are mentored by other ancient families in the new set of rules they are subjected to. Cho asked, then why are you telling us this now? We don't have that kind of status. Daphne smirked. Are you ready to be confused? I guess. Harry married Meghan. Because of his status and because Uncle Reggie is his proxy, House Jones will be elevated rather quickly. Cedric's connection with Meghan along with Amos, being a proxy for Harry, will likewise cause House Diggory to be elevated. Your connection with Cedric, which we assume is a permanent one, they both blushed. We'll see to the elevation of House Chang. As family, Davis and Moon will also have their status advanced. Cedric asked, so what does all this mean? House Greengrass along with Bones and Longbottom have been charged with mentoring the other families in the ancient house ways, as well as helping Harry achieve his full potential. Cedric asked, what about Luna? Luna said, don't worry about Luna. The Lovegoods have their own secrets which will be revealed in time. Harry and Meghan's first stop on the secret honeymoon plans was at the island that Sirius first escaped to after he left Harry at Hogwarts. They spent a week there just getting used to the idea that they were married at 16, and while they shared the same bed, they kept the activities to a minimum as both knew they had a year before Meghan needed to get pregnant, and neither were quite yet ready to take that final step. There was an old house elf named Porthos who tended to the place, and over the course of the week, he was given instructions on what they would like done to the place, so that it would become their primary vacation getaway. At the week of the week, it was a reluctant Meghan who wrapped her arms around Harry as they left for the next destination on Harry's secret honeymoon. When they reappeared, it was on the platform holding the veil in the Department of Mysteries. When he took off her blindfold, she looked up in the archway and asked, can I really go this time? Are you the true Lady Peverell? She smiled. I've got the ring. Then I guess we'll just have to find out. With that said, he grabbed her and leapt into the veil. She screamed all the way through the wormhole until they landed in a tangle of limbs. Merlin, Harry, you could have killed me. Harry looked up into her eyes from where she landed on him and laid his head back, laughing. She growled out, what's so damn funny? When Harry finally stopped laughing, he said, well, the killed comment was just hilarious since we have crossed over. She gulped as she stared at him wide-eyed. Are we really on the other side? It doesn't look like what I thought heaven would be. As they got up, Harry said, well, grandfather explained it to me this way. Heaven or Asgard or whatever you want to call the afterlife is supposed to be a reward for living a good life. According to him, heaven is different for each person. What do you mean? Well, say you are a huge Star Trek fan. To you, traveling around the universe in a spaceship may be the perfect way to spend eternity, but to the Peverells and Potters, being surrounded by family is the perfect way to live out eternity. Up until recently, it has been my parents and grandparents with the occasional ancestors dropping in that lived in Potter Manor. Wait a minute, Potter Manor exists here. Yes, and it is a place that you will come to love as much as I do. As long as I'm with you, I'm sure I will, but what has changed recently? Well, Sirius was brought to live amongst them as well as Mikey. Mikey is here. Yes, baby, grandfather saw how much our earthly family meant to us, and as a reward to them and to us, he has expanded Potter Manor so that whenever they pass over, we won't lose them and we will always have each other. Mum was really excited that she will have more people to hang out with eventually. He hasn't said it, but I think it is a way to repay the Potter family for all the crap we were put through. Well, if any family deserves it, yours does. Ours, baby. She blushed. Well, you know what I mean. Well, don't think your time here will be only spent in bed with you trying to have your way with me. Mum already has your education all mapped out and is looking forward to spending time with you. Wait a minute, my education. What about my vacation? Oh, you'll get that too. It's just my family doesn't want an ignorant Lady Peverell running around. She growled at him, and he ran off laughing as she chased him. Before she knew it, they were running through trees and came across the family standing in front of a large manor house. Lily said, "It's not nice to tease you wife's son." Mum, what do you call that whole thong thing she pulled on me last year?" Doria said. "That was to finally get your attention. I've already told you how thick you Potter men are." Megan finally caught up to him and smacked him on the back of the head. "Hey, what was that for?" "Being an ass, what else?" He looked at his dad and granddad and asked, "Isn't there some kind of rule about assault on a lord?" Charles said, "I've learned that it's best not to speak of such things. What happens between a man and his wife should remain between them." Doria looked at him and said, "Good answer." Charles gave Harry a glance and said, "Damn right it was." Mikey ran forward and hugged his sister as the young couple was led into the manor. They would end up staying for about 4 years behind the veil, which was about a month in the outside world. When they finally returned, both seemed to have grown closer as well as matured physically. When Kathleen asked why they had come back so soon, Megan simply stated that they had had their time together, and now it was time to start their family, which was impossible to do on the other side. Luna held on tightly to the pictures taken at the wedding and offered an exclusive to the Daily Prophet as long as they worked with her and on her and Daphne's timetable. They wanted the release of the article to have the most effect and waited until January 3rd, as they knew the students would be traveling on January 2nd. The post owls on the morning of the 3rd were very few and were quickly overwhelmed by the Prophet's delivery owls that it seemed dropped a copy of the paper in front of every person in the Great Hall and did not even wait for payment before they took to wing once again. The papers were being opened in confusion until they saw the headlines and the picture of Harry and Meghan kissing with a bright white glow surrounding them that accompanied it. Lord Peverell off the market by. Daphne Greengrass photos by. Luna Lovegood in a very private ceremony that was only attended by trusted friends and family. Harrison James Peverell married Megan Alexis Jones and took her as his Lady Peverell. For those of you who do not know, House Peverell is of the highest standings in our society as it is classed a most ancient and revered house. The only other houses that share this classification are the houses of Emissaries, Le Fay, and the 4 founders. The couple chose a simple and private ceremony instead of a lavish affair in following the traditions of the Peverell family. When asked about it, Lady Peverell Simple said, "Most girls, and I was one of them, dream about the fairy tale wedding where the bride is turned into a princess for the day. Sadly for most brides, that day is the only day that she feels like a princess. However, I just married the love of my life that treats me like a princess every day." The ceremony may have been simple, but it joined us eternally, and in that respect, I got the fairy tale and the happily ever after. When I asked Lord Peverell, he merely said, "My wife." Here Lord Peverell paused to smile for a minute. "Sorry about that. My wife may say she is the lucky one, but it is me who is truly blessed to have such a beautiful lady at my side who loves me for me, faults and all, and asks nothing in return than to share her life with her. It has always been my deepest desire to have someone in my life that truly returns the love I give to her. The trusted friends and family of Lord and Lady Peverell wish them the best and all our love as they start the journey of their shared lives. For more exclusive photos, see page 2. A deathly silence fell across the hall as everyone took in every bit of the article. The silence was soon broken by sobs as Hermione ran out of the hall. As Neville turned the page on his paper, he deflated as he saw the picture of Harry and Meghan with Augusta and Amelia. He remembered the day after Christmas when Augusta said she had some business and left him home alone for several hours. It was also a further reminder of how bad he had broke tradition, as a Longbottom male had always stood with a Potter male at their wedding. Susan's face also became pale when she saw the picture. It was a great insult to not even be invited to a wedding of an allied house. It was then that she realized what she had done and how House Bones was now at risk due to her actions. She silently prayed that her Aunt Amelia had a lot of years ahead of her, because as soon as she was gone, House Bones would begin to wither and die. At the head table, the staff was very quiet. It was customary and tradition that one's head of house at Hogwarts was invited to a wedding of their former charges. Minerva sat there stoically as she had just received a slap in the face, but it wasn't as if she didn't expect it. With the loss of Albus and his influence on her, her eyes were beginning to finally open to the extent that she had wronged the Potter family. On the other end of the table, Pomona Sprout had tears running down her cheeks as the truth of her actions hit home, and how she was no longer welcome amongst two families that she had once been close to. While the Hufflepuff table was saddened at their exclusion, the Gryffindor table was mortified. They had the entire term to think about the words spoken at the opening feast, and every single thing said had come to pass. The Quidditch team imploded and had not won a single match so far this year. The loss of Harry from the team and in the house had seen their stars falling rapidly and proven to them that old phrase of reaping what you sow. They were even lagging far behind in the House Cup due to the change in Hermione Granger and how she hardly ever spoke aloud in class or helped her housemates with their studies. The entire Great Hall was startled when Ronald Weasley finally pulled his face out of his plate and paid attention to the paper in front of him. As he was the picture and read the article, he yelled out, "Bloody hell." You'd think the stupid git would at least invite his best mate to his wedding. As the rest of the hall stared at him in disbelief, Ginny and the twins all exchanged a look. With a nod, they did a 3-count of rock, paper, scissors and then exposed their hands. Ginny quietly stood and walked over behind Ron. She quietly said, "Ron," as he turned to look at her. Her fist connected with his jaw as she laid him out on the floor. When he looked up at her rubbing his jaw, he asked, "What the hell was that for?" "Because you started this whole thing which led to Harry cutting ties with our whole family." When they returned after their honeymoon, they learned that the large tract of land that ran between the Jones and the Diggory estates was owned by the Black family. It took them all of 3 days to find a suitable spot for their home and contact the designers and builders. Once it was completed, Harry personally warded the property against unwelcome guests. Peverell Hall was built on a rather large scale to accommodate the rather large family he and Meghan wanted, as well as enough room for any of the extended family to feel welcome and not like they were in the way. For most of the pureblood families, the size of the manor was used to show status, but in this case, no one would ever see the hall except for family. Peverell Hall became the center point of the family as Luna, Daphne, Cedric, and Cho made their home with Harry and Meghan and Dobby and Winky. Their other house guests included Fleur, who maintained a room there since they stayed over several nights a week, and Poppy, who had a permanent room, but was using her first free time in years to visit family. By the end of August, the Newts were done, and the kids were on their way back to the island for a nice, relaxing vacation. Harry and Cedric were in heaven as they were now surrounded by 5 beautiful topless girls, thanks to Luna and Fleur. By the time they arrived back in England with nice dark tans and no visible tan lines above the waist, Cedric had asked Cho for her hand, and she had accepted. The other big news, which was confirmed by Poppy, was that Harry and Meghan were expecting their first child. Harry's desire for privacy, along with his refusing to allow anyone in the hall except for family, led to them having to conduct business away from home. It was one such occasion where Harry finally decided to honor Arthur's request for a meeting led Harry to take drastic action. The meeting in question was to be held in a private room in the Leaky Cauldron with just Harry, Meghan, and Arthur in attendance. In Arthur's exuberance at finally getting to speak with Harry, he couldn't keep his mouth shut and told his family over dinner. Between Molly and the kids, everyone soon knew exactly where Harry would be at a given time, and when they arrived, the crowd pressed in on them. With her emotions being all over the place due to her pregnancy, Meghan panicked and gripped Harry tightly. His concern over her outweighed anything else, and with a quick glare to Arthur, he popped them both back to Peverell Hall. As the crowd began to disperse, Hedwig flew through a window and dropped a letter in front of Arthur. As he picked it up, it turned into a howler and said, "Arthur Weasley, you are well aware of my desire for privacy. Thanks to your actions today, I have had to call a healer to tend to my wife as my attempts to calm her down have failed. My only course of action at this point is to treat today's incident as a failed attack on my house, as you have just reaffirmed that your house cannot be trusted. Any further attempts to contact me will see this incident being turned over to the DMLE for a full investigation." Lord Harrison James Peverell, the incident fueled Harry's paranoia to the point that his protective nature kicked in. His desire for privacy and safety for his family would last until Meghan and Daphne could once again rein him in, but not until he had plans in the works. At the weekly family meeting, Harry stood in front of the family and told them that due to recent events, his Fleur would be secured once again. With tears in her eyes, Kathleen asked, "WHY?" Harry took her hand and said, "I'm sorry, but that whole thing that happened with Arthur was too much. We can't go anywhere in public without being mobbed. If not that, then you have the problem of me being loved and hated for taking down Dumbledore and Voldemort, not to mention our former classmates constantly begging to renew our friendship. I have to be on guard everywhere we go, and home is the only place I can feel comfortable." Celeste asked, "But why shut us out?" Harry sighed, "I'm not shutting you out. I'm shutting out anyone else who comes in your house." Amos asked, "What does that mean?" "Uncle Amos, do you conduct business at your house?" "You know I do." Harry looked around at all the lords. "Do you sometimes meet with people we don't trust?" Jonathan answered, "You know we do. Have you ever thought about, with the relaxed security we have on the flues between our houses, that if someone makes it in the door to one of the houses, then he might as well be in each and every house? I'm sorry, but I won't take that chance with Meghan and our children." Lord Moon said, "You do have a valid point." Lady Moon stood and said, "Well, I agree with what you are saying, but we like the way things are and want to keep it that way. Do you know how often we drift from house to house over the course of a day?" Harry replied, "Yes, ma'am, I do. I cherish the closeness we have, but until you close your manners to outsiders, I won't take the chance." Reggie said, "Harry, I know how badly that incident affected you, and I understand your desire to keep Meghan safe. Hell, I agree with you, but if you do this, then our wives will make our lives hell for it." Kathleen smiled. "Oh, wonderful, Reg. You have finally learned something." Everyone in the room laughed at Reggie's expense until Kathleen said, "Okay, son, you've proved your point. What do you want?" Harry looked at her and said, "You wound me, mother." "Can it, Harry? We've all learned to accept your quirks just as you have ours, but I know you well enough to know that you have an ulterior motive here." Meghan spoke up. "Too bad, love. Even Mum has figured you out." Harry laughed. "Yeah, I guess she has. As you know, it is always about me and my fear that someone will use you to get to me, or worse, Meghan and our children. Before you say anything, even I know better than to mess with Meghan when she's mad or being protective, but in her current state, she is vulnerable, and I love her too much to let anything happen to her." Daphne chuckled. "Just get on with it and quit trying to gain everyone's sympathy." Harry smiled at her. "I won't secure my Fleur if you will start conducting meetings somewhere else besides you home," Justine said, "but we've always held meetings at the seat of power for the family." Harry raised his eyebrow and looked at Daphne. "Mum, I'll agree with you to a point, but I'm with Harry on this. Even though they spouted a pureblood agenda, the Death Eaters still broke tradition and attacked families in their homes. Our houses aren't the seat of power. The heads themselves are that power." Jonathan said, "Well said, daughter. Now, if you would be so kind as to let us old folks in on the plan you have so obviously cooked up." Harry asked, "As most of you know, real estate is a valuable commodity and can be a huge asset to your portfolios." Lord Davis asked, "What does that have to do with you shutting down your Fleur? Are any of you familiar with Odds Alley?" Reggie answered, "Yeah, it was a failed business attempt by several of the darker families many years ago. It was intended to be the magical version of Las Vegas until Voldemort's last rise and things fell apart." Harry nodded. "Where do you think those families got the capital to stake their claim? It just so happens that the Black family held all the deeds for Odds Alley, and now it belongs to yours truly." Jonathan snorted. "What good is a bunch of run-down and collapsing buildings?" Daphne answered, "Oh, not much. But what if the family went in and tore down said buildings and built offices in their place?" Lord Moon asked, "And this would be where we conducted business from now on?" Harry smiled. "Yes. Imagine the gray conglomerate building, a series of secure office building along the New Park Alley, or maybe even Legal Alley, that would be marketed to the lords and ladies as a place where they can conduct business and have meetings that would be safe and secure." Jonathan said, "I'm in, but gray conglomerate." Harry laughed. "Fine. Name it whatever you want, but you try to find something that doesn't sound idiotic when you try to come up with something using our names." Jonathan chuckled. "Point taken." Reggie asked, "How do you intend to cover the cost of the warding so that your claim of safety is a reality? With what you're suggesting, warding that many buildings will cost as much as construction." Meghan stood and grabbed Harry's hand. She looked up at him and asked, "Can I?" He smiled and nodded. After a quick kiss to his cheek, she said, "It will be the first job for the newly re-established Potter Warding LLC." Reggie asked, "You're going public?" Meghan grinned, as if daddy. "Potter Warding only does business with people we like. There's a reason limited is in the name." Lord Davis asked. "What kind of wards will you be using?" Harry said. "Most are family designs, but I can tell you that a team of cursebreakers for Gringotts couldn't get in unless they were invited. Once you are invited in, the moment you leave, your access is removed, and that's only if you can get through the intent-based wards." Jean said, "Intent-based wards are a myth." "Not anymore." Jean said, "I'm in if only to see the wards in action." Justine asked, "How will the offices be set up?" "I thought 2 floors with 6 offices upstairs surrounding a reception area and a lounge. Downstairs will be split in 2 with a law office on either side." Jonathan asked, "Do you know who will be in our building?" "The Tonks law firm, because they are family and some friends of Daphne." "What was their name, sis?" Daphne's monotone reply was Screw'em, Good, and Roll'em. Jonathan said, "Good choices." "The Tonks are excellent in real estate law, and let's just say the other firm will be good for whatever else comes along. I'd suggest we put them on retainer now." By the end of the discussion, everyone was convinced and saw it as a great opportunity, even though they grumbled at Harry for trying to manipulate them into doing it. Harry's only response was to hug Daphne and tell them he learned for the best. By the end of the year, the Legal Alley project was well underway, and their attention turned to the future. Meghan and Harry were in the office they shared in the hall going over the different investments and the proposals that both banks were offering them. Splayed out on the table in front of them were various financial publications as well as research into several companies. It wasn't long before Daphne and Luna gravitated to where they were, and then not long followed by Cedric and Cho. As they all went over the material, each one had a different insight into how things could go, and by the end of the night, a challenge was placed on an initial investment of 50,000 galleons to see who could make the best return. Cedric and Luna deflated at the amount, which was noted by Harry and Meghan. They gave each other a look followed by a nod from Harry. Meghan said, "Ced and Luna, you are covered." "Huh," was said twice. Harry laughed, "We'll front the money for you to get started." Cedric said, "But Harry..." "No buts, just think of it as an early wedding present." "What about me?" Meghan laughed. "Luna, will gladly front you the money as well, even though you will probably kick all our tails." Luna smiled and said, "Dang straight I will, and thank you." The challenge turned into much more as the adults, including the ladies, got drawn into the competition. It may have seemed weird to others, but this family thrived on challenges. The first year had been spent keeping Harry alive as they worked to take down 2 Dark Lords and keep Harry's houses from being taken over. The next year was spent completing educations, while the adults worked to change laws and get support for their ideas. With the 2 dark idiots having been dealt with as well as things progressing nicely in the Wisengamot, the family was growing bored, and all they had to look forward to at the moment was the birth of Harry and Meghan's first child. The new family challenge as well as family fun time became a game of Monopoly, but on a global scale. It was not an attempt to take over the world financially, and the adults could see what Harry and Meghan were doing. Harry was lucky in that he inherited a rather large fortune. Since Meghan was his wife, she was taken care of as well, even though she would have the Jones estate that would be hers to manage one day until an heir could take control. They knew that Daphne would one day take over the Greengrass businesses, but they worried about Cedric and Cho as well as Luna. Their greatest desire was to see them become financially independent on their own, and this game was the way to make it happen without making it seem like charity. Once the games had begun, a lot of money was invested in Legal Alley, and it was looking like the return would be good. The fact that Harry warded the buildings in exchange for a lifetime lease on an office only made the venture more profitable. Harry used the results his mother had got to steer the others into the Muggle stock market and help them do the research to improve their holdings. The first major gain most of them saw was a year later when Legal Alley officially opened, and they saw money coming back in instead of going out. Although it was never vocalized, it was Harry and Daphne in her position as the Greengrass heiress who took a majority of the risk on the venture. It was their hope that if this venture paid off, their next would be a magical shopping mall in yet another abandoned alley. As profits began so climb, the game became the main topic of the family when they were all together. It even got to the point where the game was interfering with regular business during family meetings, and it was decided that 2 meetings would be held each week, one for the game and one for family business. Harry and Meghan often laughed at how their attempt to subtlety help Cedric and Cho turned into so much more. Once Peverell children started making regular appearances, as well as Cho being pregnant with their first child. Daphne and Luna's biological clocks started ticking as their love for Harry and Meghan's children ignited the desire to start their own families. This is where the living situation was found most appealing, as the group was always there in support of each other. Both Harry and Meghan spent many late nights holding a crying Daphne or Luna, as yet another relationship would fail to measure up. Eventually, Daphne would find a man who she thought she could build a life with, and took the chance. She eventually moved to her own flat above Diagon Alley and began to see Ernie Macmillan seriously. Ernie had evidently grown up a lot since school and had pulled out all the stops to win Daphne's heart. He had even passed Harry and Jonathan's approval, which allowed the relationship to progress further, as well as earned Ernie an invitation to dinner at Peverell Hall. By the time she was 21, Daphne was engaged and looking forward to starting her own family. Within 2 months after the wedding, she was overjoyed when she found out she was pregnant. 9 months later, her son was born, and that's when things started falling apart. As Ernie was from a house of lower rank, the first male child would always be a Greengrass. Ernie assumed, since he and she had produced the male heir to the line, that he would assume the title of Lord Greengrass from Jonathan at some point. When he was informed differently, he lost control and started beating Daphne. Her immediate reaction was to grab her baby and escape to Peverell Hall, where she was protected, loved, and consoled by Harry and Meghan. At that point, the only thing that kept Ernie alive was Daphne curled up in Harry's lap as he comforted her, and her telling him to leave it be for now. Ernie knew that Daphne had a meeting with business associates every Wednesday afternoon at 3, so he lay in wait for her several weeks later. He had been watching every week since she left, and she always appeared with Harry. When she appeared this time without him, Ernie pulled her into an alley and once again started beating her, demanding the return of his son. Unfortunately for Daphne, Harry was supposed to attend the meeting with her, but had been delayed by a few minutes. 30 minutes late for the meeting, Harry was hurrying through the alley when he heard muffled cries. As he followed the sounds, he came across the beaten body of Daphne lying in a pool of her own blood. His first reaction was to scoop her up and apparate straight to St. Mungo's. As soon as he had her under a healer's care, he contacted the entire family. Harry sat at her side with her bruised and bloody hand in his as she was being worked on. Even though he had been asked to leave several times by the staff, Harry refused, and with the look in his eye, none of the healers were willing to risk trying to force him out of the room, even when they started removing her clothes. As he sat there looking at the broken and bloody body of his beloved sister, he heard the faint sob of "No, Ernie, stop." It was enough to tell him all he needed to know, and he sat there anxiously awaiting more members of the family in a rage he hasn't felt in years. As soon as they arrived, Harry filled them in on the situation as Justine took Harry's place by Daphne's bedside. As he started towards the door, Meghan stepped in front of him with an asked, "May I ask what you are doing, husband?" "Ernie is going to pay. I'm declaring vendetta for harming my sister." She looked at him and rubbed her belly. "James and baby number 2 will need their daddy. Not to mention you promised me as many as I wanted, so don't get yourself killed. He's a sneaky prick." He nodded to her as Dobby appeared and handed him his cloak. "Gonna go hunting without me?" "Never. How's Daph?" "Not too good right now, but she'll be okay." "Winky's got the bobbies." Harry nodded as Dobby grabbed his arm. As when they appeared in the middle of Diagon Alley in their House of Death personas and stretched out their senses, Harry found him quickly. The prick went back to her flat. They popped into the flat just behind Ernie, who was keeping watch out the door. Harry moved silently forward and said "boo" in his ear, making Ernie soil his shorts. Dobby immediately bound him and stuck him on a chair as Harry sat down across from him. In a low voice, Harry said, "What am I going to do with you, Ernie? Don't you know how dangerous it is to attack a family member of the House of Death?" He stuttered out, "She's not a member of that family. She's a Greengrass." "She also has a brother not of her blood," Ernie blustered out. "Potter isn't anything special. That's why he hides out in his manor all the time." Harry chuckled. You really played your part well. You're nothing more than a low-life scum trying to cash in on the daughter of a wealthy house. I have to admit you had Jonathan and I fooled." "What do you mean?" Harry pulled down his hood and stared him straight in the eyes. As Ernie saw Harry Potter appear, he sold himself again. "No one hurts a member of my family. I think it would be best if your marriage ended and you disappeared." "I'm not going anywhere. You know the law, magical marriage is for life." Harry laughed. "That's assuming you are alive. No, I think Daphne will be free of you real soon, and just for kicks, I'll blood adopt baby Julian and forever end your connection to him. You can't do that. You keep telling yourself that. Harry pulled his hood back up and stood as Dobby went around behind Ernie and lifted him to his feet. His nose scrunched up and he made a face. Harry, Granddad's not going to like this. He shat all over himself. Harry chuckled. That seems about right. I had hoped he had changed, but I guess he's just the same old whiny little prick he always was. With a nod, all three disappeared and appeared before the arch. As soon as they appeared, Amelia and Croker were in front of them. Amelia said, I heard there was trouble. What are you doing, Harry? I'm taking care of my own auntie. By the old ways, I claim vendetta against this thing for hurting my sister. I will see justice done. Then let us try him in the courts. We can get justice there. I have no doubt of that, auntie, but that would still leave this bog roll married to my sister, and I'm not going to allow that. She looked at him for a minute before finally saying, I understand and you have the right by law. I'll see you tonight. Harry kissed her cheek. This is yet another one of those times when we will agree to disagree. With a glint in her eye, she replied, Oh, I don't disagree with you, Harry. I just felt required to offer the alternative. Take the trash out so that you can return to your family. Yes, ma'am. Ernie screamed as they stepped towards the veil. You can't do this. There are laws. Harry rewarded him with a deep laugh. Weren't you one of the ones who said that I had no concern for the rules? I guess you were right after all. When it comes to my family, there are no laws that can protect you when you harm one of them. Harry and Dobby both grabbed an arm and stepped through the veil. When they arrived, they were met by Azriel, who asked, What did he do? Dobby replied, He beat Daphne almost to death. Yes, I had a notice about her, but I refused the pickup. You can do that. Not very often. Harry bowed and said, Thank you, grandfather. Azriel grabbed Ernie's arm and led him away as Harry and Dobby stepped back through and immediately popped back to the hospital wing. Daphne's eyes blinked open and saw how Harry was dressed. With a slight smile, she fell back asleep. When Jonathan saw him, he asked, Did you? Harry could only say, I'm sorry to say that Daphne's marriage is over. Good. The incident with Daphne forever turned her against men. It took time, but she eventually healed from her physical injuries, which left scars on her face and across her body. Her emotional trauma went much deeper, and it was only her father and Harry who would ever be allowed to touch her again. The incident also had a profound effect on Luna. For a girl who was always so open and loving, she chose to never date again. Harry, Cedric, and Uncle Reggie's were the only male arms she would ever take comfort in. There are many things kept hidden among the old families, and none more so than this extended one. The fact that Daphne went on to have 2 more children who shared her raven hair, but surprisingly had blue-green eyes, was never spoken about, as wasn't Luna's 2 daughters who had their mother's blonde hair, but had mesmerizing silver-green eyes. It was rumored that Harry was the father, and when they were seen in public, he treated all of the children as his own, but as of this point, he had not claimed them officially, and nobody was about to comment on it. The betrayers all went along with their lives only without Harry in it. For the twins, they would have an exciting career in creating pranks, but they had never gotten their break from Harry, so ended up working for Zonko's joke shop for many years. Ginny, Ron, and the Chasers would try for years to get positions on professional Quidditch teams before finally giving it up as a lost cause. Cho's prediction had been right, and they were effectively blackballed from ever finding the fame they once had when Harry was in their life. All would end up in menial jobs trying to eke out a living. Harry sat down with Mr. Bell one day and released the Bells from the contracts. James had always thought of him as a brother, and under advisement of James and Charles, Harry had canceled their debt to the Potter family. At first, the family was overjoyed until Harry canceled the retainer that they were held under, stating that he would never feel like he could trust them to represent him after Katie's actions. Neville and Susan were eventually allowed conditional access to the family in the attempt to give them a chance. Neville eventually worked himself to the point where he could work with the group, but he was never considered an insider. Susan, on the other hand, never allowed her thoughts to sink in after reading the article about Harry's wedding. She constantly allowed her mouth to work more often than her brain, and upon Amelia's death, House Bones was released from the alliance. It took her years to finally realize the error of her ways, but by that time, it was too late, and House Bones was a pale imitation of a once powerful house. Hermione Granger disappeared after 5th year and her owls. According to sources, Her parents still resided in Crawley, but news of her disappeared right after she left Hogwarts. No one cared enough about her to try and find her. If Hogwarts' reputation wasn't in tatters from the time Harry left in his 5th year, it was completely destroyed when Harry and Meghan refused to allow their first-born son to attend when he turned 11. It was when Minerva McGonagall brought the issue in front of the Wisengamot that she realized she had gone too far, and in her arrogance was acting like Albus. It was 5 minutes later when the doors flew open and Harry, along with Meghan, Daphne, and Luna, stepped into the chamber. Harry spoke loudly. "So you have a problem with my choice in educating MY's son, and are appealing to these good people to try and force MY's son to attend your wretch school." "It is the law." Harry chuckled. "Yes, the law. So I guess that a fully qualified group of witches and wizards who probably know more about magic than anyone on your staff are incapable of teaching our own children about magic. Well, in that case, I propose that the Wisengamot vote to place Hogwarts fully under the Ministry's control, as it is the only way I will allow MY children to ever attend." "You can't do that. The Charter states that Hogwarts has autonomous authority in the education of all wizards and witches in England." "Can it, Minerva? The Charter actually states that Hogwarts has that for all magicals. You have been violating the Charter for years." "Not that any of the other magical races would ever send their children to that school. Is it not enough that the standards at Hogwarts have steadily dropped over the years? I mean, your master Albus allowed the standards to drop during his time, and you had the opportunity to set things right, but instead, you followed your dead and disgraced master's plans." "Albus was a great man." Meghan said, "Yeah, he was so great he allowed the heir of an ancient house to be abused for years, as you and the staff turned a blind eye and in some cases, actually supported him." Minerva sputtered. Harry finally said, "In accordance with the Charter, I hereby revoke my family's association with the School of Hogwarts and cast my 2 votes to revoke the Charter." "You can't do that. Beside, it takes a 3/4 majority for it to pass." "If that were not enough, I cast my vote as the holder of Hufflepuff's seat to remain open. You can remove your association all you want, but the school will remain open." Harry stood there and smirked at her. She was growing agitated until Luna said, "As the heir to Ravenclaw, I also revoke my family's association with the school and cast my vote that Charter be revoked." Susan Bones stood and said, "You cannot do that. Where will our children go to school?" Harry turned to her and said, "That's not really my problem, but anything has got to be better than Hogwarts." As years passed, Harry never did take up his seats, as he preferred to stay in the background and only make appearances when necessary. When the Lords started retiring, he passed all of his proxies to Meghan, Daphne, and Cedric, as he preferred spending his time with Cho and Luna in raising the children and teaching them all about magic and life. By the time he and Meghan decided to stop, they had a male heir for the Peverell, Jones, Potter, and Black lines, with a couple of girls thrown in to add to the collection. On the day that Julian turned 17, Daphne reminded everyone of why she was called the Ice Queen. With her son in tow, she went into Gringotts and stripped the Macmillan family of all titles, money, and property. While she was thankful for what Harry had done for her, it was her own way of getting her revenge against her ex-husband.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.